I pioneered scientific magic. Chapter 51, The Society of Mystical Arts. Ever since they boarded the wind sail warship, Lynn had been pondering in what capacity they should enter the land of the wizards. As Korra's apprentice? A wizard's apprentice who had practiced magic for less than half a year? If he were to assume this identity, it was evident that he would run into numerous troubles. After all, everyone on the wind sail warship had witnessed his spell casting, not to mention the explosion in Harbor Town. This was not something a mere apprentice could accomplish. As the saying goes, the innocent will bear the sins of the guilty, and someone who was weak and harbored significant secrets was often the target of those with ill intentions. Their current situation was indeed quite awkward. Being pursued by the church all the way, they had escaped to the land of the wizards like fugitives, and on top of that, they had destroyed a crucial trade route. It was only natural that they would be detained and interrogated upon their arrival in the Iida harbor. So, if they wanted to change the game, they needed to make some alterations. With these thoughts in mind, Lynn turned to Johnny and asked, "Do you know why our teacher is risking capture to go to the Duke of Nordland's capital?" Johnny hesitated for a moment and then replied with certainty, "Teacher said that the Duke of Nordland's second daughter has considerable talent in magic, and we're running out of money too." Lynn couldn't help but twitch his lips. He knew that Korra had a hidden agenda for taking in noble students, and it seemed like he was after research funds. Of course, there was another reason besides that. Nobles were usually literate, well-educated, and didn't need everything to be taught from scratch. Learning magic itself was an expensive affair. For example, a scroll for casting the fireball spell, Crimson Embers, cost 1 silver and 37 copper, enough to sustain a commoner's family frugally for a month. Magic wasn't something the poor could afford to learn. Perhaps Korra had a thought of cultivating 1 or 2 noble wizards as well. While these apprentices were not first heirs, they still had the potential to create something on their own. Lynn didn't delve deeper into these thoughts and shook his head. He retorted, "Those are just excuses. Have you ever heard of the Society of Mystical Arts?" "What's that?" Johnny asked, looking puzzled. "It's a highly secretive wizard organization within the Seekus Empire. It's composed of many influential figures. During the time when our teacher taught me magic, he had the chance to interact with members of the Society of Mystical Arts," Lynn made up on the spot. Korra's process of teaching apprentices was quite casual. He would spend some time with each apprentice and then leave them in a relatively safe place to practice magic on their own. In other words, everything that happened during the time Korra personally instructed him was known only to the two of them, and Johnny had no way to refute his words. After interacting with the Society of Mystical Arts, our teacher told me that many of the magical research theories in the outside world are already outdated and cannot keep up with the times, Lynn continued. Therefore, our teacher secretly compiled a precious research manuscript and planned to go to the capital of Nordland to meet with a colleague from the Society of Mystical Arts. If this mission fails, he instructed me to bring back this valuable research manuscript to the land of the wizards at all costs. In just a few sentences, Lynn transformed their identity from being fugitives on the run from the church, accidentally destroying an important trade route, into dedicated individuals who, under their teacher Korra's orders, had endured all hardships to escape the church's clutches and deliver a research manuscript containing vital information to the land of the wizards. If this research manuscript held enough weight and brought explosive news, they might not only avoid blame but even receive commendation. Is it really like that? Johnny looked bewildered. Korra had never mentioned anything about the Society of Mystical Arts to her, and Lynn's expression didn't seem like he was joking. "So, you mean the way you advanced to become an official wizard was through the Society of Mystical Arts?" Johnny said thoughtfully. "Or you could say it like this, my situation is even more unique, and this method doesn't apply to others." Lynn nodded, not bothering to correct the misunderstanding. In the land of the wizards, only official wizards held a certain status and the ability to protect themselves. This also aligned with the lowest evaluation of his abilities from everyone on the ship. If he didn't want to attract trouble, willingly or not, he had to become an official wizard. As he spoke, Lynn also pondered the content of the research manuscript. Based on Johnny's descriptions over these days, the wizards in the land had about the same level of understanding about the world as Western Europe during the Renaissance. As magic existed, wizards specialized heavily. While they had made significant strides in micro-level research, discovering the existence of gravity early and even creating alchemical ships powered by steam, the majority of wizards still adhered to the belief that the Earth was flat, and that this continent beneath their feet was the center of the entire universe. They even used this continent as a reference point to chart the orbits of every celestial body in the star system, forming a highly complex geometric pattern. This also aligned with the descriptions in the Church's Bible about the creation. However, over the past few days, he had talked with Lame Loud and others, and this world also had solar eclipses. The sailing over the seas involved seeing towering mountains and spires. Apart from this, if he slightly adjusted the positions of the celestial bodies in the star chart, placing the stars at the center, everything became familiar again. It was evident that the Church's theory of divine creation was complete nonsense. There was no way the goddess, Ilara, who had supposedly created this world, couldn't even determine whether she made a continent or a sphere, right? Of course, this kind of incorrect understanding was a pitfall that almost every civilization had to go through. To put it plainly, their thinking was bound by common knowledge. When people are born, they tend to think of themselves as the center of the world. They believe that everything in existence revolves around them, and the continent beneath their feet must be a particularly special existence, the center of the entire universe. However, after delving into further research, one would discover a cruel truth. Not to mention planets, even an entire star system was negligible in the grand scheme of the universe. Using the attack on the belief in a flat Earth as a starting point was undoubtedly a good choice. It was not only shocking but also had a plethora of evidence to prove the fallacy of this argument. There was no need for him to say much, the wizards would naturally realize what was correct. Lynn was also preparing to test the scientific research atmosphere in the land of the wizards. Faced with skepticism, whether they would carefully seek the truth and accept it, or vehemently suppress voices that didn't conform to the mainstream, would determine his future course of action. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 52, Perhaps This Is Just a Farce. After finalizing their plan for the upcoming actions, Lynn turned to Johnny and spoke. We may have successfully escaped the Church's pursuit this time, but in doing so, we've disrupted a crucial trade route. When we reach the A.K.A. harbor, we might face some scrutiny. I'll handle the explanations. Johnny realized the magnitude of their predicament, but seeing Lynn's unwavering composure gave him a modicum of reassurance. Next, they pondered the potential troubles they might encounter upon entering A.K.A. harbor and roughly discussed strategies. Eventually, Lynn hesitated for a moment and spoke again. By the way, from now on, please address me as Lynn. It's a new alias I've come up with. Since we've become wizards, it's best to leave our past identities behind to avoid implicating our families in any future problems. The massive sail warship drifted on the sea for a full half-month before finally emerging from the shroud of mist. The outline of a vast island was now visible at the horizon's end. Hurry, give it your all. We're almost there. The A.K.A. harbor is just ahead. Lame Loud shouted loudly, and the sailors on the ship pushed harder, eager to escape the accursed fog. Lynn stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. As the ship drew closer, the city's harbor was clearly visible. However, several patrol boats were quickly closing in on the sea. These boats had a peculiar appearance, appearing relatively flat overall. There were no masts on their hulls, and instead of the tall sails, there were cylindrical structures emitting smoke. Steamboats? Lynn observed with interest, and Lame Loud, standing nearby, provided an explanation. These alchemical ships are a unique creation of the wizard's land. They are much faster than our sail warships, and they aren't as affected by strong winds." As he spoke, the sail warship, escorted by a few alchemical ships, slowly approached the shore. The sailors skillfully lowered the rudder and gangplank, and a wizard in a blue robe was already waiting at the dock. "It's been a while, Theodore, my old friend." Lame Loud descended from the ship, warmly embracing the wizard, and then turned to introduce the two people behind him. "This is Lord Lynn and Miss Johnny. Rare indeed. It's been quite some time since foreign wizards set foot here." Theodore scrutinized Lynn and Johnny for a moment before speaking. "Nevertheless, welcome to A.K.A. Harbor. I believe it won't be long before you both grow fond of this place." "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Theodore," Lynn replied confidently, and Johnny offered a respectful bow. Theodore exchanged a few more pleasantries before turning to Lame Loud. "By the way, old Lame, why did you personally come this year? And with a sail warship? Has something happened?" If he hadn't used his alchemical eyepiece to spot Lame Loud on the deck, the crystal cannons in the harbor would have been activated long ago. "The situation is even more complicated than you might imagine. We need to meet with Master Harelm personally to explain everything," Lame Loud said, his tone grave. Upon hearing Lame Loud's solemn words, Theodore's smile immediately faded, and he furrowed his brows. He spoke, "Master Harelm is not at the academy right now. Let me take you to find him." Lame Loud understood the procedure, so before leaving, he instructed all the sailors to remain on the ship and await inspection. As the distance wasn't great, they decided to walk, following Theodore into the city. The inner city of A.K.A. Harbor presented a stark contrast to the imperial territories. The Black Road was clean and smooth, the streets were wide enough to accommodate 3 carriages side by side, and the rows of white-walled, red-roofed buildings were laid out meticulously. Even the trees and flowers by the street were trimmed to perfection, exuding a rich Western classical style. While Johnny and Lame Loud had been to the Wizard's Land before, revisiting it still left them deeply awed. Lynn almost felt like he had time-traveled. If the people of the Sika's Empire were still living in the wicked medieval era, the Wizard's Land had leaped ahead to the 17th or 18th century. "Oh, look over there! Isn't it beautiful?" Walking on a cobblestone path that led further into the city, Theodore pointed to a large fountain and a group of sculptures of various shapes and sizes within the city. He introduced them with a sense of pride. The entire A.K.A. Harbor was designed by Master Raphael. He's the most renowned architect and sculptor in the entire Wizard's Land. He must be a perfectionist. Lynn couldn't help but comment silently. All the buildings in A.K.A. Harbor were perfectly aligned, and there was no discernible difference between the left and right sides of the streets. If there was a decorative flower bed on one side, there would inevitably be an identical one on the other side. However, after experiencing the city's scenery, Lynn understood why most wizards preferred to stay in the Wizard's Land. Anyone who experienced this environment wouldn't want to return to the dirty, disorderly, and foul-smelling Sika's Empire. Along the way, Theodore boasted about everything in A.K.A. Harbor, from the road surfaces to architectural designs, and even the materials used for crafting each sculpture. He enjoyed observing the surprised and awed expressions on the faces of Lynn and his companions. Whenever someone from outside the Wizard's Land arrived here, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of superiority. Lynn surveyed the unique harbor city with great interest, his gaze passing over each building. He had only seen such an ancient architectural style in black and white photos from the database. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. Were there too few people on the streets? After entering the inner city, they encountered no more than 100 people in total. Just as Lynn was contemplating this, a sudden commotion and clamor ahead caught his attention. He looked up to see that the massive square at the city center was already filled with a crowd, and it seemed to be growing by the minute. "Is there some sort of celebration today?" Lynn asked with curiosity. Theodore opened his mouth but hesitated, ultimately shaking his head with a hint of resignation. "Not exactly. It's probably just a farce. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 53, The Girl Who Yearned to Soar. It must be those halflings up to some new antics again, Theodore sighed, leading the way through the dense crowd. Lynn quickly realized the esteemed status of wizards. The crowded harbor residents, upon seeing the emblem on Theodore's chest, spontaneously made way for them. They soon found themselves in the front row, witnessing the scene in the square. On the smooth, paved stone road, there stood a massive flying contraption, about 2 meters tall and with a wingspan of nearly 7 meters. Well, to describe it as a flying contraption might not be entirely accurate. It looked rather rudimentary, like a framework of wood and steel, tightly bound at the joints with leather straps. The frame was covered with a canvas made from camel leather. It appeared like a monstrous creature hovering above the ground, eliciting continuous gasps from the onlookers. "It's enormous!" Johnny gazed in astonishment at the contraption. He couldn't find the words to express his shock. Is this a new alchemical invention of the wizards in this land? Of course not. Theodore slapped his forehead, turning his head away, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of outsiders. Lynn, on the other hand, found it quite intriguing. He hadn't expected to witness such a peculiar sight right after arriving at A.K.A. harbor. Was this a test flight? Lynn immediately noticed the propellers hanging from the double wings. However, if it relied solely on steam for power, the results could be questionable. Despite his doubts, Lynn kept his eyes fixed on the contraption. Every human attempt at flight was worth celebrating, especially in a world where magic existed. Nothing was truly impossible here. Hey there! Just as he was thinking, Lynn saw a petite figure nimbly climbing to the top of the contraption. She secured the final connection point with leather straps and then settled inside the cockpit. She looked no more than 8 or 9 years old, wearing a dirty, dust-covered, yet exquisite short robe. Her hair was windswept and disheveled, her face smeared with dusty grime. She had rolled up her sleeves and pants, and she wore oversized wind goggles on her head. Her entire presence exuded vitality and determination. She's so young. Why did they choose a child to operate this contraption? Lynn asked in amazement. No, you've got it wrong. Lydia is a halfling, and in fact, she's already 16 this year, Theodore explained. Is that so? Lynn took a closer look and noticed the slight pointiness of the girl's ears, as well as her unique eye color and hair. It was often challenging to distinguish between halflings and ordinary humans during their early years. Coupled with her youthful appearance, Lynn hadn't recognized her. Lydia, maybe we should reconsider. In the square, a few halflings were gathered around the contraption, conducting final checks. An elderly halfling placed his hands on the body of the contraption and gave it a few strong shakes, seemingly testing its sturdiness. Of course, if it were to fall apart, that would be even better. This way, the other side would have to give up this impractical fantasy. Don't worry, Uncle Darren. This time, I've prepared for everything, and I'm sure it will work. The girl named Lydia brushed off the other's teasing hands, tugged on her wind goggles, and placed her hands on the controls. She exuded confidence. All right, I'm taking off now. Everyone, please clear the area. But you said the same thing last time. The group of halflings silently commented in their hearts. Nevertheless, they moved aside. They felt quite embarrassed to be gathered here and were afraid of the impending embarrassment. Moreover, the wizard nobles, though not vocal about it, definitely had reservations about the chaos caused by the halflings occupying the city square. Vroom, vroom. Accompanied by puffs of smoke continuously billowing from above the contraption, the steam-powered contraption's side propellers started spinning. Once everyone in front made way, Lydia pulled the lever, using the straight street as her runway. The massive contraption charged straight ahead. Can this thing really fly? Johnny was immensely curious. She could see that this contraption was designed for ascending, resembling an extremely large bird. It should be able to, but most likely, it can only fly a little. Lynn hadn't sensed any magical energy fluctuations throughout, so he had an idea of what the outcome would be. Johnny, on the other hand, was puzzled. What did he mean by it can only fly a little? Theodore, however, shook his head. He believed this contraption couldn't fly at all. Independent flight was a privilege of high-ranking wizards. Other than the Griffin Knights trained by the Seeka's Empire, no one else could freely soar in the sky. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the contraption picked up speed and charged across the city square. On the opposite street, there was a large, sloping structure to provide the necessary height. Lydia was tense, her pupils fixed firmly on the path ahead. When the contraption reached the top of the slope, the girl pressed the controls hard, causing the contraption's massive wings to shudder abruptly. With the last burst of lift, it soared over the slope. It actually took off. Theodore was in complete disarray, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. The common folk who were also watching were equally astounded. My goodness, she did it! She truly deserves to be called Lydia the Artisan. She's amazing. I've even bought some of the little gadgets she made, and they're just as magical as the wizard's tools. She's definitely going to pass the selection this year. The halflings below were ecstatic, dancing and cheering. Lydia is the pride of the halflings. She's sure to become the first halfling wizard. However, their celebration was premature. Once the contraption ascended with the assistance of the thrust, numerous issues were exposed simultaneously. Lydia was happily adjusting her course, planning to fly around A.K.A. harbor. But within a few seconds, she realized her contraption was losing balance and descending rapidly. In a panic, Lydia pulled on the lever, trying to control the wings' oscillations and imitate the way birds provide lift. Unfortunately, her efforts only made things worse. The contraption's flight path immediately became erratic, like a young dragon hit by a spell, spiraling down from the sky. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 54, The Great Wizard Hurlroom. I knew it would be like this. Theodore breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the flying contraption descend from the sky. Then, he quietly muttered, Master Hurlroom should not have indulged her so much. Lynn gazed at the sky, the massive flying machine swaying in mid-air, heading straight for the square. However, the crowd gathered in the square didn't appear alarmed. Lynn abandoned the idea of intervening. It seemed there were specialists on hand to handle this situation. As expected, just as the flying machine was about to crash, several wizards in the square acted swiftly, casting levitation spells simultaneously, guiding the contraption to land gently in the center of the square. However, the battered wings had already fallen apart, and the camel leather covering them had been blown away by the wind. It seems like it can only fly a little bit. Johnny watched the ascent and descent of the flying machine and then turned to Lynn, quite curious about how he knew so much. Relying solely on steam for power is insufficient to sustain flight, and the design of the entire apparatus doesn't quite adhere to aerodynamics. A crash was inevitable, Lynn explained with a shake of his head. He could easily spot the problems with this flying contraption. But Lydia, the young half-human girl responsible for creating this flying machine from such basic materials and getting it to function, was undoubtedly an engineering genius. Imitating the wing flaps of birds to generate lift was a good idea, but it was too simplistic, lacking a deep understanding of the underlying principles. In summary, history had proven that steam-powered aircraft had no future. They lacked the power to fly high or far. So, are you suggesting that with a different power source and a redesign, this, flying machine could soar in the sky without relying on magical energy? Johnny asked as they discussed it. As they spoke, a gentle voice sounded behind them. Lynn turned to see an elderly man in a black robe with a round-topped hat, appearing to be around 60 or 70 years old. His neatly trimmed beard and the mysterious gleam in his eyes gave him an air of wisdom. Theodore quickly bowed. Master Hurlram. The newcomer was Hurlram, the figure who controlled the port of Iida. As a highly respected Grand Wizard, his attire was surprisingly plain, to the point that the townsfolk of the port couldn't recognize him immediately. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Excellency Hurlram," Lynn said, bowing in accordance with the local customs to show respect for the Grand Wizard. He then didn't directly answer Hurlram's question but instead replied with a question of his own. "Alchemy ships that use steam as their power source and don't rely on magic can sail on the sea, right? Why can't the same principle apply to flying?" Hurlram raised an eyebrow, finding the question intriguing, while Theodore couldn't wait to interject. "Who told you those alchemy ships have nothing to do with magic? It seems your knowledge of alchemy is quite lacking." As he spoke, Theodore explained the two methods of operating alchemy ships. Either a trained wizard controlled the alchemical machinery, or magic stones were used as a power source to activate the corresponding alchemical array. So, they used magic to produce steam, Lynn thought with embarrassment. He hadn't realized that these alchemy ships weren't coal-powered. Was this what they called the legendary 100-kilometer journey consuming one wizard's magic power? Hurlram cast an unexpected glance at Lynn. Over 20 years ago, when steam engines were first invented, they indeed didn't require any magic. It was only later that magic stones were used as a more convenient power source. In fact, the steam engine installed on the flying machine by Lydia didn't use any magic. However, within the port of Iida, few of the younger generation of wizards were willing to delve into the fundamental principles of these alchemical formulas. Master Hurlram. Lydia, with the help of some halflings, had managed to free herself from the cramped cockpit. Her robe sleeve had torn open, but the girl didn't seem to mind. She hurriedly ran up to Hurlram, excitedly inquiring. "Did I succeed? I really flew just now, didn't you see? Can't really call that a success, it was more like..." Hurlram paused for a moment and playfully repeated Lynn's words, "A little flight." Lydia's face immediately fell, like a defeated ostrich, but she quickly pointed out that she had made significant progress this time. With a few more adjustments, she was confident that the contraption would fly successfully. Hurlram patiently listened to Lydia's account and complaints before turning to Lynn and the others. "It seems like you have something to discuss with me. How about this, Theodore, take the guests to the academy for now, and I'll join you shortly." Theodore nodded. This wasn't the right place for a conversation. However, before he could leave, Hurlram's voice rang out once more. "Furthermore, Theodore, if you have any grievances against me, don't hesitate to speak to me directly." Evidently, Hurlram had not only heard Lynn's evaluation of the flying machine but also his complaints. "No, Master. What I meant was that Lydia conducting flying experiments in the square is quite dangerous. In case of an accident, it might harm the townsfolk, and..." "And..." Theodore's expression suddenly froze, and he hurriedly explained. Hurlram, however, waved a hand and cut him off. "All right, I understand your point. Next time, I'll set up a magical barrier. Your concerns are not entirely without merit." With the flying machine crashing to the ground, the spectacle on the square came to an end, and the townsfolk, having satisfied their curiosity, gradually dispersed amidst chatter and gossip. Theodore, looking somewhat dejected, led the group to the nearby Iida School of Magic. It was a massive complex towering in the city's center, with tall spires, thick black walls, and the most prominent feature, even visible from outside the port, the Tower of Whispers. In Iida Port, is it this difficult for everyone to become an apprentice wizard? Lynn couldn't help but ask as they entered the school. He had heard that a girl named Lydia needed to complete this experiment to qualify for admission to the Magic Academy, and it seemed exceedingly challenging. Could it be that everyone had to go through such trouble to enroll? "No, that's just a test designed specifically for Lydia," Theodore explained. "In truth, Master Hurlram means well. These halflings don't possess any magical talents, and letting her into the academy would be a complete waste of time. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 55, My name is Lynn, I'm a scholar. Theodore seemed to have an extraordinary desire to perform, and when he saw the interest of Lynn and the others, he began to complain. In recent years, Lydia had become a well-known figure in the entire port of Iida. The small halfling was very enthusiastic about researching some strange and unusual things. For example, last year, she imitated the spiral propellers on alchemical ships and created a small contraption called the fan. It could be powered by alchemical steam devices and provided a cool breeze, which was quite effective on hot summer days. But who would put such a large and expensive alchemical machine in their home just to have a breeze? For wizards, casting a wind-controlling spell was much more convenient. Of course, it could also be operated manually, so there were some townsfolk who pursued novelty and were willing to buy these gadgets. This was also the source of funds for Lydia's flying devices. With Lydia's talent, she could join any alchemy workshop as an assistant and receive good treatment, but she insists on becoming a wizard. It's like asking for trouble. Theodore shook his head. Even he had to admit that this halfling girl had many ingenious ideas, but in the land of wizards, no halfling had ever successfully become a wizard. Listening to Theodore's account, Lynn vaguely understood why the tech tree in the land of wizards was so chaotic. It was because magic was just too convenient, and many things weren't impossible to make, wizards just didn't need them. As they walked into the front hall of the academy, there were apprentices dressed modestly bowing to Theodore along the way. These apprentices varied in age, with the youngest looking around 11 or 12 years old and the oldest not exceeding 30. Those over this age who had not become official wizards were considered to have no talent and were therefore expelled from the academy. Here we are. Please wait for a moment. I will inform the other mentors of the academy. Theodore arranged them in a large lounge and had his apprentice bring tea. Then he quickly left. Lynn sat down at the back, and on the mahogany table in front of him, there were several scattered magic books, presumably left behind by a wizard who hadn't had time to take them away. Besides that, there were some sheets of paper thrown carelessly to the side. Out of curiosity, Lynn opened one of the folded pages and discovered that it was actually a newspaper called Magic Weekly. He didn't expect that even in the land of wizards, they had these. The front page contained some interesting stories from the land of wizards, while the back had the latest theories about magic, with the author's name written below. Is the magical reaction of electricity and magnetism consistent? 24 basic elemental experiments, causa and force, the power that supports the world, the relationship between the movement of objects and gravity. Lynn flipped through Magic Weekly and soon became immersed in it. The unique perspective of analyzing the world through magic made him find it fascinating. On the other hand, Johnny sat upright, extremely nervous, unlike Lynn, who seemed at ease. Before long, the sound of the door opening again, and Heel Ram, whom they had met earlier, entered with several mentors from the academy. After sitting in the main seat, Heel Ram didn't beat around the bush and looked at Loud, asking directly, Theodore said you have something very important to report to me personally. Has something serious happened in the port town? It's probably even more serious than you can imagine. The entire port town's harbor has been completely destroyed, and even the ship gang has been wiped out, Loud said cautiously. Before he could finish speaking, a hoarse voice interrupted. Could it be that the ship gang made a mistake while transporting goods and got caught by the church? The one who spoke was Kevin, the professor of morphology at the Iida Academy of Magic. He looked to be around 40, with a tall and slender figure, wearing a grey robe with a shiny emblem on his chest. The emblem bore 3 mysterious strip-like patterns, the symbol of a third-ring wizard. Loud quickly shook his head. He didn't want to shoulder the blame for this. He hurriedly explained. But from his perspective, the information he had was very limited. He only knew the beginning of everything, where Archbishop Onlook caught Korra, who was attempting to abduct the Duke's daughter within the Nordland territories, and then the pursuit led to the port town. I knew that Korra would get into trouble. We shouldn't have let him leave the land of the wizards in the first place, complained Philip, the elemental studies professor, unhappily. He, of course, knew Korra. Before leaving the land of wizards a few years ago, Korra had been holding the position of a professor of Phoenix at the Iida Academy of Magic, and he had made significant contributions in elemental, alchemical, and shape-shifting magic. If he had continued to dedicate himself to magic research, he might have reached the rank of a grand wizard in the future. However, just a few years ago, this guy went crazy and left everything behind to navigate the Misty Sea and head to the Seeka's Empire. It was a completely insane decision. Compared to the comfortable life and the freedom to study magic in the land of the wizards, the Empire was a completely different extreme. People there lived in squalid wooden houses, endured the oppressive rule of the church, and had no knowledge of even the basics of elemental magic. Philip was about to say more when his colleague pulled him back. It should be noted that Korra's journey to the Seeka's Empire was approved by Master Heel Ram. Despite the frequent interruptions from the wizard elders, Loud dared not voice any objections. In the moments when no one was speaking, he recounted the whole story without hiding any details. When the professors heard about Lynn using an immensely powerful spell to kill a high bishop, annihilate 3,000 heavily armored elite guards, and even level half a city, they couldn't help but wear expressions of disbelief. Even Heel Ram was moved. Theodore even began to suspect whether Loud had messed things up on his own and then, in collaboration with this wizard named Lynn, concocted a random reason to cover up his mistakes. With various thoughts in mind, all the wizards present involuntarily turned their gaze toward the two individuals who hadn't spoken yet. Johnny and the others were familiar with Korra. 4 years ago, when Korra returned to the land of the wizards, Johnny also followed him. But as for Lynn and the others, they had no impression of them. Just a moment ago, we didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves. I'm Lynn, a scholar from the Society of Mystical Arts within the Seeka's Empire's territories, and I'm also Korra's friend. Under the scrutiny of everyone, Lynn put down the Magic Weekly in his hand and spoke naturally. This was the identity they had discussed with Johnny on the airship. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 56, To be frank, the magic theories in the wizard's land are outdated. Korra's good friend, a scholar of the Society of Mystical Arts, an official wizard. These were the three identities that Lynn had bestowed upon himself, capable of making most potential troubles vanish into thin air. To uncover these lies would not be easy. For the people of the wizard's land, Korra's experiences in the Seeka's Empire were a complete blank, even though they could communicate through magic. It was plausible to say that they had only recently met. Anyway, Korra's mentor had already been taken to the holy city by the church. By calculating the time, it was hard to say if he would survive the ordeal, but one thing was certain: he couldn't escape to correct Korra's words. The only one who knew the truth was Johnny, whose life Lynn had saved twice. They had a bond forged through life and death, and more importantly, they were now inextricably linked. Even if it was to avoid being held accountable, Johnny had no choice but to remain silent. As long as he could solidify his identity during this time, who would believe the words of a wizard's apprentice? Sometimes, the truth was less believable than lies. No one would believe that someone who had only been studying magic for less than half a year could kill a grand archbishop, destroy half a seaside town, and possess extensive knowledge. After Lynn's brief introduction, the professors present exchanged glances. Theodore was the first to speak, questioning, "You're not a grand wizard, are you?" In Theodore's mind, the kind of magic that could cause such widespread destruction was at least high-circle magic, something only grand wizards could perform. Yet Lynn appeared much too young, probably around 20. This seemed quite unreasonable. The most talented wizards in the wizard's land, like the Star of Magic, August, had become grand wizards at the age of 24, and he was considered the hope of the entire wizarding world, the most likely candidate to reach the realm of legendary wizards. Theodore couldn't believe that this newcomer, whose origins were unknown, possessed greater talent than the star of magic. "I'm certainly not a grand wizard. Destroying the seaside town was just a stroke of luck, and it was also thanks to the assistance of Lame Loud," Lynn explained casually. "Luck?" Theodore was momentarily stunned, remembering that Lynn had ordered Lame Loud to collect a lot of basic materials before the conflict with the church broke out completely. Was it the influence of a powerful alchemical array? The professors from the various academies racked their brains but couldn't think of any powerful alchemical array that required such basic materials. They turned their gazes to Grand Wizard Hurlrum. He pondered for a moment before speaking. "I heard a few years ago that the alchemists in the wizard's city discovered a unique alchemical formula that didn't even require the use of magic. With a sufficient quantity, the resulting power could rival some high-level magic." Lynn's face revealed a slight hint of surprise. Had the alchemists of the wizard's city actually stumbled upon gunpowder technology? It wasn't surprising when you thought about it. After all, black powder wasn't something particularly advanced, having been discovered in the late 9th century in his previous life. Its power was also fairly average. Back in the seaside town, the key was the sheer quantity, coupled with Lynn's addition of white phosphorus to enhance its strength, resulting in such impressive results. In fact, if time had not been so limited, he would have let the natives experience a true spectacle. After Hurlrum's explanation, Theodore and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be some sort of alchemical product that required employing thousands of people and several days of preparation to unleash its power. This thing could only serve as a trap and certainly wouldn't be used in battle. Regardless of what the academy professors thought, Lynn continued his narration. Korra's journey to the capital of the Northern Dominion was, in fact, to meet another scholar from the Society of Mystical Arts to discuss a very important magical theory. As for the abduction, as for the apprenticeship, it was merely a cover. Unexpectedly, the church personnel still caught wind of it. Just before departing, Korra implored me to compile a manuscript from the Society of Mystical Arts. He had foreseen that this meeting might not be as easy as it seemed. If he couldn't return this time, he asked me to do whatever it took to get these precious manuscripts to Iida Harbor. At this point, Lynn sighed with regret and looked at the academy professors around him. Speaking in a subdued tone, Korra told me that the wizard's land is too closed off, with many magical theories that are likely outdated. These new ideas might bring a revolution to the wizard's land. Absurd! How dare he say such things? Kevin stood up immediately, his eyes wide, practically ready to vent his frustrations. What place was the wizard's land? It was the birthplace of countless top academies. It was the center of magical development and the sanctuary of wizards. They had spent hundreds of years transforming this once barren island into a paradise of magic. Here, every wizard was dedicated to the pursuit of truth, and nearly every week, new elements or magical theories were discovered. Now, the other side dared to claim that their magical sanctuary had become obsolete, falling behind the times. This was simply absurd. Korra must have been away from the wizard's land for too long and doesn't understand today's magical theories well enough, Kevin sneered. He believed Korra's thinking was stuck in the time of his first journey to the Seeka's Empire, and that's why he was so amazed by one or two novel theories. Little did he know that in the years since, the Grand Wizards and Legendary Wizards had developed enough magical theories to fill an entire bookshelf. The other professors chimed in, all accusing Korra of speaking nonsense and tarnishing the reputation of the wizard's land. Lynn didn't offer much explanation and instead placed the prepared research manuscripts on the table. Kevin was the first to pick up a manuscript. He wanted to see exactly what kind of novel theory could make Korra entertain such unrealistic thoughts. Free fall law? Kinetic energy formula? Ha, I knew it. Korra must not have read Master Yad's magic book while at the Iida Academy. Over 200 years ago, he proposed that the velocity of an object in free fall is directly proportional to its weight, which is the basis of the gravity formula. Kevin had just flipped to the first page, read the title, and couldn't help shaking his head with a sigh. But after carefully reading the content for a moment, he froze in place. Because the free fall law in the manuscript was completely contrary to Master Yad's theory. The author believed that when two objects of different weights were in free fall, their acceleration would be the same, and they would hit the ground simultaneously. Absurd, truly absurd. Theodore couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did that mean if you threw Mount Cogger into the air along with a pebble, they would both hit the ground at the same time? It was too ridiculous. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 57, The water globe in my hand is this vast continent. Theodore's irritable words immediately captured everyone's attention. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Theodore didn't say much. He simply handed over the so-called research manuscript, and Kevin and the others took it and began to read, their faces contorted with mocking expressions. When this manuscript reached the hands of Hurlram, the Grand Wizard, he didn't laugh. He discovered something mentioned in the manuscript, something called air resistance. Lynn took a sip of his tea, not in a hurry to explain, but patiently waiting for the academy professors to finish examining his research material. Although he had limited knowledge of the magic in the wizard lands, Cora had left him with two basic books, Elemental Analysis and Foundations of Universal Magic, and the manuscripts he had written were extensions of existing theories in the wizard lands, easily verifiable. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the dozen or so pages of manuscript were thoroughly examined by the wizards. Given the unreliability of the so-called law of free fall, they only gave the remaining content a cursory look. They were astounded to find an even more outrageous idea in the manuscript. Listen, your name is Lynn, right? I don't know what Cora had in mind when he sent you to bring this absurd manuscript to the wizard lands, but forgive me for saying that the magical theories of the Society of Mystical Arts are full of holes. Kevin tossed the pages in his hand casually onto the table, saying with a hint of frustration. And you even believe that this world is a spherical continent? It's just ridiculous. Why can't this world be spherical? No one has verified it yet. Lynn calmly placed his teacup down. Though he couldn't confirm this due to his lack of abilities to fly into space, the fact that he could stand here already explained many things. For instance, the mass and gravity of the planet beneath his feet were almost identical to Earth, as he felt virtually no difference in gravity. The changing seasons and the movements of the Sun and Moon also served as evidence of planetary rotation and orbit around a star. Moreover, after leaving the Misty Sea, the first thing he saw in the harbor was the spire of the Howling Tower, followed by the tower itself. The most crucial evidence was the star chart. By placing the star in the center, he could construct a perfect model of the celestial system, the most direct proof. If it weren't for the star chart indicating that this star had only 5 orbiting planets, Lynn would have started to suspect if this was another Earth from a parallel world. Because it looked so similar. Since Iida Harbor faces the open sea, I wonder if any of you have ever used far-seeing magic or alchemical spyglasses to observe the sea. If so, you should have noticed that when a sailboat gradually approaches from a distance, you first see the sails and then the hull. As he spoke, Lynn extended his hand, and with the surge of magic, a huge and murky water globe appeared in front of everyone. He then inserted a feathered quill straight into the flow of water. Immediately, the water began to ripple, and the quill rotated from the base to the top. Indeed, the first thing seen was the tip of the quill. The wizards in attendance immediately understood Lynn's point. The massive water globe was akin to the continent beneath their feet, and the quill represented a ship. If the continent were flat, they would see the entire hull as it approached. Only a curved surface would make the sails appear first. It does seem to be the case. Theodore's brow furrowed. Every Monday, he would go to the harbor dock to welcome new arrivals. Sometimes he had to use far-seeing magic, and it was indeed as Lynn described. They always saw the sails on the horizon first. This theory appeared to have some merit, but Theodore felt that something was amiss. That still doesn't prove that this continent is a spherical body, it might be a semicircular one. That makes sense, doesn't it? Another academy professor eagerly retorted, and according to your theory, under the influence of gravity, the sea water above should have flowed down long ago. As he spoke, the academy professor mimicked Lynn, creating a clay sphere to simulate the continent. He then attached a layer of flowing water to its surface. He promptly released the mage's hand, causing the water to flow downwards, forming a puddle on the table. Look, it's like this completely doesn't work. The academy professor proudly exclaimed. Theodore and the others nodded in agreement. Do we even need to determine which side is up? Of course, the sky is above, and the land is below, it's gravity-guided. Theodore furrowed his brow and explained, not understanding why the question seemed so absurd. Is that so? How about this, then? Lynn raised an eyebrow, removed the water globe, and placed his hand on the clay sphere the academy professor had created. He activated the mage's hand, causing the originally soft clay sphere to slowly compress inward until it became a solid sphere. If we consider the force granted by the mage's hand as gravity, for the center of the clay sphere, which side is up, and which side is down? Theodore was left completely baffled. Lynn's metaphor using the clay sphere to represent the continent was straightforward and easily understood, so he naturally grasped it well. However, that understanding was precisely what left him in awe. For the center of a sphere, there was gravity on all sides, so in all directions, there was an up. The down was located at the center of the sphere, which meant the water would naturally adhere to the surface of the sphere. The professors in the room also recognized this point. They engaged in a heated debate. Kevin was entirely unwilling to believe in this so-called theory of a spherical world, insisting that the continent was flat, and the sailboat's far-seeing phenomenon was just a coincidence, not direct evidence. Philip and others, on the other hand, held the opposite view. They believed that Lynn's words might not be entirely without merit. At the very least, it was a plausible theory, worthy of further research and confirmation. As the scholars were about to descend into a heated argument, Theodore turned his gaze to Lynn and asked again, "Are you suggesting that there's a force compressing everything towards the center of this continent? Is that why the water remains on the surface?" Lynn had not yet answered when Hurlram, who had been reviewing the manuscript all this time, finally spoke. "In fact, it should be the opposite. There is some force at the center of the continent that spreads outward in all directions, forming a gravitational field, dragging everything inward. Is that what you're trying to convey, right? Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community." Chapter 58, The Truth Can Withstand Any Form of Examination. "Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Master Hurlram." Lynn nodded, casting a glance at the people present and then rotating the newspaper in front of him, pushing it toward everyone. "Have any of you read this week's Magic Weekly?" Lynn asked. The legendary wizard Harov proposed that gravity might exist widely in any object, not just the land beneath our feet. Lynn couldn't help but feel a bit awed by this. After reading Harov's paper in the Magic Weekly, he realized it was nothing less than the initial concept of universal gravitation. He wondered how far this legendary wizard had already researched, if he had formulated the law of universal gravitation and understood the nature of gravity. Nevertheless, this could serve as evidence for Lynn's theory because, in Harov's paper, gravity was not just a force pulling things downward but something that could affect the surroundings and even warp space. Lord Harov's argument is indeed fascinating and hard to refute, Hurlram pondered. In truth, after reading the manuscript, he was leaning more toward the idea that the flat Earth theory was incorrect. But Hurlram was well aware of how this theory could shake the world's understanding when published in the Magic Weekly. He had to be cautious. "I've reviewed your star charts, and the theories about rotation and revolution are intriguing. Let's do this. I'll share this theory with some accomplished wizards who specialize in gravity research. If they approve, we can publish it in the Magic Weekly without delay, Hurlram said solemnly. That's no problem at all. The truth can withstand any form of examination. Lynn nodded. Everything he had written in his manuscript was purely theoretical, and having professionals confirm it would be the best approach. Let's leave the topic of flat Earth and planet theory here. Hurlram bypassed that subject and produced another manuscript. This free-fall law is also interesting. Can you explain it in detail? If I'm not mistaken, it should be related to gravity. I think conducting an experiment would be the best way to illustrate it. Lynn shrugged. Practical experimentation was the only true test of truth. In that case, according to this law, a feather and this solid Earth sphere should fall at the same rate. Kevin, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, couldn't wait to interject. He acknowledged that the theory of the Society of Mystical Arts about the planet was groundbreaking, but this so-called free-fall law was just nonsense. Kevin directly used Mage's hand to lift the solid Earth sphere from the table and sent the quill into the air in the same way. Then he cancelled the spell, and both objects fell from the same height. In just 2 seconds, the Earth sphere fell heavily to the ground, breaking into pieces, while the feather quill floated down to the ground after more than 10 seconds. Seeing this result, the wizards present all turned to Lynn, their faces displaying a mocking or bemused expression. This is merely the influence of air resistance. Why not try conducting the experiment in a vacuum? Lynn calmly explained. During his time in the mists of the foggy sea over the past half-month, he had already performed a simplified version of the small sphere experiment and wasn't concerned about it failing. Vacuum? The professors from the academies contemplated this new term, and under Lynn's explanation, they quickly grasped its meaning. Hurlram thought for a moment and motioned for everyone to step back, then gently extended his hand and tapped it lightly. Lynn immediately sensed that the elements in front of him were being stripped away at an incredible speed due to some mysterious force. After a moment, a rectangular vacuum field measuring 4 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 7 meters in height appeared before everyone. Witnessing Hurlram create and maintain such a large vacuum field with such ease, Lynn couldn't help but feel amazed. Although he had previously deprived a hunter witch of oxygen in the slums, the fact was that air continued to circulate. What he had created was just a small temporary low-oxygen area. The power of a grand wizard far exceeded that of regular wizards, and this revelation left Lynn surprised. He had only been testing the waters with his previous comments, not expecting Hurlram to achieve this feat so effortlessly. Hurlram retrieved the feather quill and used magic to create a solid iron sphere. He placed both objects within the vacuum field simultaneously. 2 objects with 1,000-fold difference in weight fell at the same rate. At that moment, the expressions of Theodore and the others changed from casual to fearful. Their eyes widened, fixed on the scene, because the feather quill and the solid iron sphere were indeed descending at the same speed. It's true, this is actually real. Philip muttered in amazement. This can't be. Master Hurlram, did you accelerate the feather quill's descent? Kevin suddenly stood up and looked at Hurlram, unable to contain his questions. It was undoubtedly an offensive remark, but Kevin no longer cared. Hurlram didn't pay him any mind and continued the experiment, replacing the iron sphere and feather with other materials like wood, stone, and water droplets. The results were consistently the same. Seeing this, regardless of the professors present and their feelings, they had to admit that the manuscript's law of free fall was indeed a fact. Could Master Yad's theory be completely wrong? Kevin's puzzled expression remained on his face. No, his theory isn't wrong. It's just a different interpretation of air resistance, Lynn explained casually. Master Yad's theory had prevailed and gained the acceptance of most wizards because it explained a portion of natural phenomena. For instance, his teacher, Korra, had based her improvements to the icy blade spell on fluid dynamics knowledge that extended from Yad's theory. While reading the Magic Weekly, Lynn even found wizards who integrated air resistance into the influence of gravity, theorizing that the constant movement of air and elements was also due to gravity's effects. This was undoubtedly a perplexing hypothesis. However, Lynn had no intention of mocking or underestimating the others. The pursuit of truth in the world was always accompanied by countless errors. Throughout history, scholars had often proposed numerous different theories for the same physical phenomena, each of which sounded reasonable and could explain a portion of the phenomena. But with time's accumulation and continued verification, truth always triumphed over error. The reason Lynn could sit here and discuss without arrogance was not because he was smarter than everyone present. It was simply because he stood on the shoulders of giants. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 59, The Forbidden Arcane Magic. The free fall experiment had quickly come to an end. Once Hurlram dispelled the vacuum field, the group of professors finally recovered from their previous astonishment. It seems Cora was right, some of the theories from the wizarding realm are indeed outdated compared to the outside world, Hurlram sighed. Apart from astrophysics and kinetic formulas, Lynn's research notes contained several unverified theories, proven with symbols he couldn't comprehend. These theories were fundamentally different from the existing methods in the wizarding realm. Theodore, Kevin, and the others wore uncomfortable expressions upon hearing this, but they didn't argue. The population of the wizarding realm is still too small, Philip sighed. Despite hundreds of years of development, the sanctuary established by a small group of fugitive wizards had grown into the present-day magical haven. However, even with this growth, the wizarding realm only had a population of around 600,000, with roughly 7,000 official wizards and even fewer grand wizards. Legendary wizards numbered only 7. Outside the wizarding realm, the Singulka's empire had a population of 20 million. Even with the church's constant pursuit and persecution, the number of official wizards was undoubtedly several times higher there. It wasn't impossible for them to have discovered some theories before the wizarding realm. Mr. Lynn, thank you for taking the risk of bringing this precious research manuscript to the wizarding realm. Hurlram paused for a moment and then continued, I have an unusual request. I would like to hire you as a professor at the A.K.A. Academy and establish a separate discipline to teach some of the new knowledge about the Society of Mystical Arts. From the unintelligible symbols in the manuscript, it was clear that the knowledge of the Society of Mystical Arts was systematic and required specialized study to understand the meaning of these symbols. If Lynn agreed, when he published these theories in the future, the A.K.A. Academy would also gain a significant reputation. Faced with Hurlram's olive branch, Lynn's mind raced as he considered the pros and cons. Joining the A.K.A. Academy had many benefits. Firstly, all of his identity issues could be easily resolved, and he would gain a powerful ally. Secondly, he could access the Academy's magical books using his professor's status, which would help fill the gaps in his magical knowledge. On the downside, the A.K.A. Academy wasn't the top institution with legendary wizards. Their resilience in the face of pressure was uncertain. If he proposed more revolutionary theories in the future, Hurlram might not be able to protect him. After careful consideration, Lynn nodded in agreement. Since his arrival at the harbor and his interactions with the Grand Wizard, Hurlram had shown himself to be an open-minded and accommodating individual. He tolerated a group of halflings conducting flight experiments in the square and didn't rush to question Lynn's theories. He appeared to be a suitable collaborator. Reliability was always a top priority, and running into someone like a certain famous inventor who liked to claim the achievements of others would be a disaster. Once Lynn accepted the position as a professor, the atmosphere in the room immediately eased. Even Kevin, who had been the most opposed, no longer opposed the idea. After all, if these theories could be verified, the entire A.K.A. Academy would benefit from it. As for the explosion in the harbor town and the destruction of vital transportation routes, no one mentioned it anymore. Even if they wanted to assign blame, they didn't know who should be held responsible. Blame Lynn? That was absurd. He risked capture by the church as a close friend of Korra's, and he worked tirelessly to bring back the newfound knowledge of the Society of Mystical Arts along with Korra's apprentice. It wouldn't be fair to place the blame on him. No, instead, the entire Iida Academy owed him a favor. Johnny and Loud, one an apprentice wizard who knew nothing and the other, a wizard who had been working in the Nordland region for decades without making significant contributions. It wasn't easy to hold them accountable for the loss of an important transportation route in the wizarding realm. Given these circumstances, they could only reluctantly accept the fact that the wizarding realm had lost a vital trade route. By the way, Master Hurlram, when we clashed with Archbishop Onlook in the harbor town, one of Korra's apprentices suffered magical backlash. I'm not sure if there's a possibility of healing her. Lynn suddenly thought of this and mentioned it. Then let's go have a look. Hurlram stood up, and a few other professors who were equally interested followed him out of the meeting room. 10 minutes later, Lynn and the others returned to the docks. The sailors from the shipmates were still detained here. After Loud reassured the sailors, they all entered the lower deck of the sail warship. A massive ice coffin appeared in front of them, and within it lay a girl of around 13 or 14. She lay silently, her complexion as pale as paper, her eyes tightly shut, making it hard to determine whether she was in a coma or had already passed away. Is her body being kept at the minimum functioning level through freezing? Kevin, the professor of plastic arts, nodded, thinking there might still be a chance to save her. However, after melting the ice and conducting a thorough examination, Kevin became uncertain. There don't seem to be any major physical injuries. It appears she's been severely traumatized mentally. Can you tell me what magic she was using when the backlash occurred? It was the soul's scream, Lynn explained. She's a soul mage. Philip's eyebrows immediately furrowed, and he asked abruptly. What's wrong with that? Lynn asked, puzzled. It's not that there's anything wrong, but there are no active soul mages left in Iida Harbor now. Philip sighed and went on to explain. 3 years ago, a catastrophic event occurred in the wizarding realm. The Soul Mage School founded by the Grand Wizard Mok had, during a particular soul magic experiment, led to the death of thousands in an entire village. This event outraged the entire Wizard Council. After dispatching 3 Grand Wizards to directly obliterate the school, they suddenly banned the various schools from privately researching soul magic. As for those soul mages recorded in the register, they had to join the newly established Soul Mage Academy in the Wizard City to undergo appropriate supervision if they wished to continue studying magic. There are rumors that those dark mages discovered a forbidden soul magic, but only the legendary wizards might know the specifics. Philip said helplessly. As a result, after Korra's departure, the Iida Academy hadn't recruited another soul magic professor because it was no longer necessary. Upon hearing this, Lynn was also somewhat shocked. What kind of forbidden magic could make the Wizard Council impose such strict restrictions on an entire school of magic? Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 60, The 3 Elements to Become a Full-Fledged Wizard. Perhaps the only hope for some treatment lies in going to the Wizard City and seeking out those adept in spiritual magic, Philip sighed, warning Lynn not to get his hopes up. Though the girl's body remained frozen, showing no signs of change, it had been over half a month now, and her soul likely had already dissipated. Hearing Philip's words, Lynn couldn't help but feel disappointed. He didn't have a deep connection with Dove, but she had used her soul shriek to aid him in his battle against Archbishop Onlook. Therefore, he was determined to do everything in his power to save her. Let's freeze her once more. I happen to know a master of spiritual magic. Perhaps he can be of some help, if he's not too busy, Hurlram suddenly spoke up. Kevin, Philip, and the others looked at Hurlram with surprise. They thought it was quite an extravagant move to involve a master of spiritual magic to treat a wizard apprentice who was most likely already dead. Only Orlando's face displayed a hint of resignation. He had expected this turn of events. Thank you very much, Master Hurlram. Johnny expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Lynn, too, expressed his appreciation, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Following Hurlram's suggestion, Dove, now refrozen, was transferred to the infirmary of the A.K.A. Academy. Lynn and Johnny were each led to their respective accommodations within the academy. Professor Lynn, this will be your residence from now on. Theodore led Lynn into a room. Upon entering, Lynn couldn't help but survey the surroundings. The entire room appeared quite spacious, serving not only as a simple bedroom but also equipped with a small alchemy workstation and containers for herb grinding. The room had a well-stocked bookshelf, a comfortable bed, and a desk with chairs. In these times, it could be considered luxurious. This is the life people should be living. Lynn sighed inwardly. In contrast, during his time hiding from the church within the Sika's empire, he slept on wooden boards covered with straw, struggling to swallow coarse, black bread. He had lived like a refugee. Indeed, taking the risk to come to the land of the wizards had been an incredibly wise decision. If there is anything missing, you can request it from Master Hurlram. Theodore added, although it's best if it's related to your studies. Understood, I'll remember that. If there's a need, Lynn nodded. He wouldn't let a chance for freebies slip through his fingers. By the way, Mr. Theodore, can I continue using Sika's empire's currency here? Lynn inquired further. Theodore shook his head. Of course not. However, you can visit the currency exchange in the harbor and convert these gold coins into the local currency. The exchange rate is roughly 2 Sika's gold coins for 1 magic gold coin. Furthermore, as an instructor at the academy, at the beginning of each month, you can receive a basic salary of 3 magic gold coins and a variable amount of research funding, depending on the number of students taking your elective courses. Theodore explained the professor's salary, the currency exchange process, and the magic currency system in the land of the wizards. Seeing that Lynn had no further questions, he bid his farewell. The moment the door was fully closed, Lynn's calm expression came to a halt, replaced by a hint of anxiety as he took a seat in the nearby chair. Telling lies to a powerful wizard like Theodore was something he couldn't do without worrying. Every lie had the potential to be exposed, and if it weren't for the significant commotion they had caused in the harbor town, Lynn would never have come up with this idea. Luckily, the outcome was as he had expected. The most challenging part was now over, and their situation was even better than he had anticipated. They not only escaped punishment but also received a certain level of favor. Now, the most important task was to patch up the last loophole and become a full-fledged wizard. Lynn tapped his index finger lightly on the chair's armrest, continuously contemplating. Earlier, when Theodore explained the responsibilities of a professor, he also provided details about the admission and promotion methods in this harbor city. Generally, every year at the beginning of the year, children aged 12 in the city were given a chance to test their magical talents. If they passed, they would pay a tuition fee to A.K.A. Academy and become honorable wizard apprentices. After several years of study, when their magical power growth stagnated, they would break through the final bottleneck by consuming a potion known as the Source of Magic. This magic potion wasn't easy to obtain and was typically distributed directly by the wizard's city. According to the rules of A.K.A. Academy, apprentices needed to complete 1 or 2 courses and gain the recognition and recommendation of the Academy's professors to proceed. Lynn could see that this was a scheme by the various colleges and even the Wizard Council to monopolize the rights of commoners to become wizards. Of course, on the surface, the Wizard Council provided a noble reason for this, preventing apprentices with ill intentions from gaining access to more powerful magic. Now, with his newfound status as a professor, Lynn theoretically possessed the authority to apply for the promotion potion from the council on behalf of an apprentice. However, doing so would require him to secretly retain a bottle of the Source of Magic. Not only would he have to navigate the official process, but he would also face the risk of being reported. The second channel was to bypass the Academy and the Wizard Council to acquire the potion through other means, such as purchasing it from the black market. Where there is demand, there will always be trade. The question is whether the price is right. Since the source of magic was a type of magic potion, there must be alchemists who knew how to make it. If Lynn could somehow obtain the formula for this magic potion and create it himself, that would be the safest approach. With these thoughts in mind, Lynn collected his scattered ideas and began his daily meditation, where the boundless sea of elements once again appeared before him. Regardless, until he obtained the promotion potion, he needed to ensure that his magical power and mental strength reached their peak. His original body, Carl, had only been a regular apprentice, with around 6 months of experience with magic. Fortunately, during the crossover, his soul's fusion had provided him with a substantial increase in mental strength. His capacity for magic had also grown significantly. Following the marginal growth theory in basic magic principles, he was likely only 2 to 3 months away from reaching that bottleneck. The 3 crucial elements hindering his journey to becoming a full-fledged wizard were the required funds to purchase the source of magic, the necessary information about the magic potion, and the time needed to grow his magical power. Hello there! We've just hit the fantastic milestone of 50 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 61, The Study of Arcane Mathematics. The next morning, after a night of meditation, Lynn got up and, following a quick wash, headed out. He coincidentally bumped into Professor Philip, an elemental studies expert, who was also leaving his residence. "Professor Lynn, did you have a good rest last night?" Philip greeted with a smile. "Quite well, the conditions here are much more comfortable than within the Circast Empire," Lynn replied, his face carrying a hint of a smile. From today onward, he wouldn't have to worry about the threat of the church constantly. "That's for sure. I heard that even the commoners there live in houses made of thatch and stone bricks, is that true?" Philip asked with great curiosity. For Philip, who hailed from the land of wizards, his knowledge of the Circast Empire came solely from rumors. Every Monday, he liked to visit the tavern by the docks and listen to the sailors share tales of the outside world. "As far as the commoners are concerned, that's accurate, but the nobles and priests there live very luxurious lives as well," Lynn explained, knowing Philip was interested. He briefly talked about the structure of the empire and the church based on the memories of his original self, Carl. "Since you've crossed paths with the Archbishop, do you know how these people use divine magic? Do they also need to study elemental magic, shaping, or alchemy?" Philip inquired again. "I don't think so," Lynn shook his head. Based on the priest selection process in the Nordland territory, clergy only needed to have faith and be able to fight. This had always been a question he couldn't quite grasp. Was there a way to obtain power other than seeking the truth? Philip didn't delve too deep into this issue. After satisfying his curiosity, he began introducing Lynn to the various areas of A.K.A. Academy. A.K.A. Academy covered an area of more than 20,000 square meters. The iconic Screaming Tower stood in the center of the academy, while behind it were the residences of the students and professors. The magical library and combat training grounds were located on the right side of the academy, with the remaining space dedicated to teaching areas for each of the 4 major disciplines: elemental studies, shaping, alchemy, and potion making. Apart from these, some elite academies in the Wizard City also offered special courses like prophecy and force fields. There used to be psychic studies as well, but it's been abandoned. That place will also be where you teach in the future, Philip pointed to an independent building next to the Screaming Tower. The Psychic Studies Academy seemed somewhat ominous, covered in thick, grey walls and overrun with moss, likely due to years of neglect. "I'll have a few fairies come clean this place up later. It should be usable by the afternoon. Those psychic wizards are always acting a bit strange. I say it's a good thing that the council got rid of them," Philip commented, somewhat gleefully. He then proceeded to outline the schedule of Lynn's classes. As a professor, Lynn had the freedom to arrange his own teaching hours, but it was best to keep them consistent and not clash with the schedules of other professors. Otherwise, the apprentices would have to choose between classes. However, as soon as Philip finished explaining the timetable for the existing 4 courses, Lynn realized that everything Philip had said earlier was basically meaningless. Nearly every day was filled with various courses, and his new course would undoubtedly have to compete for time with the other disciplines. Elemental Studies is the most popular subject in A.K.A. Academy. It usually runs from 10 to 12 in the morning and from 7 to 9 in the evening, Philip kindly reminded, making it clear that those times were not up for grabs, and there wouldn't be many students attending Lynn's new class. Lynn nodded without expressing his opinion, and Philip asked again, "Have you already thought of a name for the new discipline? How about arcane mathematics?" Lynn pondered. Since accepting the position as a professor, Lynn had been contemplating what he should teach. It was clear that regular magic was not an option. So far, he had mastered less than 10 types of magic, and maybe even fewer than some of the students. Teaching them would likely be laughable, unless he was willing to reveal the method for creating white phosphorus, but that was one of his rare hidden cards. Lynn had no intention of spreading that knowledge, so he had to resort to the subjects from his previous life. Subjects like language, geography, and biology were influenced by the world and weren't suitable for teaching. Chemistry was a viable choice, but it conflicted with the field of elemental studies. He didn't want to challenge Philip right after arriving. That would be unfair, and there might be some novel elements in this new world that he was unaware of, so it was better not to teach it haphazardly. Physics? He could scribble down a formula casually, but the other person would need to understand those mathematical symbols. The only sensible choice was mathematics. In this world, circles were still circles, squares were still squares, and the basic rules of arithmetic were undoubtedly universal. Mathematics was the foundation of all science and technology, the most critical tool for humans to understand and transform the world. It could be said that the majority of scientific theories could be expressed using mathematical formulas. This subject always remained at the forefront of the era. Many cutting-edge research results were deduced entirely through mathematics. Magical theories were probably no exception. For instance, the Hurlram formula he used to learn magic missile and Cora's research in fluid mechanics both involved a significant amount of mathematical calculations. It was clear that wizards had been studying mathematics for a long time, but it had not yet developed into a distinct discipline. The reason was simple: wizards couldn't directly gain power from mathematics, they could only benefit indirectly by applying it to a certain type of magic. This led to all mathematical formulas being taught in conjunction with various disciplines, and sometimes, even the methods and symbols couldn't be standardized. After Lynn briefly described the meaning of arcane mathematics, Philip's expression became somewhat strange. He had thought Lynn would focus on teaching the intriguing theories from the Society of Mystical Arts, but he was surprised to find out it would be basic mathematical operations. Would students really be interested in learning this stuff? Philip opened his mouth as if to say something but hesitated. He had a feeling that if Lynn only taught these simple concepts, he might not attract a single apprentice. However, each professor had the freedom to choose what they taught, and Philip couldn't offer any advice. He decided that when it came time for the lesson, he would gently introduce the new course to the students to avoid the awkward situation of Lynn teaching to an empty room. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 62, Currency Exchange and the First Lesson. This is the currency exchange. On the west side of A.K.A. Harbor, Philip led Lynn into a brightly lit and luxuriously decorated shop. The floor was made of pure white marble, smooth as a mirror. 2 imposing griffin skulls hung on the walls, their sharp eagle eyes watching every customer who entered or exited. In the center of the hall, a large bioluminescent mushroom lamp glowed brightly. These unique magic plants that emitted their own light were usually found only in the darkest caves, inhabited by filthy and dangerous creatures like rodents and ghouls. They usually cost between 12 to 30 magic gold coins. In addition to currency exchange, you can also store any extra coins here. Just present your voucher, and you can exchange it for the corresponding magic gold coins in any wizard city, but you'll have to pay an additional storage fee, Philip continued. This was essentially a bank, except that here, you didn't earn any interest on your savings and had to pay extra fees. In that sense, it was quite similar to a moneylender. As Lynn thought about this, he quickly noticed that the exchange house was particularly bustling today. Over 100 people were scattered around the hall, seemingly arguing about something. And to his surprise, he recognized some of these people. They were Lame Loud and his sailors. Take your trash somewhere else. We don't accept black ore or copper coins here. A middle-aged man in a grey robe with a copper badge on his chest shouted impatiently at Lame Loud and his crew. When he saw Philip enter, his expression immediately changed, and he put on a friendly smile, pushing aside a few sailors blocking his way. Ah! Professor Philip, it's a rare sight. What brings you here today? He greeted enthusiastically. It's been a while, Albert. It looks like you've found a good job after graduating, Philip replied, introducing the two. Albert, a member of the 9th batch of graduates from the A.K.A. Academy, was an official wizard specializing in elemental and shape-shifting magic. And this is the new professor of arcane mathematics at A.K.A. Academy, Professor Lynn. Philip pointed to Lynn. Good morning, Professor Lynn. I heard last night in the tavern that you led your crew to victory against the Eye of Death whirlpool in the Misty Sea. It must be some highly advanced magic you used, Albert praised, showing no hint of condescension due to Lynn's young age. Professors at A.K.A. Academy were typically third-tier wizards with deep expertise in a specific field. Being young meant having higher magical potential, making it more likely for someone to become an esteemed grand wizard in the future. Good morning, Mr. Albert. I'm here to exchange some coins, Lynn replied politely. He took out 12 Sekus gold coins, 27 silver coins, and 11 copper coins, which were all the possessions he had, salvaged from the 2 bishops he had killed in Harbor Town. You can't exchange copper coins, can you? Lynn asked, recalling Albert's earlier words, and made to take away the handful of copper coins. Ah, of course, that's not the case. It's just that copper coins are a bit more troublesome to convert, Albert replied somewhat awkwardly, shaking his head. Without waiting for Lynn's response, he used his mage hand to collect the coins, handed them to an assistant, and asked the assistant to provide the corresponding magic gold coins. Albert then went on to explain that these copper coins from the Sekus Empire came in various sizes and had varying copper content. They were obviously privately minted by some imperial nobles, making the conversion process quite complicated. After about 10 seconds, the apprentice assistant returned with a beautifully crafted money bag. Please take this, Professor Lynn, Albert said, handing the money bag to Lynn with a pleasant smile. Lynn opened it and was slightly surprised by the amount inside. It was exactly 12 gold, 27 silver, and 11 copper coins. Wasn't the exchange rate supposed to be 2 to 1? Lynn asked, holding the bag in his hand, puzzled. That's just the manual labor fee, Professor. Since you're a professor at the academy, it wouldn't be appropriate to charge you that, Albert replied, trying to be accommodating. Lynn remained silent and instead picked up one of the magic gold coins to examine it. Compared to the currency from the Sekus Empire, the craftsmanship was much finer. The front bore the symbol, and the back had the unique emblem of the Wizard Council. Furthermore, Lynn could faintly sense a subtle magical fluctuation. This was clearly more than just a recast. Lynn looked at Albert, and unless there was a good reason, he wasn't willing to accept such goodwill for nothing. My son, Ilk, is currently studying magic at A.K.A. Academy. If it's possible, could you please look out for him? Albert asked somewhat hesitantly. I see, Lynn nodded. He then accepted the money bag. Since Albert worked at the exchange house, there might be opportunities to interact with him in the future. Accepting such kindness was sometimes a way to build relationships. If Ilk chooses this course, I'll keep an eye on him. But let me tell you, my arcane mathematics course is quite challenging, Lynn kindly reminded. That's not a problem. My son has never been afraid of difficult tasks, Albert said confidently. That's good. Lynn nodded in relief. Seeing that the conversation between them seemed pleasant, Lame Loud couldn't resist seizing the opportunity and inquired, Mr. Albert, do you think we can exchange these copper coins? Albert waved his hand helplessly. Since Lynn was standing there, he couldn't refuse the request, even though all relevant processing fees must be paid. Under the influence of magic, over 5,000 copper coins were quickly counted, and their copper content was determined roughly. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Loud received 2,000 magic copper coins that had been exchanged. The expressions on the faces of the sailors and shipbuilders were heart-wrenching, as if they were laborers who had received reduced wages after a year of hard work, and they looked pitiful. Thank you, Professor Lin. If we hadn't run into you here, many of our brothers from the ship's gang would be starving and freezing. Loud said gratefully. When they were in Harbor Town, Loud was a prominent figure, but in the land of the wizards, his status and position had plummeted. After losing a large amount of wealth during the Maelstrom incident, Loud knew that they needed a new backer urgently, or the ship's gang of more than 300 people would risk starvation. The sailors from the ship's gang were even worse off, some had only a few dozen copper coins left, and the money exchange refused to convert them. This was why Loud insisted on staying here to negotiate with Albert. No need to thank me, Mr. Albert. You're just following the rules. Lin shook his head, and after a pause, he asked, have you thought about what to do next? Because they had missed the Monday, it was probably impossible to return within a short time. Hurlram probably wouldn't easily let those who had learned about the land of the wizards leave, so they might have to stay here for the rest of their lives. We'll probably look for some transport work next. Loud hesitated, then looked at Lin and tentatively asked, if you have anything for us, please don't hesitate to tell us. If there's an opportunity. Lin neither agreed nor refused and simply replied. He then left the money exchange with Philip. Loud, low-spirited, looked at the flame-shaped mark on the back of his right hand. His thoughts were in turmoil. Earlier on the Misty Sea, he had wanted to subtly remind Lin to remove the magic mark that might threaten his life. However, after the Maelstrom incident, Loud's thoughts had made a 180-degree turn. Without the sea route from Harbor Town to the land of the wizards, the entire ship's gang had lost all its value to the Grand Wizard Hurlram. After losing a large amount of treasure, Loud knew that they urgently needed a new patron, or more than 300 people in the ship's gang might starve to death. And Lin was undoubtedly the best choice. Although they had only been in contact for half a month, the abilities, talents, and methods displayed by Lin had left Loud astonished. Lin had easily discovered him hiding in the shadows and single-handedly wiped out half of Harbor Town. Loud had no doubt that Lin had the potential to become a grand wizard or even a legendary wizard. Now was the time to place a big bet. What Loud didn't expect was that after arriving in the land of the wizards, Lin had joined the Iida Academy directly, becoming an active professor with honor, status, and wealth. It seemed that there was no place for the ship's gang in Lin's plans. Loud felt helpless. It would seem pointless for their 300-plus people to force their way in. They needed a more suitable opportunity to contact Lin. On the other hand, Lin, after returning to his room and changing into a new uniform, was contemplating how to earn more magic gold coins. As a professor at the academy, a monthly salary of 3 gold coins might seem like a lot, but when used for studying magic, it wasn't sufficient, especially for the subjects of alchemy and magical potions. One option was to recruit more apprentices. The more students in the School of Arcane Studies, the more reasons Lin had to request various funds from Hurlram. Then, he could use these funds in a more strategic manner for his research. Another option was to create and sell some novel magical items, but this would require hiring people to do the labor, as it would otherwise consume his time for magical research. The halflings he had met might be a good choice. The flight experiment in the city square was still fresh in his memory. With such basic materials, they had created a steam-powered flying machine. Delia, a gifted engineer, seemed like an excellent fit for his requirements. Recruiting her as his apprentice and assistant shouldn't be too difficult. Although Delia had no magical talent, Hurlram had given her a chance, which indicated her significance. Flying without magic was a simple task for Lynn. He believed that Delia could do it with ease. While contemplating his options, Lynn picked up a quill and began to prepare for his first class in the School of Arcane Studies, which was essential to maintain his status as a professor. If he messed up the first class, it would be a problem. He needed to tackle things one step at a time. The next morning at exactly 8 a.m., when Lynn, wearing a new uniform, returned to the School of Arcane Studies, the place had already been tidied up. The signboards had been replaced with School of Arcane Studies, and it seemed that Philip had already reported his subject to the academy. A group of about 10 little fairies, each about 40 centimeters tall, were using wet cloths to wipe the walls, focused on their task. These little fairies were unlike the beautiful elves in typical fantasy works. They were rather ugly in appearance, with wings resembling those of bats on their backs. Their intelligence was approximately that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, allowing them to follow simple commands guided by magic. As Lynn approached, these small fairies all hid behind the wall, peering at him with their ruby-like eyes, making cooing and yawning sounds. Learning the human language was a difficult task for their limited intelligence. However, Lynn didn't have time to focus on these magical creatures because as soon as he opened the door, dozens of eyes turned their gaze toward him. The spacious classroom was filled with more than 20 wizard apprentices. Since it was a new class and no sorting had been done, students of all age groups were mixed in. Some of them even appeared older than Lynn, including Johnny. Although the number of students attending was not large, Lynn was already satisfied. He had even prepared himself for an empty classroom. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 63, Lynn's Game of Bankruptcy. Good morning, everyone. I am Lynn, the newly appointed Professor of Arcane Mathematics at the A.K.A. School of Magic. Under the watchful, sometimes surprised and skeptical eyes of the students, Lynn stood at the lectern, using his hand as a pen and pure magic as ink, writing his name in the void. The once quiet classroom immediately buzzed with excitement. Professor Lynn, we heard you came from the Misty Sea. Can you tell us what it's like out there? Professor Philip said you think this continent is round. Why don't people fall off the bottom? The young wizard apprentices bombarded him with various questions. Lynn appeared younger than most professors, and as a result, the students weren't as reserved as they would be with other instructors. They were simply curious about the new professor from the Misty Sea. Faced with this barrage of questions, Lynn didn't know where to start. But then Johnny, sitting nearby, asked a crucial question. Professor Lynn, what is arcane mathematics? Lynn breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. Great question. Arcane mathematics is a discipline that studies complex concepts like numbers, structures, changes, and space. You can use it to calculate the circumference of this planet, explore the movements of the stars, analyze cosmic constants. Arcane mathematics encompasses nearly everything you see, making it a crucial tool for understanding the world. As he spoke, Lynn increased his volume using sound wave principles, causing everyone's eardrums to ring and effectively silencing the previously noisy classroom. Every apprentice in the room listened with fascination as Lynn discussed these sophisticated terms. Many of them realized they were in for a special magical class. But after painting this grand picture, Lynn changed his tone and continued, of course, these advanced arcane math concepts are still too distant for you. For now, you must start with the basics of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Isn't that just basic arithmetic? A student at the front couldn't help but interrupt. We've already learned all of that in our foundational classes. Well, are you sure? Lynn asked with a smile, then clapped his hands. With the help of his mage's hand spell, the desks in front of him floated into the air, assembling into a larger table. The quill pens on the lectern dipped themselves in ink and automatically divided the large table into 6 rows and 6 columns, creating a grid of 36 squares. The rules are very simple. Place 1 copper coin in the first square, 2 in the second, 4 in the third, 8 in the fourth, and so on. Lynn surveyed every student in the classroom and continued with a highly enticing tone. If someone can fill these squares with the corresponding coins, I will immediately write an application to the Wizards' Council, stating that they have achieved a perfect score in arcane mathematics and grant them a bottle of the mana source. Professor, is this for real? You're not joking, are you? Another tall and thin apprentice in his 20s, named Pierce, stood up suddenly, brimming with excitement. What is the mana source? It's the most critical item for a wizard apprentice to become a full-fledged wizard, worth hundreds or even hundreds of magic gold coins, and it's not something you can just buy with money. For someone like Pierce, who is in his 20s and hasn't completed any course of study, both of Lynn's promises were extremely important. Of course, I give you my word, Lynn nodded without hesitation. Hearing Lynn's resolute response, Pierce hesitated for a moment. Life had taught him that nothing comes so easily in the world. Either the professor was fooling him, or there was something fishy about the whole situation. Pierce tried to do some quick math but couldn't figure it out. He could only roughly estimate that filling the first row of 6 squares would require 63 copper coins, which didn't seem like a lot. Anyone wants to give it a try? There's only 1 slot. Lynn tempted them once again. I'll do it. The freckled young man who had interrupted him earlier stood up eagerly. Pierce watched as Elok, the one who stood up, and immediately regretted his hesitation. He should have been more courageous, instead of hesitating. He cursed himself for not having the courage to pursue it and for not being promoted to a full-fledged wizard. What's your name? Lynn curiously asked. I'm Elok, Professor. The young wizard said loudly. So, this is the kid named Elok. Lynn nodded, as he had recently helped the boy's father with a favor, so he thought it was a good opportunity to pay it forward. Elok, I have to remind you that this wager cannot be given up once you start. You have to fill the entire grid, and the money you put in will be used as research funding for this field. This is the price for my promises and the mana source. Lynn kindly reminded. No problem. Elok patted his chest. Even though he couldn't calculate how many copper coins it would take to fill all the squares, he knew the value of 1 copper coin compared to a mana source. It was a difference of hundreds of thousands of times. Elok thought about it and estimated that he might only need 2,000 or 3,000 copper coins to fill the 36 squares. And the mana source was something money couldn't buy. Then please, go ahead. Lynn pointed to the table and wore his characteristic smile, indicating that Elok could start. Elok wasn't the least bit nervous. He took out his coin pouch and placed the first copper coin in the first square. Then 2, 4, 8, 16, up to 32. When he reached the 6th square, he had run out of copper coins. The 7th square required 64 copper coins. Elok hesitated, holding a silver coin in his hand, and turned to the students who were watching the spectacle. He said with confidence, "Can anyone lend me some copper coins? Once I fill this square, I'll pay you back double tomorrow." Inspired by Elok's determination, the wizard apprentices at the scene generously emptied their purses, not worrying that Elok might not be able to repay them. Even Pierce, who was regretting his hesitation, took out all his savings 6 gold coins. Soon, the borrowed coins had filled the entire table, with only Johnny standing on the side, watching and not offering any money. "Johnny, Aren't you going to make some money too? Lynn asked curiously. Or have you already figured out the result? The silver-haired girl gave him a look. Although she couldn't calculate how many copper coins it would take to fill all 36 squares, she knew Lynn's mind was always working, and he couldn't just produce a monosaurus out of thin air. On the other hand, A.K.A appeared confident. With the combined funds from all the apprentices, he already had over 20 gold coins and more than 200 copper and silver coins, which should be enough to fill all the squares. Thinking this, A.K.A grabbed a handful of coins and started filling the second row of squares. With a total expenditure of 40 silver and 95 copper, 1/3 of the table was already filled. It was easy, too easy. Most of the apprentices were starting to regret why they didn't step up first. Even Johnny, who had confidence in Lynn, began to waver. Could this table really be filled? A.K.A was full of enthusiasm as he piled up 40 silver coins and 96 copper coins into the 13th square. However, as he continued to fill the squares below, he began to sense that something was amiss. The last square in the third row required a staggering 13 gold coins. This seemed, like, maybe, a bit too much. A.K.A.'s expression became hesitant, and he realized that he had run out of money to fill the next square. You can simply write the amount with a pen, and we'll calculate it together later. Lynn said nonchalantly, showing no intention of making things difficult for A.K.A. A.K.A looked at the remaining half of the squares, gritted his teeth, and picked up a feather pen from the side. He began to fill in the numbers row by row. 200, no. 300, as long as the total amount he spent was under 300 magic gold coins, his father might understand. After all, a monosaurus couldn't be bought with money. However, with this mindset, A.K.A only managed to fill in 4 squares and realized that he had exhausted his budget and needed to spend even more. Under Lynn's friendly gaze, A.K.A.'s hands trembled as he continued to fill in the rows. The overwhelming numbers forced him to use paper and pen for calculations. But even with his assistance, the numbers were still daunting, and A.K.A was on the verge of tears by the time he reached the 5th row. In his mind, A.K.A began to assess his family's assets and made a terrifying discovery: it seemed like they were bankrupt. No, it was a problem that couldn't be solved with bankruptcy anymore because he couldn't earn this much money in his lifetime, even if he worked tirelessly as a full-fledged wizard for hundreds of years. And the table still had a whole row left to be filled. A.K.A. A.K.A. A.K.A.'s sudden collapse startled everyone present, including Lynn. Lynn didn't want to be responsible for scaring someone to death on the first day of class. After a quick examination with his limited medical knowledge, Lynn found that A.K.A was not seriously harmed and quickly produced an ice cube to place on his forehead, waking him up. A.K.A looked dazed, feeling like he had just had a nightmare where he played a game with the professor and ended up owing an unpayable debt. When he opened his eyes, he realized that this wasn't a dream, it was real. Now that you're awake, let's finish filling in the last square as agreed. Lynn patted A.K.A.'s shoulder, encouraging him. A.K.A.'s face bore an expression worse than crying, but he had no choice but to sit back at his place. He consoled himself, thinking that even if he couldn't afford 53,687,368, he could increase it to 200,000 or 500,000, and what difference would it make? But it did make a difference. A long string of numbers nearly shattered A.K.A.'s mind. After filling the last square, A.K.A had to count the units one by one with his fingers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. A.K.A couldn't bear to continue counting. Lynn directly revealed the answer. It's 34,359,687,368 copper coins. Hearing this terrifying number, the apprentices in the room felt dizzy. They looked at the square table in front of them, unable to fathom how 34,333,333,368 copper coins could fit into such a small grid. Johnny's face also displayed an incredulous expression. While she could imagine that filling the squares would require a substantial amount of copper coins, she never expected it to be this terrifying. This sum of money, even A.K.A, would probably not be able to pay off in his entire lifetime. Moreover, there was still one more role left to be filled. A simple square game has given a group of wizard apprentices a taste of the frightening power of exponential growth. Lynn said solemnly. This is the power of arcane mathematics. If someone can convert the power of arcane mathematics into magic, it would be a force capable of destroying this planet, or even the entire universe. This was no joke. In theory, if you fold a piece of paper 103 times, its theoretical thickness would exceed the observable diameter of the universe. Anything that exhibits exponential growth with a base of 2 could quickly explode and destroy the entire universe. The apprentices were left in shock, contemplating the immense power and responsibility that came with understanding arcane mathematics. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 64, Fundamental Principles of Magic and Elemental Magic Analysis. When Q is not equal to 1. Sn equals a 1, 1, Qn, / 1, Q. Lynn wrote down the formula represented by the grid game using magic as ink. She then looked at the apprentices who were still recovering from the terror of exponential growth, and spoke loudly. Why don't you all take note of this formula? Johnny and the others quickly flipped through the pages and used feather quills to transcribe the completely incomprehensible formula. A.K.A, who was standing there in a daze, was the best example of what happens when you don't study mathematics. Professor Lynn. A.K.A looked at Lynn, stuttering and with tears welling up in his eyes, on the verge of crying. A.K.A, I just heard you say that you're good at mathematics. Lynn asked. I'm not. I didn't, don't say that. A.K.A hastily shook his head, trying to deny it, but Lynn waved his hand and continued to speak. Here's the deal, if you can accurately calculate how much the 36 squares of copper coins add up to before tomorrow's class, then we'll call off this bet. Of course, you only have one chance. Lynn glanced somewhat regretfully at the large pile of coins on the table, but he had no intention of taking them. First of all, the other side couldn't come up with that much money. Secondly, using a game to empty the savings of the apprentices in a single go would be too intimidating. Who would dare to attend his math class after that? A.K.A stared at the floating magical fluorescent lights, completely unable to understand what these mathematical symbols were. He even began to doubt if he knew how to do math at all. Previously, he had been envious of A.K.A, but now Piers immediately became gloating, grateful that he had hesitated for a moment, or he would be the one making a fool of himself. But Lynn's tone suddenly changed as he looked at everyone present and continued speaking. The same goes for all of you. If I remember correctly, when A.K.A borrowed money from you, he said, if he manages to fill all the squares, he'll repay double. Unfortunately, A.K.A didn't achieve that, so the promise is invalid. Not only won't you get more gold coins, but the money you bet earlier will remain with me. Lynn reached out and picked up a few gold and silver coins from the table, saying with a hint of playfulness. At these words, the classroom for the math class erupted in a chorus of wailing. Piers and the others were burning with anger, kicking at A.K.A. This little guy was trying to cheat. Lynn raised his voice a bit and pointed to the index summation formula floating in the air. There is a simpler method for performing index addition. If it were me, I could calculate the sum of these numbers within 10 seconds, provided I know the value of the last number. The homework assignment I'm giving you is to find the pattern and solve the formula I wrote. Whenever you figure it out, that's when you can take this money back. Lynn surveyed the students who were diligently calculating with feather quills in hand, nodding with satisfaction. Only this kind of first-hand experience could truly make them feel the charm of mathematics. Apart from that, he was also using this game to assess the mathematical level of these apprentices. From A.K.A.'s performance, it seemed that they had already mastered the most basic rules of arithmetic. Perhaps next time, he could start teaching slightly more challenging formulas. The 2-hour math class quickly came to an end. Although they didn't learn any new magic, all the students maintained a high level of enthusiasm, driven by the idea of getting their deposits back. They eagerly shared their experiences and findings with each other in the classroom. In just one day, the name of Professor Lynn's grid game had already spread. To let more people understand the charm of exponential growth, Lynn directly moved the grid to the entrance of A.K.A. Academy, changed the grid to 7 rows and 7 columns, with a total of 49 squares, and put up a sign with the rules of the bet written on it. If anyone could fill these squares with the corresponding copper coins, he would give away the alchemical formula used to destroy Harbor Town. Yes, it only required starting with 1 copper coin and filling the rest of the squares following the rule that each coin in the next square was twice the previous one. Even after filling, you could take the money back. He wouldn't take a single penny. This had not only caught the attention of wizard apprentices but also some professors at the academy. Was there really such a good deal? While these alchemical formulas required a lot of preparation to unleash their powerful effects, they could prove incredibly effective in specific situations. You see, the power of these formulas could rival even 5th or 6th circle magic. In the evening, while most of the students were leaving school or returning to the dormitories, Professor of Shaping, Kevin, secretly approached the combined table to study the rules on the grid. Did each square's number really need to be twice the previous one? Kevin stroked his chin and pondered it internally. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "No need to calculate, it's impossible to fill all these squares," said Professor Philip. "Do you know how much savings I have, Professor Philip?" Kevin asked, somewhat displeased. He had many friends, and these were just coins for filling squares. Once they were filled, he could take them back, or even borrow a bit more if needed. Could these squares really be as impossible to fill as the rumors said, to the point of being unable to even use the entire wealth of A.K.A. Harbor Town? Kevin scoffed at the idea. This rumor was just too far-fetched. Do you know how many copper coins it would take to fill the last square of these 7 rows and 7 columns? Philip said somewhat helplessly. It's 2.81 quadrillion. 2.81 quadrillion copper coins? That's quite a lot. Kevin was somewhat surprised, but after a pause, he suddenly realized that Philip had said, quadrillion? Wait, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Kevin was utterly bewildered. This was the first time he had heard of a quadrillion. Of course not. I've double-checked it myself. Philip said without much patience. He had been somewhat surprised when he first heard about it from the apprentices, and it had taken him 9 full sheets of paper to calculate because the numbers were just too long. Kevin mentally tried to calculate, and though it was just basic multiplication, the amounts grew increasingly immense as he went on. He couldn't even keep up with mental calculations after a certain point and had to resort to rough estimations. Based on the experiences of the first few columns, it seemed like the sum increased by about 10-fold every 3 to 4 squares. With a total of 49 squares, that would be, at least a quadrillion times. Kevin gasped for a breath. This kind of growth was terrifying. Not to mention emptying A.K.A. Harbor, it seemed impossible even to gather that much money across the entire continent. Kevin was relieved that he had chosen to sneak out to try this when there were not many people around, otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself in front of the students. In his heart, Kevin celebrated this choice and then noticed some strange characters engraved on the grid in front of him. Q is not equal to 1, Sn equals a 1, 1, Qn, / 1, Q. What are these runes? Some kind of magical symbols? Kevin asked in confusion. It seems to be a geometric series summation formula. That's probably what it's called, Philip said uncertainly. Professor Lynn said that if you can calculate the final number, he can add up the copper coins in these squares in 10 seconds. This is an immense amount of data, Can it really be calculated in 10 seconds? Kevin furrowed his brow. Master Hurlram seems to have already deciphered the meaning of this mathematical formula, Philip sighed. In just an afternoon, he's truly a great wizard. Did the master tell you what these mathematical symbols mean? Kevin asked eagerly. After going through the exponential calculation, he found this so-called math rather intriguing. He didn't, Philip regretfully shook his head. Master Hurlram only had me come to add a small reward to this game. Whoever figures out the meaning of this formula first can get a reward of 20 magical gold coins. As he spoke, Philip took out these gold coins and magically affixed them to the table. At this moment, the subject of discussion among the people was Professor Lynn, the new teacher of mystical mathematics, who was leisurely seated on the couch in his room. He was enjoying dinner brought by a fairy while simultaneously perusing the books he had borrowed from the Academy's library, Fundamental Principles of Magic and Analysis of Elemental Magic. Although life as a professor at A.K.A. Academy was exceedingly comfortable, Lynn remained vigilant. He never let complacency creep in. Everything in the land of wizards was still a mystery to him, and in case trouble arose, his strength was the only reliable companion. Moreover, as a professor, he had to brush up on some fundamental magical knowledge. But the two books written by legendary wizards presented a formidable challenge. They were filled with perplexing terms like theros, enzethi, and kos, which left him utterly baffled. He could only painstakingly verify these terms based on the descriptions in the books. It took him over 3 hours to decode the content, coupled with his modest understanding of magic since his arrival in this world. Eventually, he managed to grasp the first half of the book. Firstly, his initial speculations were not far off the mark. Wizards indeed harnessed and manipulated elements to cast spells. However, the abilities of regular wizards were quite limited. Not all elements could be controlled, and precision was lacking. For instance, they couldn't disintegrate molecules or atoms, they could only rearrange them in simpler combinations. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus. Lynn silently recalled the 4 elements he had manipulated. He couldn't help but make a few educated guesses. First, the difficulty of element manipulation might be related to the periodic table. Official wizards might only be able to control short-lived elements up to the 3rd row, while long-lived elements in the 4th to 7th rows might be beyond their reach. Second, it could be based on the number of atomic nucleus charges. Third, it could involve a division between metal and non-metal elements. Lynn had conducted experiments, attempting to use zero-circle magic, basic material deconstruction, to break down a steel longsword he held. The result was clear: he had failed. No matter how hard he tried, the sword remained unchanged. This indicated that as a wizard apprentice or even as a regular wizard, he couldn't directly affect metallic elements. Of course, things might differ for grand wizards and legendary wizards. According to the Fundamental Principles of Magic, basic material deconstruction had 2 advanced spells: 4th Circle Magic, Advanced Material Deconstruction, and 7th Circle Magic, Great Disintegration. Coincidentally, the 4th and 7th circles marked the distinction between grand wizards and legendary wizards. As Lynn pondered, he had 071 record all these details in his research archive. Then, he turned to the second half of Fundamental Principles of Magic, which delved into the mystical nature of magic. This legendary wizard regarded magic as the essence of the entire universe, the most fundamental force that comprised all matter. It was the power of creation itself. Essence, hey. Lynn furrowed his brow. According to his observations in recent days, magic appeared to permeate every corner of this world. However, unlike elements, he could sense it but couldn't truly see it. Only through magic such as magic missile could he momentarily manifest magic into a visible form. Never mind, it seemed this was not something he could research with his current level of understanding. Lynn massaged his somewhat aching temples and decided to set aside this issue for now. Instead, he opened analysis of elemental magic. Fireball, corrosion, thunderous roar, chill touch, lesser flame grasp, explosive flame, toxicity domain. The book contained descriptions of 17 spells in total, ranging from first to third circle magic. Lynn glanced at the so-called second and third circle magic briefly, but then focused his attention on first circle magic. With the aid of his intelligent assistant, he could perform magic in the capacity of a wizard apprentice, limited to learning and using first circle magic. Third circle magic, such as the principle behind toxicity domain, involved converting magic into some poisonous gas, possibly chlorine or fluorine, elements he couldn't easily acquire within a short time. Being unable to decipher meant being unable to convert and use. His mental power was far from sufficient to cover such a vast range. In close quarters, it was better to simply adjust the oxygen content in the air, either increasing it or decreasing it, to achieve a similar effect. Given his current capabilities, learning and refining first circle magic was the most practical approach. Moreover, first circle magic was divided into common and advanced categories. High-tier magic was essentially a simplified version of higher-level spells or an enhancement of lower-level spells. For instance, his white phosphorus fireball technically belonged to high-tier first circle magic because of the lethality of white phosphorus, making its power akin to that of second circle magic. Another advanced spell, white phosphorus, lesser flame grasp, possessed destructive capabilities approaching that of third circle magic. However, Lynn was well aware of the limitations of white phosphorus. Despite its effectiveness against less informed bishops, it was bound to lose its punch when dealing with wizards. After all, the two key characteristics of white phosphorus had possible countermeasures for official wizards. If the information were to leak out, achieving significant victories would become much more challenging. So, he needed to acquire more magic to expand his arsenal. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 65, Sub-Zero Territory. Lynn's gaze swept over the 10 first circle magics. After much deliberation, he chose Chill Touch as the subject of his improvement. The principle of this magic was quite simple: manipulating the elemental air to lower temperatures, condense it to interfere with the enemy. Its effectiveness in battle was quite limited unless one pursued the advanced magic, Frost Domain. Few were willing to learn it without that incentive. Lynn had no intention of learning it but rather planned to modify the magic based on its principle, like using a different element to cast it. His chosen element was nitrogen. In the wizard's land, this element was called Selu. In Korra's manuscripts, it was even classified as a useless element. Considering that nitrogen rarely reacted with other substances, it was reasonable for some wizards to dismiss it. But Lynn knew that nitrogen wasn't as useless as they claimed. It could be used for making fertilizers, serving as a protective gas and, when combined with hydrogen, could form another poisonous gas, ammonia. The most important aspect was that the boiling point of nitrogen was at a chilling -196 degrees Celsius. Such a terrifyingly low temperature could freeze most things in a very short amount of time. Of course, due to the Leidenfrost effect, the human body could briefly withstand extreme temperatures, but this protection formed by the vapor layer was very fragile, breaking apart in just 2 seconds. Then, the fragile skin would be subjected to an incredibly sharp sub-zero cold, causing the epidermal cells to rapidly decay and fall off, followed by the solidification of all fat, muscles, and blood in an instant. The second reason Lynn chose nitrogen was that it was abundant in the atmosphere, making up around 70 to 80%. This meant he didn't need to expend extra magical power to create this element, he could create a large sub-zero territory. 071, Activate Overload Mode. Lynn silently muttered in his mind, then closed his eyes and began to sense the active nitrogen elements in the vast sea of elements. Nitrogen elements were everywhere, so controlling them was relatively easy. About 4 to 5 seconds later, the temperature around him began to drop rapidly. Nearly liquefied nitrogen manifested as white mist, spreading in all directions. Crack! A slight sound echoed in the room as the tea Lynn had left on the table instantly solidified into ice crystals after the white mist passed. Not only that, the tables, sofas, and various decorations in the room were all covered in a layer of frost. A gecko that had been hunting a moth on the wall was about to pounce when the white mist arrived. Accompanied by a bone-chilling cold, its skin, bones, and blood instantly froze. The gecko, maintaining its pouncing posture, was frozen in mid-air, supported by its tail. The moth was similarly trapped in its last moment, both turned into ice sculptures. "It's so cold," Lynn shivered and quickly opened his eyes, then ignited the fireplace in the room using a fireball spell. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. 5% of energy consumed, remaining energy is 53.7%. Did it consume that much? Lynn furrowed his brow. While eliminating the need for the shape-shifting step had saved energy, controlling such a large number of elements demanded significant computational power. Perhaps reducing the control range or focusing it in a single direction, like chill touch, would be a good approach. Moreover, the casting speed just now was a bit too slow. If this were in the midst of a battle, Lynn knew he wouldn't have a minute to cast. It seemed he needed to intensify his practice on regular days. As Lynn summarized the strengths and weaknesses of this new magic, he glanced around the room, which now resembled an ice crystal world. He couldn't help but pat his forehead. However, when he saw the gecko stuck to the wall, its body frozen stiff like an ice sculpture, curiosity got the better of him. For creatures frozen by sub-zero temperatures, if it hadn't been too long, there might still be a glimmer of life left. But as Lynn took a few steps closer, the gecko's long tail, unable to support the weight of its body, snapped and fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into ice shards. Well, it was beyond saving now. Lynn shook his head and used a fire spell to get rid of the ice fragments that littered the floor. "I shouldn't have done experiments here," Lynn mused as he looked at the frost-covered room. He sighed, realizing he needed to establish an alchemy workshop as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a hidden place to practice his magic. If some ignorant apprentice were to barge in during his next casting, the consequences would be severe. "Money, oh, money." Lynn muttered a few words of lament and changed into a robe that had gotten a bit of liquid nitrogen on it. He grabbed his teaching badge and headed out to make some money. In the evening, on the west side of A.K.A. harbor, inside a secluded workshop, a halfling named Darren was fiddling with a small gadget made by Lydia. It was a T-shaped flying toy crafted from hollow wood, and when you rotated it vigorously in your hand, it could take off with the help of the wind. But why could this thing fly, while larger flying contraptions couldn't? Darren couldn't figure it out. Just as Darren was pondering this mystery, the wind chime hanging at the door suddenly jingled. "Welcome to the Halfling Workshop." Darren quickly set down the gadget he was holding and turned to look at the entrance. It was Lynn. He wasn't dressed as conspicuously this time. He hadn't put on the official robe from A.K.A. Academy or pinned on any medals, but Darren quickly recognized him as a wizard. A few days ago, Lynn had been seen at the square next to the Grand Wizard Hurlroom, and they had seemed to have had a pleasant conversation. Realizing this was a valuable customer, Darren immediately perked up, stood up from his chair, and eagerly rubbed his hands together. With respect and humility, he inquired, "Esteemed wizard, is there anything you need?" "There are plenty of fascinating gadgets in the workshop," Lynn replied. "You can take a look at this handheld fan. It doesn't require magic, you can spin it yourself. Also, there's this steamboat model. Put it in the water, and pull the rope at the back. It actually moves. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community." Chapter 66, The Ingenious Lydia. Hand-cranked fans, functioning miniature steamboats, wooden flying wings, and many exquisitely detailed items, including scaled-down carriages and house models in the workshop. Lynn even spotted the prototype of a water wheel. It was a circular wooden wheel, approximately a meter in diameter. Water continuously flowed down from a reservoir above the workshop, driving the wheel to spin incessantly. Simultaneously, it powered a giant fan at the front, gently providing a cool breeze for the workshop's visitors. Seems like quite an inventive use. Lynn shook his head, thinking that this contraption could be used for irrigation in farms or even for generating power. However, Lydia seemed fixated on using it for the fan's power. Darren, noticing Lynn's disapproving expression, felt his heart tighten. While Lydia's creations were undoubtedly interesting, they couldn't compare to the alchemical instruments of the wizards. Fortunately, Lynn was straightforward and cut to the point. "I'm not here to purchase goods this time, I intend to have something made according to a blueprint," Lynn stated. While saying this, Lynn picked up a model of a steamboat. The model was incredibly detailed, nearly an exact replica down to every detail, from the chimney to the cabin and the hull. The only difference was an extra rope at the back of the cabin, which, when pulled, would turn the propeller below. In a matter of moments, Lynn had figured out the model's principle. A slight smile played on his lips as he inquired further. "I've heard that Lydia is incredibly skillful and can create items exactly as required. Is that true?" "Of course. I dare say, in Ieda Harbor, no one's craftsmanship can match Lydia's," Darren replied with great confidence. Even many wizard nobles who had seen Lydia's creations had nothing but praise for her, bestowing her with the title of ingenious. "Is she in the workshop right now?" Lynn placed the model aside. "I'd like to see if she can meet my requirements." "No problem, Lydia is in the backyard working right now. I'll take you to her." Darren promptly hopped off his chair, hung up the resting sign, and opened the gate to the workshop's backyard. Following Darren, Lynn walked in and immediately spotted the massive flying apparatus he had seen before. The half-elf Lydia, whom he was looking for, was standing below it. She held a hammer, almost half her size, and was driving thick iron nails into the wings of the aircraft. Once she finished, Lydia wiped the sweat from her forehead and then tugged at the wings, which were solidly attached. However, the stability was still somewhat lacking, explaining why certain parts of the aircraft would fall apart upon landing. The halfling girl, absorbed in her work, hadn't noticed the arrival of the two newcomers. Her brow was slightly furrowed, and her robe was already covered in dust and grime, but she didn't seem to mind at all. Her mind was completely engrossed in how to improve the flying apparatus. At that moment, Lynn's voice suddenly sounded. "If the quadrilateral isn't stable enough, why not try adding a crossbeam diagonally, transforming it into two triangular structures?" he suggested. Lydia was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned her head and spotted Darren and Lynn standing beside her. "Wizard, my lord!" the half-elf girl exclaimed, her expression filled with surprise. She quickly recognized Lynn, having had a brief encounter with him in the square. "You can give it a try," Lynn said, pointing at the wings of the aircraft with a smile. Lydia didn't back down. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, grasped a suitably sized wooden plank with both hands, and placed it at the diagonal corners of the wings. She then picked up a hammer and some nails, working diligently. Impressive strength. Lynn was quite surprised as he watched Lydia, who was barely around 1.3 meters tall, effortlessly lift a wooden plank much larger than herself. It seemed that the rumors about half-elves having great strength were indeed true. This doesn't quite align with biology. Lynn glanced at Lydia's somewhat sturdy arms and couldn't help but mutter in his mind. He then directed her to build supports for the aircraft to strengthen its overall structure, removing many unnecessary components to reduce the aircraft's weight. Darren quickly joined in to help, and after a good deal of work, the entire aircraft looked brand new. Its broad wings were connected to the fuselage in a triangular structure, and Lydia pressed her hands onto the wings, shaking them vigorously, then used a hammer to knock on them. Surprisingly, there was not the slightest deformation. "This is just amazing!" Lydia's face was filled with joy, nearly overflowing. She turned to Lynn, perplexed, and asked, "But why is this so?" During her usual model making, she had noticed this difference but hadn't figured out the reason. Because the three sides of a triangle connect end to end, forming a very stable structure. All you need to do is perform a force analysis. Lynn explained while taking a few wooden bars, assembling them into triangles, quadrilaterals, and pentagons, and then demonstrated the changes in force when any side or angle was pulled. Lydia sat on the wing of the aircraft, her bright eyes closely following the wooden bars in Lynn's hands. She was like a student in class, momentarily forgetting that she had only met Lynn for the second time. However, Lynn's lesson was not that easy to grasp. During the first half with the wooden bars, Lydia could follow to some extent, but when he started talking about concepts like the center of gravity, air resistance, and friction, it all became rather confusing. She came to two conclusions. First, the wizard in front of her was incredibly knowledgeable and knew a lot about various subjects. Second, whether the aircraft could fly probably had something to do with these forces. After explaining for a while, Lynn cleared his throat, and Lydia immediately understood. She hopped down from the wing, dashed into the room, and fetched a water jug, pouring a glass of water for Lynn. She then gazed at him, inquisitively asking, "So, my lord wizard, can this aircraft fly now? If you only want it to stay in the air a bit longer, that's not a problem. But if you mean soaring freely in the sky, it's probably not feasible." Lynn shook his head. "The power source for this aircraft is too weak, and the external structure doesn't quite conform to fluid dynamics." Lydia wore a puzzled expression. She could barely grasp the concept of a power source, but what on earth was fluid dynamics? In just half an hour, she had heard so many high-level terms that she felt like a kitten trying to catch a fluffy ball but unable to reach it. "My lord wizard." Darren, who was standing nearby, was somewhat concerned and couldn't help but interrupt. While he was eager to learn this knowledge, he understood one thing very well: knowledge was precious in the wizard's realm. Lynn, as if he had just come to his senses, smiled and said, "Sorry, it's a professional habit. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lynn, the newly appointed professor of arcane mathematics at A.K.A. Academy." "Is that the same professor who supposedly scared a student unconscious on the first day of class with arcane mathematics?" Darren exclaimed. Lynn's lips twitched, and he looked at Darren very kindly. "If you don't know what to say, it's best to remain silent. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community." Chapter 67, Lynn's Skyship. Under Lynn's extremely friendly gaze, Darren struggled to swallow his saliva and immediately fell silent. Lydia, as if remembering something, asked in excitement, "Professor Lynn, did Master Hurlram send you? Have I passed the assessment?" "My purpose here has nothing to do with Master Hurlram," Lynn refuted the girl's guess, then continued, causing disappointment to flash across her face. "I came here because I want you to make something for me." As Lynn spoke, he took out a parchment scroll from his pocket and handed it to Lydia, who took it and exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise, "It's so beautiful." The parchment scroll depicted a large and uniquely designed alchemical machine. The top resembled an inverted oval sphere, and the bottom had numerous ropes connecting it, resembling a ship's hull. Even the internal structure was intricately detailed, complex yet not chaotic, exuding a strange sense of beauty. "What is this? The latest alchemical ship?" Lydia asked in astonishment, noticing propellers and a rudder, which were typically used on airships. "This is called a skyship," Lynn replied. Initially, he had considered creating a hot air balloon, a simple method to ascend into the sky without the need for magic. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea and decided to create a skyship that could travel far and wide. His goal was not merely aesthetics. He had done his research in the past few days. While some third-tier wizards proficient in elemental and shaping magic could fly in the sky, the energy consumption was enormous, and their flying altitude and speed were limited. Only high-level wizards could stay in the air for extended periods, and it was not a common mode of transportation. The island they were on was vast, with many mines, and the wizard's city itself was built near a large magical ore deposit in the center of the island. Land transportation from various places was not straightforward. For example, transporting goods from A.K.A. harbor using camel-like creatures on mountain roads to the wizard's city would take 7 to 8 days, with the possibility of monster attacks along the way. However, things would be different if they could travel through the air. It could at least cut the travel time in half, even though the skyship's carrying capacity was not substantial. It was cost-effective for transporting essential materials or novel items not available in the wizard's city. Furthermore, a steam-powered skyship itself was a marketable commodity. By adding a couple of magic crystal cannons and protective spells, it could become a mobile aerial fortress. Such a vessel could easily fetch over 1,000 magic gold coins. As for concerns about technology leaks, there was no need to worry in the short term. If he could get the skyship up in the air and take it for a spin, he could apply for alchemical patent protection from the council. In the wizard's city, there was a mechanism to protect the formulas for various magical items, and it was only through such protection that wizards could publish their hard-earned research results. In fact, this extended to high-level magic as well. Even in his capacity as a professor at the academy, he could only learn low-level magic for free. In the long term, there was even less reason to worry. What he was bringing out now was merely a low-level toy. In a few years, after he had thoroughly understood the situation in the wizard's city, he could simply create internal combustion engines, and the so-called steam-powered skyship would be as slow as a snail in the sky. A skyship, a ship that flies in the sky? Lydia asked eagerly. Yes, that's about the gist of it, Lynn nodded. Lydia immediately seemed as though she had discovered a treasure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But she soon realized that the skyship design on the blueprint didn't have any wing-like wings, it only featured a small propeller, which seemed insufficient to keep the skyship afloat. Did it require some sort of magic to fly? Can this thing really fly? Lydia asked curiously. Did it need some kind of magic to work? Of course, it can fly, Lynn assured her with confidence. He then continued with a smile, do you know why wood can float on water? Lydia shook her head in confusion. Isn't it common knowledge that wood floats on water? Lynn explained, it's because wood, with the same volume, is less dense than water. In other words, its density is lower than that of water, which means the buoyancy, or the force that pushes it up in the water, is greater than the force of gravity. You can try it. Not only wood, but anything with similar properties can float on water, and conversely, they will sink in water. And a skyship can fly into the sky for the same reason. As long as the density of the gas inside the cabin is lower than that of the normal atmosphere, flying will not be a problem. Lydia listened attentively, nodding with a partial understanding. So, when we sit on the skyship, it's like sitting on a boat, using this very light gas to ascend into the sky, right? Your understanding is quite good, but your knowledge is still limited. If you could attend a few more of my magic classes, maybe you could design your own flying machine. Lynn said, feeling nostalgic. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Lydia's initially happy expression immediately froze, and she put on a mournful face. To learn this knowledge, she had to join the A.K.A. Academy, but the catch was that she had to fly first to pass the entrance exam. It seemed like an endless loop to her. If you can perfectly create the skyship according to the design, and if it successfully takes its maiden flight, I might consider letting you pilot it, Lynn said with a smile. I remember your agreement with Master Hurlram was to fly in the sky without using magic, and this would barely meet the requirement. Can I really pilot it? Lydia asked excitedly, leaping up in joy. She bumped her head against the frame of the wing, causing her eyes to well up with tears, but she still stared at Lynn with hope in her eyes. Of course, you can. But one thing to note, my requirements are quite high, Lynn casually mentioned. Even though one of his objectives this time was to, well, recruit this half-dwarf girl as his assistant to help him craft and sell those novel creations, saving more time for him to research magic, the method and approach were crucial. If he directly invited her and offered to help, it might raise suspicion and not achieve the desired effect. Only by compelling her to earn the opportunity through her efforts would she truly value it, and she would be more diligent in her magical studies in the future. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 68, Excited Wizard Apprentices. Just as Lynn expected, the high demands didn't deter Lydia. Instead, it ignited her spirit, and she earnestly examined the design plans. Upon learning that crafting an airship required lightweight yet durable materials, Lydia immediately suggested using water-soaked and sun-dried camel hide leather for the airship's envelope. This material was well suited to the task and was commonly used in the sails of large warships. The ship they sailed on in the Misty Sea had sails made of camel hide leather, which withstood even the fiercest storms, proving to be highly durable and reliable. As for the frame of the airship, they could use branches from the magical oak tree, known for its high tensile, compressive, and bending strength. Lydia talked passionately about the subject, admitting that while she couldn't match Lynn's expertise in designing flying machines, she had a deep understanding of the unique properties of materials in this foreign world. Lynn quietly calculated the cost in his mind. If they followed Lydia's suggestions for materials, the airship's performance would undoubtedly improve, but the cost would skyrocket. It would cost at least 100 magic gold coins. Considering his limited savings, Lynn couldn't help but clear his throat and interrupt Lydia's speech. Actually, this airship is just a prototype. We don't need the best materials for it. Something more budget-friendly should do. Lydia protested, how can that be? This is the first airship capable of turning in the sky. Lynn, somewhat helpless, took out a coin pouch and continued, I can offer you 12 magic gold coins as an advance payment. Lydia shook her head, refusing to accept the coins. She pointed out that the knowledge Lynn had shared during the lecture was worth far more than 100 magic gold coins. Moreover, the success of this airship project was crucial for her admission to the A.K.A. School of Magic. The money for making the airship can be considered as the tuition for your recent lesson. I'll use the best materials to build it, starting now. Lydia wiped dirt off her face, instructed Darren to call the other halflings from the workshop, and declared her intention to finish building the airship within a month. Observing the busy halflings, Lynn wanted to lend a hand but was stopped. Using magic could leave traces, and if the airship was suspected of being magically constructed, it could lead to problems. Besides, Lynn was a customer, and there was no reason for a customer to work himself. With nothing else to do, Lynn could only stand by, offering guidance while watching the halflings, who were half his height, carry heavy wooden materials. The progress of the airship's construction was faster than Lynn had imagined. After a night of hard work, they had completed 1/6 of the overall framework. If it weren't for the time-consuming special treatment required for the camel hide leather used in making the envelope, the airship might have been finished within a month. However, such rapid progress came at a cost. The halflings were nearly exhausted, and the enthusiasm they had shown earlier had been channeled into their work. Darren was snoring away on a sturdy board, and Lydia had gone a step further, sleeping on the airship's frame, clutching a beam tightly, with drool at the corner of her mouth and mumbling in her sleep. Lynn shook his head, halted the halflings who were still prepared to work, and moved Lydia and the others, who had fallen into deep slumber, indoors to rest. After becoming a wizard apprentice, staying up all night had no effect on Lynn's mental state. So, after settling the exhausted Lydia, he left the workshop. A whole day had passed, and Lynn was somewhat eager to see if the wizard apprentices had been able to solve the mathematical problems he had left for them. Pushing the classroom door open, Lynn found a substantial pile of coins on the lectern, significantly more than he had expected. What surprised him even more was that the classroom, which had felt somewhat empty during the previous lesson, was now packed to the brim with students. If the room weren't large enough, it might have been overcrowded. Was a math puzzle game really this popular? Good morning, everyone, Lynn thought, his mind racing, though his demeanor remained unchanged. However, the students' responses were even more enthusiastic than he had imagined. Professor Lynn, do you have more math problems for us? I've already solved the puzzles with 36 squares and 49 squares. The students' excitement about the mathematical puzzles was beyond Lynn's expectations. Looking at the ecstatic wizard apprentices in the classroom, Lynn was utterly shocked. Were all the students at the A.K.A. School of Magic secretly a bunch of masochists? They seemed to have an incredible enthusiasm for solving math problems. But something must have happened that he wasn't aware of. Lynn decided not to rush to confirm and turned to A.K.A., inquiring, "It's been a day now. I believe you should have the answers, right, A.K.A.?" "Professor, the sum of the 36 squares is 687,194,735,035. A.K.A. hastily stood up, trembling as he gave his answer. He had double and triple checked the value, calculating it on 20 different sheets of paper. The final figure was just too large, and he only had one chance to answer. A single mistake would be disastrous. Under A.K.A.'s anxious gaze, Lynn nodded. "Very good, correct answer. Have I also figured out the meanings of the formulas you gave us?" Lynn inquired further. "I've figured it out. The sum of the numbers in the squares is equivalent to twice the last digit minus 1. A.K.A. confidently responded. After spending a sleepless night to find the correct answer, his confidence was back. Lynn nodded once more, acknowledging A.K.A.'s achievement. Given his limited mathematical background and only a day to work with, discovering this pattern was quite commendable. "Professor Lynn, can I get my reward now?" A.K.A. asked eagerly. Peers and others gazed at A.K.A. with envy. 20 magic gold coins was no small sum. While they had also struggled with the problem for a long time, they hadn't worked as hard as A.K.A. or managed to find the pattern first. Lynn, aware of the reward set by Master Hurlram for the formula, knew that he couldn't take it himself due to his position. But claiming the money based on this simplistic pattern was too far-fetched. "A.K.A., my summation formula is not that simple. Let me ask you, if I were to slightly modify the rules of the square game, like requiring the number in the next square to be 3 times that of the previous one, would your theory still apply?" Lynn asked with a sly grin. A.K.A.'s smug expression froze as he immediately began calculating in his mind. He then picked up a quill and started scribbling on parchment. "What if I added a rule where you need to place 17 copper coins in the first square?" Lynn continued. A.K.A. was completely bewildered, his mind overwhelmed with a massive amount of numbers. This was just too challenging. He couldn't figure it out at all. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 69, How many advanced math problems have you solved to achieve this? Lynn, with just a few brief sentences, brought A.K.A. down from heaven to hell. All the students present shivered uncontrollably. Advanced math is an extremely precise subject. We need to search for patterns within a vast and complex array of data, summarize them into corresponding formulas to simplify the algorithms and improve the overall efficiency of calculations, Lynn said, surveying every person in the classroom. She paused for a moment before continuing. While A.K.A.'s summary of patterns is not entirely wrong, it has too limited an application. If the exponent growth within the squares can be 2x, it can also be 3x, 5x, or 10x. This makes the pattern no longer valid. However, this exponent summation formula applies to all exponent growth that meets the criteria. Lynn snapped her fingers, and under the surge of magic, the complex formulas once again appeared before everyone. Q is not equal to 1, Sn equals a 1, 1 Qn, /, 1 Q. Johnny, Pierce, and the others stared at the so-called exponent summation formula, pondering it deeply. Then they picked up quill pens and began to calculate, creating sequences of 2, 3, 4 times, searching for patterns and attempting to plug them into the formula. With A.K.A.'s previous summary in mind and deriving from Q is not equal to 1, Pierce quickly realized that the symbol referred to the exponent's multiplier. But why subtract 1? Pierce bit his finger and plugged in the initial 2x growth pattern, ignoring the 1q part and proceeded with the calculations. He found that it worked perfectly, but the resulting number was negative. So, did the latter part of the formula transform negative numbers into positive ones? But if it was a 3x exponent growth, the result wouldn't make any sense. Pierce's brain raced, and he felt he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. What could it be? Inside the entire classroom, students were all engrossed in their work, some scratching their heads, some pulling their hair, but not a single one chose to slack off. Is the studying atmosphere at the A.K.A. Magic Academy always this intense? Lynn found it a bit strange. These people were really passionate about learning. The majority of the class went by quickly. Just when Lynn thought today wouldn't yield any results, a hand shot up high. "Professor Lynn, I have some ideas." The one speaking was Johnny. After receiving permission, the young girl stood up and said, "In the summation formula, isn't A1 the number placed in the first square, Q represents the multiplier, and N corresponds to the number of squares, right, Professor?" "Approximately correct. After class, you can collect your reward at the Academy's entrance." Lynn nodded in response. Though Johnny's explanation was quite vague, it was also absolutely correct. Pierce, on the other hand, couldn't help but pound his chest and stomp his feet. After Johnny's reminder, he quickly understood why he was so close to solving it. Just a little more, just a little more. After asking Johnny to sit back down, Lynn proceeded to explain what a geometric progression was, as well as its general term and summation formulas, and continued until she explained how each formula was derived. The wizard apprentices below earnestly picked up their quill pens, wrote down every word Lynn said on their pages, and then tried altering the first term and the multiplier repeatedly to conduct verifications. The desks quickly piled up with various sheets of paper. It had to be said that with the general and summation formulas in hand, the speed of calculations increased several times over. The more complex the equation, the faster the improvement. Watching the enthusiastic students tackle their problems, Lynn couldn't help but sigh. Teaching was way too easy for her. If only this was the scene in all schools across the Federation, then the future of science and technology would be limitless. The advanced math class had quickly come to an end, but A.K.A. and others were reluctant to leave the classroom. They continued to discuss the derivation of the summation formula. "Johnny, from last night till now, how much has your control over magic increased?" A black-haired witch apprentice caught up and patted Johnny's shoulder, curiously inquiring. "About 10%. The silver-haired girl thought for a moment and replied casually. "That's a little more than what I achieved," the black-haired witch apprentice mumbled, without any envy on her face. It was rumored that A.K.A. had spent a sleepless night doing math problems and found that he had increased his control over magic by around 20% the next day. This news had caused quite a stir at the A.K.A. Magic Academy. So, this morning, any wizard apprentice without class came to hear what miraculous power this so-called advanced math class possessed. She was naturally no exception. The conclusion was quite clear: complex and intricate math problems could effectively enhance their mental faculties. The process of logical deduction, searching for and deciphering numerical patterns, was also interesting, at least more so than the tedious meditation. Johnny paid no attention to the black-haired witch's words. She gazed back in the direction of the classroom, deep in thought. In the past 6 months, how many advanced math problems had Lynn done within the Society of Mystical Arts to achieve her current accomplishments? The ability to control magic can actually be improved by doing math problems. Lynn couldn't help but hear the students' discussions, and it took her somewhat by surprise. However, upon closer consideration, it made sense. Her significant increase in power through a mental connection with an AI resulted from the overload mode substantially enhancing her computational power or, in other words, her mental strength. This was crucial for wizards, as their ability to control magic was closely tied to the strength of their mental power. What frustrated Lynn was that this happened to be her blind spot in knowledge. At least the process of forming magical patterns was somewhat similar to building muscle memory through repeated practice. For instance, picking up a glass from the table and taking a sip required determining the distance, calculating the right angle and force to grasp the glass, and finding the most natural arc for lifting it to your lips. Under subconscious control, such a complex process could be executed instantaneously, without any hindrance. Spellcasting was no different. With extended practice, a mere thought could unleash incredibly complex magic. But there was a prerequisite: the wizard's mental strength had to be substantial enough to provide sufficient computational power. Otherwise, the spellcasting process would be prolonged, revealing vulnerabilities. Thinking this over, Lynn rubbed her chin, contemplating whether to solve a few calculus problems for herself. Who knows, it might actually be beneficial. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 70, The Smile of the Arcane Mathematics Professor. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye since Lynn had crossed into this otherworldly realm, and it had been the most peaceful time he'd experienced. In the mornings, he taught a few classes of arcane mathematics at the A.K.A. School of Magic. In the afternoons, he checked on the progress of the airship being constructed at the gnome's workshop. As for the evenings, he would work on advanced calculus problems and practice the newly developed magic, the cryogenic ice domain. It had to be said that solving math problems was proving to be quite effective. His mental abilities were growing at a faster pace than before. However, the only downside was that he felt a bit mentally drained every time he left the house. The pace of teaching arcane mathematics was faster than Lynn had anticipated. In just 4 short days, the basic formula for summing geometric series no longer satisfied the appetites of the wizard apprentices. They yearned for more complex arcane math problems. Lynn had to resort to his second secret weapon, square roots. If exponential growth was considered challenging for these wizard apprentices, square roots were pure nightmares. The students, who had originally been looking forward to new content, were now wailing in despair. Whenever someone passed by the classroom for arcane mathematics, they could hear strange exclamations from inside. "I can't do it! I can't do it! It's impossible! It's not my fault, the formula must be wrong. This problem simply has no solution." In just 2 days of classes, Ilk and the others found the material too difficult, and most of them couldn't solve square roots. Inside the A.K.A. School of Magic, a new term began to circulate, the smile of the arcane mathematics professor. Rumor had it that once Professor Lynn showed a smile, no one in the classroom could ever smile again. Lynn felt somewhat helpless about this. If square roots were this difficult to grasp, he feared for his sanity when he eventually had to teach calculus. In the following days, he had to start with geometry. Considering the varying learning speeds of the students, they even had to separate into elite and regular classes. After finishing a new lecture on arcane mathematics, Lynn was about to leave when he was stopped by Philip. "Professor Lynn, in the next couple of days, representatives from the Wizard Council and the Magic Weekly will be coming to A.K.A. Harbor. You should prepare in advance," Philip advised. "Is it for the theory of free fall?" Lynn was surprised at first but quickly realized. "Yes, and your theory of the cosmos. Master Hurlram has already submitted these theories, but whether they will be published depends on the Magic Weekly representative," Philip nodded. "What about the Wizard Council? Why are they sending someone?" Lynn was curious. It couldn't be for the same thing. "They're here to assess your wizard rank," Philip explained. "In the land of the wizards, the title of a formal wizard wasn't just a symbol of power, it also represented a certain status and privilege. This status could only be granted by the Wizard Council. Generally, when it was confirmed that a foreign wizard would stay in the land of the wizards for an extended period, the council would send someone to confirm the wizard's identity and rank. There was also an observation period. If it was determined that the foreign wizard posed no threat, they would receive an official wizard's badge and robe. Seeing that Lynn appeared somewhat worried, Philip hurriedly reassured him. "You don't need to worry too much about this. You're doing a great job teaching arcane mathematics, so passing the observation period should be no problem." Lynn nodded. In truth, he wasn't worried about the observation period. After all, he had no intentions of causing trouble in the land of the wizards. What concerned him more was the official assessment of his wizard rank. Previously, when Lynn joined the A.K.A. Academy, Hurlram didn't assess his wizard rank. Lynn had thought it was already a given, but it turned out that this evaluation was carried out by the council. Despite having engaged in high-intensity problem-solving for the past half-month, it would still take several days to reach the limit of magic growth. Hence, he hadn't been in a hurry to address the issue of acquiring the source of magic. How are wizard ranks typically determined in the land of the wizards? Lynn asked, probing for more information. Usually, the testing for novice to third circle wizards is done using magic orbs, and mistakes are rare. Of course, if you're a grand wizard, those things are of no use, Philip chuckled, then curiously inquired about how the Society of Mystical Arts assessed ranks. In the Society of Mystical Arts, there's only a scholar's rank, and individual status doesn't matter much. The only thing worth exchanging is knowledge, Lynn casually improvised. Upon hearing this, Philip couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. Perhaps only in a place like this could formal wizards like himself have equal exchanges with grand wizards or even legendary wizards, sharing their perspectives and conjectures about the world. So, what are the requirements for joining the Society of Mystical Arts? Philip lowered his voice and discreetly asked. According to Lynn's description, the Society of Mystical Arts seemed to be a small group where members shared knowledge without being compelled to do anything they didn't want to. Joining such a society appeared to have only benefits, without any drawbacks. You must first present a piece of unique knowledge to prove your abilities. Furthermore, you need a recommendation from someone of a higher rank, Lynn patiently added to his lie, making it clear that since arriving in the land of the wizards, he had temporarily lost contact with the Society of Mystical Arts, in order to dissuade Philip's thoughts. After all, in the Sarkas Empire, there was no such thing as the Society of Mystical Arts. He couldn't just conjure one up, could he? Under the guise of deception, Philip left with some lingering regret, and Lynn breathed a sigh of relief. The lies he had fabricated to deal with Hurlram's inquiries had brought him many conveniences, but they had also created quite a bit of risk. Lynn pondered strategies to handle the situation as he made his way to the gnome's workshop to check on the progress of the airship. As he stepped inside, he collided with a hurried Lydia. If one were to judge solely by their heights, it would seem like a dwarf had collided with a giant. But the reality was quite the opposite. Lynn stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance and avoiding a fall. Lydia appeared unharmed and excitedly grabbed Lynn's arm, pulling him inside. "Come on, Professor Lynn." After working day and night for over half a month, their airship had been completed ahead of schedule. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 71, Secrets, All Secrets. 2 days later, a convoy pulled by several robust camels slowly made its way along the official road of the harbor city. At the forefront of the convoy, inside a lavishly decorated carriage, an elderly wizard gazed out of the window, taking in the architectural layout of the entire city. "Mr. Tyke, do you really believe this continent could be spherical?" Beside him, a well-dressed mage inquired curiously, tossing a gold coin in his hand. "Roar, until we have definitive proof, no one can truly confirm or refute this speculation." Tyke took a while to shift his gaze away from the rows of buildings that were identical in size and shape, and then continued, rumors within the council suggest that a legendary wizard well versed in elemental magic, upon hearing this theory, is preparing to use flight magic to ascend into the sky to confirm whether the continent is round or flat. And what's the result? Roar asked, greatly intrigued. By the time we departed, that esteemed person had not returned. Tyke shook his head. It has been quite a few days, hasn't it? Roar couldn't help but shudder for a moment, but then dismissed the thought. He hadn't truly witnessed the power possessed by legendary wizards, but he understood that it was undeniably immensely formidable. The safety of these influential figures doesn't seem to be a concern for someone like me. In any case, once this news is released, the divination wizards will probably be in an uproar, Tyke remarked. Those divination wizards always tried to interpret signs of destiny from the trajectories of celestial bodies, and the widely circulated star maps in the land of wizards were created by them. Lynn's theory about the shape of the planet undoubtedly completely contradicted this theory. From Tyke's perspective, the divination wizards were simply squandering the council's funds, uttering cryptic words that sounded mysterious and then interpreting them word by word based on actual events after they occurred, leaving people uncertain whether the prediction was accurate or merely concocted afterward. Roar wasn't particularly concerned about the thoughts of those divination wizards. He was contemplating the theory mentioned by a wizard named Lynn, the law of free fall. The acceleration of an object in free fall is independent of its weight and mass. When two objects of different masses are dropped from the same height, they will hit the ground simultaneously. While this theory had received some confirmation from great wizards, it still seemed incredibly unusual, bordering on unbelievable. Could it be that if you were to carry a small pebble and an entire mountain into the sky, they would both fall to the ground simultaneously? Roar attempted to toss the gold coin in his hand alongside a feather pen, and without a doubt, the heavier coin landed first. Just as he was lost in thought, the convoy came to a gradual stop. What's going on? Roar asked, slightly irritated. They shouldn't have reached A.K.A. Magic Academy yet. The road ahead is blocked, Mage Roar, the servant driving the camels hastily explained. Roar pulled back the carriage curtain and immediately saw numerous townsfolk gathered in the square, seemingly discussing something. What's happening? Tyke also inquired, as he had just heard the commotion from outside. Tyke looked ahead and, with the height advantage provided by the carriage, they both saw the massive, bizarre alchemical contraption situated in the center of the square. This thing was as tall as a two-story building, divided into upper and lower sections. Above was an elliptical sphere, its estimated length exceeding 20 meters. Below it, there was a structure somewhat resembling a ship, but much smaller in comparison, making up less than a third of the overall size of the elliptical sphere. It was all tethered together by sturdy ropes. Is this the alchemical contraption Master Hurlram recently developed? It's enormous. Roar marveled. This contraption was even more massive than the golems in the wizard city. No, I'm afraid it has nothing to do with His Excellency Hurlram. Tyke countered after listening to the lively discussions around them for a while. Most of the townspeople here mentioned Lynn, Lydia, and something called an airship. Airship? Is that the name of this alchemical contraption? So, is this related to that wizard from the Sekas Empire again? Quite interesting. Let's go and take a look on foot. Roar stepped down from the carriage, his interest piqued. On the other side, in the center of the city square, Lydia and the airship she had crafted were surrounded by curious townsfolk. Children as young as 7 or 8 and burly farmers alike were eager to touch this massive creation, even taller than some houses. About a dozen halflings, like guards, encircled the airship with proud expressions. This was their treasured creation, painstakingly worked on for over half a month. A mischievous boy secretly climbed up the sculpture, standing on his tiptoes and raising his hand high to poke the underside of the airship's balloon. He felt the soft texture and realized he couldn't pierce the seemingly fragile balloon with his hand. But his eyes remained fixed on the enormous airship before him. Ah, It's so soft. Several other mischievous children exclaimed excitedly as they climbed up and used their rough hands to touch the airship. Darren was startled and jumped up, intending to shoo them away, but he was too short to reach them. He could only sternly scold them. Go away. Don't damage it. I can't afford to compensate you even if I sell you all. Although the balloon was made of sturdy camel leather and was hard to pierce with a knife, they had invested all their energy and savings into this flight experiment. They couldn't allow the slightest error. Uncle Darren, how did you move such a big thing here? It's called an airship, right? Can it really fly? The lead boy, who was shorter than Darren, asked with a mischievous smile. The onlookers were equally curious. Judging by its appearance, this airship seemed to weigh several tons, but Lydia and the others managed to move it all the way from the workshop to the square. You guys wouldn't understand. This thing looks big but it's not heavy at all. No, that's not it. I should say it's not heavy when you push it. According to the wizard, it's because most of the weight is offset by lift, and there are wheels at the bottom, so moving it isn't tiring at all. Darren spoke triumphantly, his beard curling up. But before he could finish, Lydia gave him a hefty kick. He realized his mistake and instantly changed his expression, now watching everyone present with a serious look. Confidential, all of this is confidential. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 72, A Scene Worth Remembering in Magical History. Darren's words had left the townsfolk present itching with curiosity, yet they had no choice but to speculate whether this airship, called the flying boat, would actually take flight, how long it would stay aloft, and if it would meet the same fate as previous aircraft, crashing before reaching the skies. Meanwhile, the professors and students of A.K.A. Academy gathered in the central square, gazing at the enormous airship parked there. Even Hurlram, who was usually composed, couldn't help but be amazed by its size. After a pause, he turned to Lynn and spoke, "It's a marvel of alchemical engineering, Professor Lynn. I heard this is your creation." Lynn chuckled as he explained, "I merely provided the blueprint, the airship's construction process was completed by Lydia and the others. You could say it's a collaborative effort." Though Lynn downplayed his role, Hurlram and the others knew that crafting was secondary. The most important aspect of any alchemical creation was its design principles. "Professor Lynn, if you call this thing a flying boat, do you intend to make it actually fly? How much magical power would that require?" Kevin inquired with great curiosity. The larger and heavier something was, the harder it was to get it into the sky, and this was a well-established rule. Sending such a colossal alchemical contraption into the heavens would undoubtedly consume an incalculable amount of magical power. "I think you're mistaken. Making this thing fly doesn't require magic at all." Lynn shook his head. "Not magic?" The professors and students in attendance were momentarily taken aback. Could this contraption really take to the skies on its own? Is this the alternative propulsion and redesigned structure you mentioned when you first arrived in the wizard's domain? Hurlram immediately recalled Lynn's words from when he arrived in the land of wizards, and indeed, he hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations from the airship. "No, to put it differently, this airship uses a different method of flight," Lynn replied after some thought. Hurlram furrowed his brow, pondering what the different method might entail. Then, with great interest, he asked, "So, how long do you think it can remain in the sky? 10 minutes? An hour? I believe it can stay in the air for much longer than any number you might imagine. Its flight duration depends solely on how long Lydia wishes to stay in the sky." Lynn answered with a smile. Upon hearing this, Philip and the others were no longer composed. Did this mean that as long as Lydia didn't want to come down, she could stay in the air indefinitely? This was unreasonable because flight was a feat accomplished by only a few wizards. But before they could voice their objections, a voice from behind spoke up. "Are you saying this airship can remain in the sky continuously without expending any energy?" This is impossible and goes against the law of magic conservation. Lynn turned in surprise and saw two splendidly dressed wizards approaching from behind. This is Mr. Tyke, a council member of the Wizard Council, Philip hurriedly introduced Lynn, showing a hint of respect in his tone. Although Tyke and Philip were both third-tier wizards, Tyke's expertise in alchemy was highly regarded in the land of wizards. As for the other person, Philip hesitated, revealing uncertainty in his expression. I'm Roll, from the Magic Weekly. I've been assigned here as a special correspondent, Roll replied politely. Hello, Mr. Tyke, Mr. Roll, Lynn nodded, and the name Tyke seemed oddly familiar to him. He had once studied a first-tier spell called Tyke's Farsight Technique. Let's skip the pleasantries, you haven't answered my earlier question. Tyke showed no interest in small talk and urgently asked. If you're referring to levitation alone, it doesn't require additional energy, Lynn explained, then continued, as for the principle, I can only say. That's a trade secret. Tyke's expression froze, and it shifted to a somewhat resigned look. As an alchemist, he knew that there were certain things one shouldn't ask about. Professor Lynn, the inspection work has been completed, and the lookout is ready to take off. Lydia came running all the way, saluting like a naval captain, and loudly announced. In that case, let's begin. Lynn waved his hand. With approval granted, Lydia excitedly called Darren and the others, and they started injecting hydrogen into the airship's auxiliary bladders. They also secured a sturdy rope to several pillars in the square to prevent it from taking off prematurely. The airship's gas envelope appeared seamless on the outside but was actually divided into the main and auxiliary bladders. When only the main bladder was filled with hydrogen, the airship experienced slightly less lift than gravity, staying at a critical point. Filling the auxiliary bladders with hydrogen as well allowed it to take off directly. During descent, the process was reversed by opening the auxiliary bladders, allowing air to flow in, causing the airship to descend slowly. As for why hydrogen was used instead of the safer helium, it was simply because hydrogen was more readily available, easily obtained by separating it from water. A.K.A. Harbor had an abundance of water, after all. While Darren and the others were filling the gas bladders with gas, Lydia had already climbed up a ladder into the airship's cabin. She adjusted her alchemical goggles on her head, placed her hands on the large steering wheel, and took on the appearance of a captain. Her face was filled with unstoppable excitement. All eyes on the square were focused on the airship. As the hydrogen continued to flow into the auxiliary bladders, the massive airship began to shake slightly, gradually floating off the ground. It's amazing. It can really fly. Indeed, all our efforts were not in vain. Witnessing this scene, several halflings embraced each other in excitement. They had worked day and night for the past half-month, all for this day. Lookout is taking off. Lydia shouted, cutting the rope connecting the airship to the pillars with a swing of her blade. Amid the countless excited and awed gazes, the enormous contraption in front of them swiftly broke free from the grasp of gravity and soared directly into the sky. Incredible! Hurlram gazed at the airship floating further and further into the sky and sighed in amazement. Beside him, Roll quickly pulled out his quill and, using magic as ink, rapidly sketched everything he saw. This was undoubtedly a scene worth remembering in magical history. A halfling who couldn't use any magic, riding in a colossal airship taller than a two-story building, flying into the sky. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 73, Reaching for the Sky. Unbelievable, this thing is actually flying. If the sight of the airship soaring through the skies amazed the wizards, it was nothing short of awe-inspiring for the townspeople who gathered to watch. Because everyone in Lydia's group was known to the townsfolk. They were a bunch of half-humans who usually caused a ruckus and had a penchant for tinkering with strange contraptions. The most crucial point was that just like the common townsfolk present, none of them had any magical abilities. And now, Lydia was right before their eyes, piloting something larger than a house, ascending into the sky, accomplishing something even many esteemed wizards couldn't. "Daddy, can I fly like that too in the future?" A young boy who had climbed onto the statue to touch the airship looked at the man in the grey robe, excitement shining in his eyes. "What are you thinking? I'm sure some wizard secretly used magic on the airship." The man in the grey robe didn't believe for a second that a half-human could fly using their own power. In the land of wizards, all miracles belong to the great power of magic. "Who said it's magic?" Darren responded to this with annoyance, correcting the man with some frustration. "I assure you, every part of this airship was crafted by us half-humans with our own hands, without a trace of magic. When Lydia comes back down, anyone can go up to the airship and see for themselves. As long as you pay 10 silver coins, anyone can take a ride on the airship and go for a spin in the sky. I heard from Lynn that this thing can fly really high, even higher than many clouds, and if you're lucky, you might even get to touch the clouds in the sky," Darren said, quite pleased with himself. "Higher than the clouds?" The children in the square couldn't help but look up at the sky, watching the enormous airship grow smaller as it moved farther away. They imagined what it might feel like to touch a cloud. Surely, it would be as soft as a sheep's wool, right? The other townspeople were also intrigued. A contraption of this size, most likely, cost a fortune. Just 10 silver coins for a trip into the sky didn't seem too expensive. After all, it was the sky. At the same time, hundreds of meters above, Lydia stood on a specially designed chair, looking down at the crowd below, which was becoming smaller and smaller until they resembled tiny dots. Finally, the entire harbor city's landscape lay before her. Everything seemed so small, just like the wooden models she used to keep in her workshop, as if she could crush them with a single step. "Is this what it feels like to soar into the sky? It's absolutely amazing." Lydia looked around, excitedly gazing at the distant, rolling mountains and the vast sea. Although she had ascended into the sky on a rudimentary flying machine more than 10 days ago, it had only reached an altitude of a few dozen meters, and she couldn't afford to lose focus for a moment. Unlike now, where the airship could float on its own without her control, allowing her to do whatever she wanted up here. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew by, and the previously stable airship began to sway slightly. First-time flyers often experience an inexplicable fear, but Lydia was not the least bit afraid. On the contrary, she boldly climbed to the edge of the airship, spread her arms, and faced the strong wind, letting out cries of excitement, releasing the exhilaration she felt. It wasn't until she spotted a pure white cloud floating not far from the airship that Lydia had a daring idea. She jumped down and returned to her seat, gripping the control lever, and directed the airship straight toward the cloud. The massive airship collided with the cloud, passing through it. Lydia's vision was now enveloped in a sea of white. Her cheeks and arms felt damp, and the sensation was akin to standing by the seaside, with the gentle sea breeze brushing past her. "This must be a happy cloud," Lydia giggled. However, amidst the playful antics, the half-human girl hadn't forgotten the task Lynn had entrusted to her. After a leisurely tour in the airship, she hovered above the square once again, then pulled a lever at her side. The bottom of the airship's deck immediately opened, and 2 spheres with vastly different masses dropped from the cabin, but due to the tethering ropes, they hung in the air, swaying left and right, causing the airship to tilt slightly. Next, the half-human girl brought the alchemical goggles to her eyes, leaning out, awaiting Lynn's gestures and commands. This pair of goggles was the only magical item she carried, housing a farsight spell that sharpened her vision like a griffin's, enabling her to see Professor Lynn amidst the crowd from a distance of 2,000 meters clearly. It seems like the next issue of the Magic Weekly is going to sell like hotcakes. 10 minutes ago, Roll, who was at the square, was quite satisfied with the illustrations he had created, adding his own feelings at the bottom of each one. He already had a rough expectation of the newspaper's sales figures. Lynn leaned in to take a look. On the parchment, there were 3 drawings: Lydia boarding the airship, cutting the ropes, and soaring into the sky. Although time was limited, the sketches were exceptionally vivid. This sketching technique was no different from a human-shaped printer. No wonder the other party became a specialist for the Magic Weekly. With a brief delay, the airship had already reached high in the sky, looking like a small dot from their position. "This is too high." Theodore gazed up, astonished at the airship continuing to ascend. Initially, he had thought that this thing could fly at most a few hundred meters high. However, in just a short while, the airship had already exceeded 2,000 meters in altitude. Fortunately, the difficulty of the Farsight spell wasn't very high, and most of the wizards present were proficient in it. So even from this distance, they could still see things quite clearly. After ascending to an altitude of 2,500 meters, the airship stopped and then, using the propulsion of the steam, began to move slowly forward. It could not only fly but also navigate, and it did so remarkably steadily. At this height, it's probably beyond the attack range of most magic. Tick looked at the floating airship in the distance, his expression growing somewhat solemn. In a certain sense, this contraption was a war weapon. Mounting 2 crystal cannons on it would allow for long-range attacks. If there were 20 airships armed with crystal cannons, conducting an aerial assault on Iida Harbor, it was without a doubt that the entire city would be reduced to ruins, without even the intervention of the great wizard Hurlrum. It's a finely designed and very well-built device. Hurlrum also understood this quite well, turning to look at Lynn once more and asking, "The design plans for this airship shouldn't have been completed recently, should they?" If a half-month ago, Lydia had created a rudimentary flying machine, it was immediately obvious that it was a rough prototype. But this airship was a fully fledged product. From takeoff to hovering in midair and onward, everything was very smooth. The design was also meticulous, indicating it was highly advanced technology. "Yes, this airship was jointly designed by me and some friends from the Society of Mystical Arts. It's just that within the borders of the Seekus Empire, it's difficult to find a suitable place for flight experiments," Lynn explained, subtly praising the wizards of this land. The wizards present nodded in agreement. In the Seekus Empire, wizards were hunted down, and they couldn't openly conduct flight experiments. "Since you've never tested it before, why are you so certain it will fly?" Tick asked with puzzlement. "Because I've used mathematical calculations based on the principles of magic in advance," Lynn stated straightforwardly. "As long as you know all the data and perform precise calculations, there's no room for error." Before embarking on this flight experiment, he had already used the arcane science to weigh objects of different masses, roughly confirming that the gravity on this planet was almost identical to Earth's. Now that the airship had reached the expected altitude, all this data had been deduced through arcane science in advance. Arcane science? Tick muttered, a term he had never encountered before. It seemed that apart from awarding official wizard medals, it was also necessary to learn about this thing called arcane science. He felt it was likely essential for alchemy. Professors like Kevin and Philip thought Lynn's statement was somewhat too absolute. Could so-called arcane science really predict everything? However, they couldn't refute it at the moment because the ascending airship was the best proof. On the side, Roll once again took out his pen and jotted down Lynn's words, intending to emphasize them in bold on one of the pages in the Magic Weekly. "Master Hurlrum, may I request you to use magic to temporarily turn this square into a sandy surface?" Lynn gazed at the sky for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "Sure, but could you explain the reason?" Hurlrum asked, puzzled. "Now we're at a sufficient height, and I'm planning to conduct an experiment. If it were on level ground, there might be too much commotion." Lynn spoke nonchalantly. "Experiment?" Hurlrum hesitated for a moment, then quickly understood what Lynn was referring to. He immediately used an amplification spell to command everyone present to step back 25 meters, creating a sufficiently spacious area in the middle. A high-level wizard personally issued the order, and nobody dared to disobey. The townsfolk quickly moved backward, creating a circular area with a radius of 25 meters in the previously crowded square. Hurlrum first released a large magical barrier to prevent any accidents. Then, he cast another spell. Under the influence of magic, the sturdy ground tiles in front of them quickly cracked and were disintegrated into countless fine grains of sand. Lynn took this moment to look at the gathering of wizards and townspeople in the square. Utilizing the principles of sound wave transmission, he increased his volume. Everyone, over the past half-month, you've probably heard about my law of free fall and planetary theory to some extent. I believe many of you have doubts, thinking that it's a ridiculous imagination, a deception for public attention. How could the continent possibly be round? How could an iron object and a stone fall to the ground at the same time? But let me tell you, don't be deceived by the appearance of things. The phenomena you usually see are merely the result of air resistance. In fact, if we eliminate the factor of air resistance, an object's free fall speed has no relation to its weight or shape. Are you questioning Master Yad's theory? A young male wizard in the crowd interrupted. The relationship between the speed of a falling object and its weight is directly proportional, and it is also affected by the shape. This was almost common knowledge, and there were countless real-world examples to confirm Master Yad's conclusion. Then why don't we make a bet instead? Lynn raised his tone. In 10 minutes, I will have Lydia lower the airship to an altitude of about 40 meters, and then drop 2 iron balls from high above. These balls will have vastly different volumes and weights. But I bet both balls will hit the ground at the same moment, and the time difference will not exceed 1 second. The wager is set at 3 magic gold coins, and anyone can participate. Lynn said with a smile. The purchasing power of 3 magic gold coins was roughly equivalent to $5,000 to $6,000 in the previous world, and it wasn't a small sum even for wizards. However, it wasn't so much that it would hurt. The young male wizard didn't hesitate much and tossed 3 coins over. If Lynn wasn't lying, according to Master Yad's theory, the heavier iron ball should fall much faster than the smaller one. People with thoughts similar to his were not in the minority, so within a short time, more than 20 wizards had joined the bet. Roll was no exception, as he held deep doubts about this theory. Many townspeople were also itching to join, but not many dared to participate in a bet with the wizard lords. What about you? Are you going to give it a try? Lynn turned to the students from the class of arcane science behind him, jokingly asking. Pierce and others quickly shook their heads. Irock shivered uncontrollably. The last time the professor initiated a bet, he almost lost a fortune comparable to the entire A.K.A. harbor. In a blink of an eye, he had won 69 magic gold coins. Lynn also felt somewhat sentimental. Indeed, earning a fortune was impossible with just a regular salary. But he wasn't just using the airship for this experiment to make money, the most important thing was to vindicate his theory. Although on his first day in A.K.A. harbor, he had confirmed this within the academy, thanks to the vacuum environment created by Hurlrum. Creating a vacuum environment was incredibly challenging, only high-level wizards could do it. So, this conclusion was limited to a small-scale dissemination. Most people preferred to believe what they saw in front of them. Therefore, Lynn decided to use today as an opportunity to prove this theory indisputably to everyone. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 74, A Step Closer to the Truth. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, the airship began to descend slowly and soon hovered about 40 meters above the square. All the wizards on the square and the sharp-eyed townsfolk could see 2 round balls hanging beneath the airship. The first had a diameter of about half a meter, made entirely of metal and tethered by a thick leather rope, which appeared taut and on the verge of breaking at any moment. The other ball was only about 1/3 the size of the first, and even to the naked eye, the enormous difference in their mass was evident. Lynn waited until the sea breeze that had been blowing gradually subsided, and at the moment when the airship truly stabilized in mid-air, he picked up a red flag and waved it. Inside the airship, Lydia, who was crouched on the edge, on a stool, also waved the flag in response. It's begun, Lynn announced. The attention of everyone present was now focused on the two suspended balls beneath the airship. As another lever was pulled by Lydia, the two ropes were instantly released, and both iron balls fell at the same moment. "The big one is faster! The big one is faster!" a young wizard exclaimed with excitement. Thanks to farsight magic, he could clearly and accurately see that the larger iron ball had descended first when the ropes broke. However, the excitement on the wizard's face was short-lived, as the large iron ball did not outpace the smaller one in speed as he had anticipated. Instead, it maintained a very close distance to the small iron ball. It wasn't so much that the larger iron ball fell faster as it was that the ropes restraining the larger ball had snapped more tightly, causing it to drop a split second earlier. Lynn had never been concerned because he had carefully calculated the data for both iron balls. While the larger ball had greater mass, its windward surface was also larger, which meant it experienced more air resistance. As expected, in the second of their descent, the heights of the two iron balls remained almost identical. "This can't be, this isn't right." The wizards who witnessed this scene wore expressions of disbelief, with some even speculating whether Lynn had secretly cast a slow fall spell on the larger iron ball, causing this astonishing result. But before they could finish that thought, the massive iron ball, weighing over half a ton, crashed straight onto the square. In an instant, the entire square seemed to tremble. The tremendous impact caused the large iron ball to embed deeply into the sandy ground as the surrounding sand erupted like a stone rain, scattering in all directions. An invisible magical barrier surrounded the central part of the square, and the sand and stones striking it produced a continuous crackling sound. Due to their trust in the Grand Wizard, not many people paid attention to the flying sand and were fixedly gazing at the two round balls in the center of the square. The heavy iron ball had already sunken deeply into the center of the square, and the scattered sand had formed a pit about 3 meters in diameter, with fine sand still accumulating around it. Underneath the smaller iron ball, the pit was even smaller, barely a few tens of centimeters in size, quickly filling with sand. Just as Lynn had stated earlier, the two spheres, despite their vastly different masses, had crossed a distance of 40 meters almost simultaneously, reaching the ground. But how could this be? Wasn't the heavier one supposed to land first? "Professor Hurlram, can I confirm this?" the young wizard eagerly inquired. The Grand Wizard did not answer but turned to Lynn. Seeing Lynn nod, he removed the magic barrier. The young wizard immediately ran over, unconcerned that his ankle sank into the sand, and picked up the small iron ball, which was only palm-sized. He also gave it a toss. "It's indeed very light." The wizard pondered, estimating the weight of the small ball to be around 20 kilograms, with no traces of magic. Could it be that there's an issue with the larger iron ball? Unconvinced, the young wizard placed the small ball on the ground and attempted to lift the larger iron ball, which was about half a meter in diameter. However, no matter how much effort he exerted, he couldn't budge the thing from the sandy ground. "How heavy is this thing?" The young wizard was astonished, confirming that Lynn hadn't cut any corners. "If anyone still has doubts, feel free to come and check," Lynn said nonchalantly, getting approval from the skeptics among the wizards and even the townsfolk. They stepped into the sand and used their hands to verify the weight difference between the two spheres. Just as they saw with their eyes, the difference was significant, with only a few shape-shifting wizards capable of lifting the large ball. In the end, Hurlram used Mage Hand to pull the large ball out of the sand and weighed it in his hands. Approximately half a ton. Hurlram pondered for a moment and made a relatively accurate judgment. Philip, Kevin, Theodore, and others exchanged glances, unable to hide their amazement. Lynn's statement that the two balls had a weight difference of tens of times was too conservative. The actual difference was 25 times. "But it's so strange, why is it like this?" Roral looked at Lynn, puzzled. He didn't care about the 3 gold coins he lost but was greatly perplexed by this phenomenon that contradicted common sense. He had personally witnessed the horrifying destruction caused by the large iron ball when it landed, indicating its tremendous weight. Yet both iron balls had descended at the same speed. And this had nothing to do with magic. "We can figure it out with a simple hypothesis," Lynn said, addressing the confused and doubtful gazes in the square, emphasizing his words. "According to Master Yad's theory, an object's falling speed is directly proportional to its weight. Is that right?" Roral and the others nodded. Lynn then pointed to the two spheres. "So, if I were to tie this small iron ball to the large iron ball with a rope and drop them from a height, do you think the falling speed would be faster or slower?" "Of course, it would be faster because the total weight increases," Roral replied without hesitation. However, a few wizards immediately countered, "No, it should be slower. The small ball's mass is much lower than the large ball, so its descent should be much slower and thus should slow down the large iron ball's fall. If the large iron ball takes 4 seconds to fall, and the small ball takes 9 seconds, then when they're tied together and fall simultaneously, the landing time should be between 4 and 9 seconds. Lynn hadn't even had a chance to respond, and the two groups of wizards were already arguing. Johnny, Ilk, and the others listened, feeling that both sides had reasonable arguments, yet they were contradicting each other. "The answer is, almost no change." Lynn interrupted the quarrel. "How is that possible?" Philip frowned, rebuking. But as soon as he spoke, he froze, realizing that the experiment they had just witnessed proved that an object's falling speed had nothing to do with its weight, or at least not as much as they had expected. "Mr. Roral, can you give me a blank piece of paper?" Lynn was aware that many people present still had doubts. He turned to Roral and asked. "Of course." Roral took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lynn, curious about what Lynn wanted to do. Lynn turned to the townsfolk, raising the paper. "Who can provide me with a book that's slightly wider than this piece of paper?" In the midst of the commotion, a child contributed his storybook. Lynn used Mage Hand to raise both the paper and the storybook 2 meters into the air, then let them fall together. The paper slowly drifted down and took about 4 seconds to land, while the storybook, which was much heavier, crashed to the ground within a second. "What are you doing?" Philip asked, puzzled. Wasn't this phenomenon contradicting his theory? Lynn didn't answer but gently placed the paper on top of the storybook's cover and sent them back into the air, jokingly saying, "Come on, guess what will happen when they fall simultaneously now?" "There's no need to guess. Without a doubt, the paper will stay in the air, and the book will hit the ground first," Philip declared confidently. This time, both sides agreed with Philip because Lynn hadn't tied the two objects together, they couldn't be considered a single entity. So, the result would undoubtedly be that the paper was slower, and the book was faster. "Next, you need to pay close attention." Lynn shook his head and dispelled the magic. In the next moment, to the astonishment of everyone present, the paper did not float as they had imagined. Instead, it stuck to the cover of the book and fell down together with it. The whole process took just 1 second, with the thin paper and the heavy book landing simultaneously. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. They couldn't fathom why this had happened. Reality had undoubtedly shattered their intuition once again. Unless, it was indeed as Lynn had said, and the falling speed had little to do with weight. Is it because of the elimination of air resistance? Hurlram pondered. He could see that since Lynn had stuck the paper onto the book, the thin paper didn't have to contend with air resistance and would naturally fall alongside the book. Unconvinced, Roral repeated the experiment using Lynn's method, but the result remained unchanged. Even the wizards who had been most opposed to it earlier had to consider that Master Yad's theory might indeed be flawed. "Your wisdom is admirable, Master Hurlram." It was because the book took on the role of air resistance instead of the paper that they fell together. Lynn first praised Hurlram naturally, then turned to the wizards who still hadn't recovered from the two surprising experiments. "When I was with the Society of Mystical Arts, I once heard a great master say that this world is incredibly magical. Sometimes, certain phenomena surpass even our understanding. The process of wizards seeking the truth is like a group of blind men trying to touch an enormous dragon and replicate its form in their minds. The person who touches the dragon's leg believes the dragon looks like a cylinder, the one who touches the wing thinks it's like a disc, and the one who touches its elongated side, but undoubtedly, all these conclusions are partial. Perhaps one day, another wizard will stand on this square and, through a rigorous experiment that no one can dispute, challenge this law of free fall. I will not be angry at all. On the contrary, I welcome anyone to question and repeatedly test this law. Because every correction of an error means that we are one step closer to the truth. Lynn's resounding voice echoed throughout the square. After a brief moment of silence, thunderous applause filled the air. Tiddick, Philip, and the others were both awestruck by the two experiments that had defied their expectations and deeply impressed by Lynn's magnanimity. One had to understand that the debate over ideologies in the land of wizards was no laughing matter. Sometimes, the two schools of thought would even come to blows in their attempts to prove whose theory was correct. But Lynn had taken a different approach, welcoming everyone to challenge his theory through experiments, which displayed a level of magnanimity worthy of admiration. The townsfolk present joined in the applause. Those who were knowledgeable were genuinely convinced, while others found the whole discussion incomprehensible. A short, stout halfling looked at Darren, whose palms had turned red from applauding, and asked in a low voice. "Did you understand what they were talking about, Darren? Isn't it obvious? Master Yad's theory is wrong, and Lord Lynn's theory is correct." Darren wore a contemptuous expression on his face, but in reality, he had no clue. Air resistance, gravity, whatever, he could roughly follow these concepts, but when it came to explaining why a piece of paper could fall alongside a book, he was entirely clueless. But since those wizard-grown UPS were applauding, he was just following suit, so he couldn't be wrong. Amid the enthusiastic applause, a massive airship slowly descended onto the sand. An agile halfling girl climbed down from the airship using a ladder, and when she saw everyone applauding her, her eyes squinted with joy. Voyager 1's maiden flight was a success. All systems inside the airship are functioning normally. Captain Lydia requests further instructions. Lydia rushed to Lynn, jogging up to him and performing an exaggerated salute. She said proudly, "There are no further instructions for now. Let's call it a day." Lydia immediately transitioned from her role as captain. She was elated to share her experiences in the sky, recounting how she had steered the airship into a pristine white cloud, the distant towering mountains, and an endless sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 75, Magic Level Evaluation. Lydia enthusiastically recounted her flying experience, captivating the apprentices and townsfolk alike. Would flying through the clouds in the sky truly feel as refreshing as being caressed by a sea breeze? Everyone yearned to experience this extraordinary sensation. And 10 silver coins didn't seem all that expensive. The halfling girl chattered on, but upon seeing Hurlrum, she remembered the purpose of their flight and nervously asked, "Master Hurlrum, this should be considered a success, right? I spent a long time in the sky without using any magic." Hurlrum gazed at Lydia, hesitating for a moment without responding. "My arcane lessons don't require magical talent, even an ordinary person can gain a lot of knowledge from them," Lynn chimed in at this moment. "In that case, give it a try," Hurlrum said noncommittally. "That's amazing." Lydia jumped up in joy, and she embraced several halflings. Darren, in particular, was overcome with excitement, unable to contain his tears. "I knew you could do it, Lydia. It's great, the halflings will soon have a wizard of their own." The overly excited Darren and the others decided that they must have a good drink after returning home tonight. While gathering in the square, some wizards and apprentices watched Lydia and the others making a commotion. They couldn't help but furrow their brows. Enrolling a halfling with no magical talent was a first, and it also violated the Wizard Council's regulations. However, Thanks to the awe-inspiring flight experiment and Hurlrum's approval, no one dared to openly object. After the excitement subsided, Hurlrum used magic to restore the ground that had turned to sand. He instructed a few wizards to maintain order in the square, then led the professors and students back to the A.K.A. Academy, preparing to welcome two esteemed guests from the wizard city. Lydia and the others who stayed in the square, while happy, didn't forget to take advantage of the excitement to sell tickets for the airship. According to Lynn's previous pricing, the tickets for the airship were priced at 10 silver coins each, which was affordable for most townsfolk. As a result, many people were willing to spend the money to board the airship and take a trip on this alchemical contraption, which was even taller than a building. In a short half-hour, Lydia had already sold over 600 tickets, and following the principle of first come, first served, each person's name was recorded, making it impossible for anyone to sneak a free ride. The interior of this airship was quite spacious, accommodating up to 10 people at a time, flying in the sky for about an hour each time. At least 10 trips could be made in a day, but even so, it would take several days to accommodate everyone. In just a short time, they had collected more than 60 magic gold coins. Darren and the others were all smiles because Lynn was willing to give them 1/10 of the ticket sales as operational expenses. With this kind of enthusiasm, they could easily make several dozen magic gold coins each month, and it was much more lucrative than making small trinkets in the workshop. While Darren and the others were lost in their dreams of a better life, inside the A.K.A. Academy, Hurlrum, Tick, Roar, and the professors had already arrived in the main hall. Groups of fairies flew in from the windows, placing steaming hot dishes on the square table in front of everyone. Roasted tomatoes, mashed potatoes, white bread, the tailbone of a herbivorous lizard, the spine of a camel beast, the foreleg of a fire lion, and many bizarre ingredients that Lynn couldn't even recognize. Lynn cautiously cut a small piece of the fire lion's foreleg and put it in his mouth. It seemed more tender than beef, though lacking in seasoning. It was already considered a sumptuous meal in the land of the wizards. Professor Lynn, I must thank you for allowing me to witness such an interesting airship and falling experiment as soon as I arrived at A.K.A. Harbor. I'm afraid the Magic Weekly won't be short of news for the next month. Roar raised his wine glass and looked at Lynn, jokingly. Mr. Roar, you flatter me. I would like to ask you to be more considerate when expressing your opinions in your articles. Lynn raised his glass first and emptied it, politely saying. He knew the power of the pen, and he was well aware that by expressing his views more radically in the Magic Weekly, they could cause him a lot of trouble. That won't do. I must faithfully report everything I see. It's the most basic ethical responsibility of a Magic Weekly editor. Roar shook his head, smoothly stating. Lynn was speechless. He never believed that a media person had such ethical responsibility, it simply didn't exist. But if the other party wasn't willing to make promises, there was nothing he could do. By the way, Professor Lynn, I have a question. Roar's hand holding the wine glass paused, and he curiously asked, what is your wizard rank? At these words, everyone in the room turned their attention to Lynn, all very curious about this question. Theo, Kevin, and others who knew some insider information guessed that Lynn must be a three-ring wizard. After all, he had killed a grand bishop, destroyed half a town, and an entire 3,000-man guard unit. Even if he used some alchemical item that needed prior preparation, it was still an incredibly powerful feat. But the one thing that made them doubtful was that Lynn looked exceptionally young, perhaps not even 20 years old. Keep in mind that the most famous genius in the land of the wizards, the star of the magic world August, also became a three-ring wizard on the eve of his 20th birthday. Under countless curious gazes, Lynn calmly drank the red wine in his glass and said with composure, I think we should wait for Mr. Tick to determine my wizard rank. The testing methods in the land of the wizards might be different from those of the Society of Mystical Arts. The professors found Lynn's teasing response even more intriguing, but they could afford to wait a bit longer. After all, a meal wouldn't take too much time, would it? Lynn slowly placed his wine glass on the table, his face unreadable, but he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of unease. Even though he had never verbally admitted to being a formal wizard and used the identity of a scholar when introducing himself, there was no doubt that everyone present regarded him as a full-fledged wizard. If there was a problem during the testing, it could be troublesome. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 76, Please allow me to challenge you. Roll's inquiries were temporarily brushed aside by Lynn, but private discussions continued without end. As a special envoy from the Wizards' Council, Tyke wasn't in a rush to evaluate Lynn's abilities. Instead, he showed great interest in discussing arcane knowledge. Lynn had no intention of hiding anything. The wider the dissemination of basic mathematical knowledge related to the arcane, the better. He didn't want to propose a theory in the future that nobody could understand. A delightful feast ended quickly, and after the fairies cleared away the leftovers from the table, Tyke instructed his assistant to bring a transparent crystal ball, about 10 centimeters in diameter, filled with a mysterious liquid. Give it a try, Professor Lynn. Tyke handed the crystal ball to Lynn. Lynn took it, examined it for a moment, and curiously asked, "How do I use this?" "It's quite simple. You just need to sense it and cast a spell as you normally would, then judge based on the change in color," Tyke casually explained. Lynn nodded and attempted to infuse it with magic. Through his sensory vision, he perceived the peculiar nature of the liquid inside the spherical container. This liquid was composed of an element he didn't recognize and had accumulated in the crystal ball in a rather inert state. Controlling it was challenging. Even with his full effort, he only managed to make these elements vibrate at a specific frequency, causing a faint red light to emanate within the transparent crystal ball. "That's how you use it. You can start now," Tyke reminded, thinking Lynn was still figuring out how to use the item and unaware that Lynn had already exerted his full power. "Then, let's give it a try." Lynn took a deep breath, gaining some confidence. He had already realized that driving this crystal ball was a test of a wizard's computational power, or, in other words, their mental strength. Indeed, the higher a wizard's level, the more their mental strength would grow, enabling them to control more potent and complex magic. This was a reasonable way to assess a wizard's strength. In this regard, with the assistance of the AI, he shouldn't be any less competent than an official wizard. What he was most concerned about was directly testing the upper limit of magical capacity in his body, which he probably wouldn't meet. Commence overload mode. Lynn silently recited in his mind. His gaze became incredibly sharp, and the crystal ball in his hand rapidly vibrated, with the red light growing more intense until it turned completely crimson. The professors seated around the table displayed various expressions: surprise, seriousness, and some looked like they had anticipated this. In just 2 seconds, Lynn stopped, having expended 1/3 of his magical power. If he couldn't pass even this test, he wouldn't have any solution. "Professor Lynn, I never expected you to be a third-tier wizard," Tyke said, looking at Lynn's somewhat youthful face with emotion. "Third tier? That seemed a bit high." Lynn glanced at the crimson crystal ball in his hand. Although this somewhat matched the other people's perception of him, he currently couldn't inscribe higher-tier spells in his mind. So, even though the AI's computational power was sufficient, he had no intention to study second-tier or third-tier magic. Without being able to create spell slots, it would be too inefficient. Just then, Roll, who was sitting nearby, suddenly asked, "May I be so bold as to ask, Professor Lynn, are you over 20 years old?" "Not yet, but I'll be soon," Lynn replied vaguely. He wasn't sure if there was a magical way to test one's bone age, so he had to be cautious with his answer. A third-tier wizard under 20. Roll's expression changed, and he couldn't help but stand up, saying, "Professor Lynn, please allow me to challenge you." Lynn paused, not entirely sure why Roll suddenly initiated this challenge. Master August, the Star of Magic, is, in fact, Lord Roll's teacher. Tyke lowered his voice and whispered. With this reminder, Lynn immediately remembered this person. August, the most renowned prodigy in the land of wizards, became a grand wizard at the young age of about 24. As for when he broke through to become a third-tier wizard, Lynn hadn't inquired. However, judging by Roll's reaction, it seemed Lynn's existence might have a chance to break that record. Lynn inwardly cursed himself. If only he had said he was just a bit younger than his actual age, perhaps 25 or 26. For this sudden challenge, all the wizards present were quite intrigued, especially Philip, Theodore, and others who were eager to witness the legendary hellfire that Lame Loud mentioned, which once ignited could never be extinguished. With Roll's insistence and the encouragement of the professors, Lynn had no choice but to agree. The location was set at the training grounds of A.K.A. Academy. Due to the morning's flight experiments and the need to host 2 distinguished guests, Hurlram had given the entire school staff and students the day off. Nonetheless, even with this opportunity, the apprentice wizards practicing magic diligently at the training grounds were numerous. After all, in the land of wizards, becoming an official wizard through evaluations was the fastest path to changing one's circumstances and reaching the pinnacle of life. However, even the diligent students couldn't resist the urge to watch the excitement, especially upon hearing that their professor of arcane studies would be dueling another wizard. After all, battles between official wizards were rarely seen. "Johnny, I heard you came overseas with Professor Lynn. Do you know what level of wizard he is?" Elok asked, looking at the two standing in the field, her curiosity piqued. The grey-haired girl hesitated for a moment, then shook her head without answering. In theory, Lynn should be a first-tier wizard, but in the town's harbor, he defeated the archbishop of the church, so she couldn't be sure. Seeing Johnny's uncertainty, Elok turned to Pierce and others, engaging in gossip about the reasons why Professor Lynn, hailing from the wizard's city, would engage in a showdown with Lord Roll. No matter what the apprentices thought, once Lynn and Roll entered the training ground, they stopped at a distance of 20 meters from each other. "I am Roll, a second-tier wizard and a disciple of August. I challenge Professor Lynn of A.K.A. Academy," Roll announced, placing his hand on the wizard's badge on his chest and slightly bowing, following the customary etiquette for duels among wizards. "Since it's just a friendly match, let's keep it simple," Lynn replied, mirroring the gesture and responding concisely. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 77, Tier 2 Magic, High Temperature Annihilation. After a few courteous words, both of them turned their gaze toward the Grand Wizard, who was acting as the referee. Hurlram showed no intention of delay and spoke directly, "Let's begin." The moment those words were spoken, Lynn took the initiative. Seizing the advantage was crucial in any battle. In an instant, 7 magic missiles materialized, shooting like arrows from a drawn bow. Roll furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. Using Tier 0 magic for probing in an official wizard's duel seemed a bit disrespectful. "Minor, magic shield." Roll casually raised his hand, forming a magical barrier before him. However, to his surprise, these 7 magic missiles curved, avoiding the protective barrier and approaching from both sides. Caught off guard, Roll's pupils contracted, but his reaction speed was no less impressive. Almost instantly, an invisible magic shield enveloped him, blocking the magic missiles. They created ripples upon impact but failed to breach it. This was Tier 2 magic, the Mage Shield. However, before Roll could catch his breath, the second wave of magic barrage was already upon him. This time, Lynn didn't hold back. The magical spheres were merely shells, with highly combustible elements mixed inside. Upon collision, they exploded. The sound of multiple muffled explosions filled the training ground. The magical protective wall was breached instantly, and cracks appeared on Roll's mage shield. "Is this really magic missile?" Elok, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim. The other wizard apprentices were equally astounded. They were familiar with the magic missile spell, a basic element of their studies. However, its power was usually underwhelming, so it was rarely used. But Lynn was now using this Tier 0 magic in a battle between official wizards, and the power was astonishing. Roll was forced to retreat repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, he had cast a protective spell one moment, only for several magic missiles to strike the same spot the next. The dense explosions were enough to pulverize it. Not only that, the number of magic missiles kept increasing. It started with 7, then 10, and eventually reached 12 and 15. Even to the untrained eye, it was clear that if Lynn had intended to harm Roll, he would have been defeated long ago. This was the magic barrage? The professors in attendance quickly recognized it. Lynn was employing a variation of the Great Wizard's improved magic. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. After watching for a while, they noticed subtle differences. Hurlrum's magic barrage involved presetting the flight paths of the missiles to evade obstacles, launching attacks from unexpected angles, and relying on sheer quantity to deal damage. Lynn's magic was different. Each magic missile possessed the power of a small fireball spell, and their agility was equally remarkable. Professor Lynn may be a genius in magical research. Philip couldn't help but exclaim. A Tier 0 magic meant for feints had been transformed into a destructive force equivalent to Tier 2 advanced magic. The other professors nodded in agreement and then turned their attention to Hurlrum. They were curious about how the Grand Wizard would respond. At this moment, Hurlrum made no comment. He simply watched the battle between the two, deep in thought, contemplating something. Compared to the onlooking students and professors, Roll, who was on the battlefield, was sweating profusely. He was well aware of the gap between a Tier 2 wizard and a Tier 3 wizard, but he didn't expect that his opponent would make him look so miserable with just an improved Tier 0 spell. If he were to lose like this, it would be more than just a loss of face. With this in mind, Roll's expression turned extremely serious, and the ring on his hand emitted a faint glow. Tier 3 protective magic, magic barrier. The next moment, a sturdy magical barrier appeared all around him, blocking all the incoming magic missiles from every direction. Although Roll was using an alchemical item, Hurlrum showed no intention of calling a halt. Strictly speaking, various magical potions and alchemical items were part of a wizard's strength. However, individuals concerned about their reputation wouldn't typically use such items in a competition. Lynn, still in overload mode, sensed the increase in the strength of Roll's protective magic and noticed his diminishing mental energy reserves. He decided to finish the battle swiftly. In an instant, a total of 36 magic missiles hovered in the air. This was the limit of his casting. This single attack was already on par with Tier 3 magic. Roll watched the approaching magical spheres with a grave expression. He raised his index finger and slightly trembled it in the air, causing an invisible wave to spread forward in a semicircular shape. The 36 magic missiles exploded in midair before even reaching him. The continuous explosions reverberated throughout the training ground. Elok and others who thought Lynn was on the verge of winning were left dumbfounded, unable to make sense of the situation. Had the professor made a mistake while casting his spell? How could it explode before it even reached the enemy? As expected, a smirk crept onto Roll's lips. After this brief battle, he had already identified the weakness of this magic. While Lynn had turned the magic missiles into explosive devices, it had made the spell itself extremely unstable. It only required a slight application of force to disrupt the surface shell, causing it to explode spontaneously. Now, it was time for Roll to strike back. And he did so in a mocking manner. At the moment of the explosion of dozens of magic missiles, Roll activated a Tier 0 spell, water solidification, causing countless yellow-green water droplets to appear around him. Riding on the dust and smoke generated by the explosions, these droplets shot toward Lynn like a continuous barrage. Realizing that his magic had been countered, Lynn immediately deployed one of the few protective spells he had mastered, Curtain of Ice. A wall of ice emerged, blocking the oncoming attack. However, when the smoke from the explosions cleared, Lynn quickly noticed something was amiss. The opponent's attack seemed different from what he had expected. Roll clenched his fist, and countless yellow-green water droplets burst instantly, transforming into a high-temperature, highly toxic, and highly corrosive steam that enveloped Lynn directly. This was Tier 2 advanced magic, high-temperature annihilation. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 78, The Path of Ice. Considering that the opponent was a three-ring wizard, Roll gave it his all without holding back. Philip and the others also appreciated Roll's clever timing in casting his spell, using a zero-ring magic as a cover, which could catch the opponent off guard. Of course, no one in the room believed that this magic could truly harm a three-ring wizard. With a simple second-ring spell like Mage Shield or something more advanced like Magic Barrier, they could easily avoid Scorching Steam Kill. However, Lynn did not know any of these spells. In fact, Frosty Curtain was the only defensive spell he could cast, and it was utterly useless against such a large-scale attack. The scorching and highly corrosive steam had surrounded Lynn from all directions. All the elemental manipulation used in spellcasting was essentially a form of magic simulation, and at his current level of power, he couldn't reverse the control or take control of it. Facing this crisis, Lynn had no choice but to use the magic he had recently mastered, liquid nitrogen, ice domain. Crack! With a slight muffled sound, the toxic steam that was about to touch his skin instantly solidified at a terrifyingly low temperature. On a scorching summer day, greenish-yellow snowflakes started falling from the sky. Lynn advanced step by step, and this terrifying cold spread forward even faster. Is this the ice domain? Roll's expression became somewhat serious. After all, he had forced the opponent to use a three-ring spell. Multi-fire burst spell. Roll raised his hand again, and the second ring on his finger lit up. He intended to use the violent explosion and the scorching heat to temporarily slow down the spread of the domain. 5 violent fireballs appeared in the void and shot towards the expanding white mist. However, reality didn't match Roll's expectations. The fireballs rushed into the mist and disappeared without exploding. No, they didn't disappear, their magic was frozen. Roll panicked, retreating step by step and throwing out all the 1- and 2-ring spells he knew. Acid Spray, Corrosion Spell, Flame Touch, Lesser Magic Ward. Unfortunately, these low-ring spells were utterly ineffective against the sub-zero temperature of more than -190 degrees. They either instantly froze or vanished like the fire burst spell. Sweat trickled down Roll's forehead, and when Lynn reached within 5 meters of him, he couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Stop, I've lost this battle." Lynn's steps came to a halt, and by now, the white mist had spread to within a meter in front of Roll. Just a slight breeze of the cold air made Roll shiver uncontrollably. What surprised him even more was that the path Lynn had walked on had turned into a road of ice. What kind of magic is this? Roll struggled to swallow his saliva. He could imagine what would happen if this white mist touched his body. It would probably freeze just like the acid spray he released, right? Ice domain. Lynn casually replied. Roll simply couldn't believe it. He had seen three-ring wizards cast this spell before, and it wasn't this terrifying. Clearly, this was a customized version of the spell. I have to admit, you're quite a formidable opponent, Lord Roll. Especially your idea of mixing chlorine elements in water and erupting them in the form of high-temperature steam is really creative. Lynn remarked, with a sense of admiration. This was another good magic trick he could add to his arsenal. Lynn's praise left Roll momentarily unsure if he was being mocked. After all, he had performed poorly in this battle. First, he was in a sorry state due to the zero-ring magic missiles. Then, he had used magic items to regain some ground, only for Lynn to easily thwart his all-out effort with scorching steam kill. He had been utterly defenseless. However, Roll had no idea that Lynn's words of praise were genuine. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had successfully condensed the spell rank of liquid nitrogen, ice domain in recent days, this battle could have been risky. Just a two-ring wizard had pushed things to this extent. Lynn's alarm bells were ringing. He had been a bit too overconfident when using basic magic against the enemy earlier to hide the white phosphorus fire. As Lynn was silently reflecting, Hurlram had already announced the result of the contest. The onlooking students and professors immediately gathered around. "It's so cold." Theodore shivered as he took his first steps onto the training ground. In his perception, the movement speed of all elements had dropped to extremely low levels. This happened even though someone had already stopped casting magic, leaving behind a residue of low temperature. A few curious students even squatted down, touching the ground that had once been an ice path. "It doesn't seem very icy on the ground," Perseus commented, puzzled. But when he tried to pull his fingers away, he was shocked to find that his fingers were sticking to the bricks. Only then did Perseus realize that it wasn't that the ground wasn't icy, it was just that his fingers lost sensation the moment they touched the bricks. Wizards' apprentices, who were as rash as Perseus, cried out in panic as well. They found that their fingers were stuck to the bricks, and they couldn't pull them off. The pitiful sight of these few made Elok and the others, who were equally curious but hadn't acted yet, shudder and quickly move away from the tiles Lynn had just walked on. "You fools, all forms of magic are extremely dangerous, even the residual magic must not be touched lightly." Professor Kevin, an expert in molding arts, scolded upon seeing this. He then used fossilized mud to destroy the icy bricks. Only then could Perseus and the others free their fingers, but their skin remained numb, leaving them pale with fear. After examining it, Kevin couldn't help but be shocked. In just a few seconds, the cells in contact with the surface had completely died. Could the residual magic alone have such power? If they had directly collided with it, would they have been instantly frozen? Kevin glanced at Lynn in astonishment. Fortunately, while Perseus and the others were reckless, they had only touched the bricks with their fingertips, with limited contact. At most, they would have some skin peeled off, and it wasn't a very serious injury. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 79, The So-Called Genius, just an empty title. Lynn, I always thought that those so-called magical prodigies were nothing special, at most just working harder and having better opportunities, until today when I truly understood how absurd that notion is. Kevin gazed at Lynn with a deeply complex look. He originally wanted to witness the incredible everlasting flame mentioned by Loud, but Lynn unexpectedly revealed another powerful and novel magic in an instant. Philip, Tyke, and the others also wore expressions of amazement. With their talents, the possibility of advancing their ranks was slim, while Lynn, on the other hand, was only a matter of time away from becoming a grand wizard or even a legendary wizard. "Thank you for your praise, Professor Kevin." Lynn nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "However, there is a point you may have misunderstood. My magical talent is far from comparable to those true geniuses, let alone the master of the magical world, August the Great. Many of the improved magics are based on the theories of scholars within the Society of Mystical Arts. As for the faster progression in wizard ranks, it's just a matter of having more exposure to arcane studies than the rest of you. I also have no confidence in reaching the Grand Wizard level within 4 years." Lynn shook his head as he replied. Looking at Hurlram, whose beard had turned white and had barely become a 5-ring wizard, it was evident how exceptionally gifted August was to break through this realm at the age of 24. Lynn wasn't going to let a few compliments get to his head. The title of the greatest wizard prodigy was just an empty one. Boasting about this title was too arrogant, especially when he didn't possess the matching abilities. Who knows, he might be exposed one day. Lynn's humility left the students and professors at a loss for words. If Lynn didn't qualify as a genius, did that mean they were all worthless? Roll also realized that Lynn's words were likely genuine and not meant as mockery. He had never encountered someone so humble. As for the lost battle, Roll didn't mind it. After all, the opponent was a three-ring wizard, and losing under such circumstances was normal. All right, now that the battle is over, I don't think anyone will question Lynn's wizard rank evaluation. Tyke surveyed the students and professors gathered on the training ground. Seeing that no one spoke up, he had his assistant bring 2 boxes. In front of everyone's gaze, Tyke opened the first box, revealing 3 badges made of pure gold. They were inscribed with intricate runes on the surface, representing the emblem of the Wizard Council. The shapes of the 3 badges were quite similar, with the only difference being the number of brilliant gemstones embedded in the center. On behalf of the Wizard Council, and in the presence of Master Hurlram, I hereby grant you the title of a 3-ring wizard. Tyke took the last badge with great solemnity and placed it on Lynn's robe. Thank you, Mr. Tyke. Lynn nodded in gratitude. On the training grounds, applause resounded with enthusiasm, both to congratulate Lynn on his newfound status and for the incredibly thrilling battle he had just delivered. I never thought Professor Lynn would be a 3-ring wizard. Ilk exclaimed excitedly. Lynn didn't look much older than the students. I've said it before, only 3-ring wizards can qualify as professors at A.K.A. Academy. A witch named Deborah proudly stated, then delved into some gossip, speculating on the professor's age this year, whether he had any romantic interests, and what magic he used to defeat Roll. As long as they're under 30, I'm game. A redhead witch beside them boldly declared. I'm different. Professors older than me are still fine. Deborah blurted out unconsciously and quickly stopped herself. Several witch apprentices who heard this blushed, then burst into playful laughter. Johnny, on the other hand, looked bewildered and didn't participate in the discussion. She remembered that Lynn had been practicing magic for just over half a year, and now he had become a 3-ring wizard. Since their meeting in the town of Yule, she had found it increasingly challenging to understand her former peer. This is your robe, Professor Lynn. On the training grounds, after affixing the badge to Lynn, Tyke opened another box and took out a splendidly adorned robe. This robe, not only a symbol of status but also a magical item, provided slight magical resistance and a daily self-cleaning spell. Lynn reached out and took it. He examined the somewhat flamboyant robe and the badge and thought the professor's uniform and medal awarded by A.K.A. Academy were much more appealing, primarily because they felt less pretentious. Tyke handed both items to Lynn and then produced a lengthy parchment scroll to recite the rules and regulations of the wizard's land. Aside from the basic standards already established in the Sekus Empire, the most prominent focus was on the penalties for wizards harming civilians. It detailed the consequences of each violation. For example, if a formal wizard unjustly harmed a non-magic user or caused the death of a civilian due to forbidden magical experiments, they would face at least several years of forced labor or imprisonment. In severe cases, they could even be stripped of their wizard status, leading to a death sentence. However, harming a formal wizard had even more severe consequences. They could be sent to a magical stone mine to labor for life, receive a life sentence, or face immediate execution. I have to ask, are you a psychic wizard, Professor Lynn? After reciting the first 100 rules, Tyke looked at Lynn and inquired. No, I'm not, Lynn shook his head. He hadn't yet delved into the so-called psychic magic. In that case, we need not discuss the regulations for psychic magic. Just remember that the Wizard Council forbids private research into psychic magic. If you're genuinely interested, you can attend formal training at the Psychic Academy in Green Ryle, Tyke reminded seriously. Lynn was somewhat surprised. Although he had learned about the caution surrounding psychic magic from Philip before, he hadn't expected there to be specific legal provisions, even regarding the mere usage of it. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 80, The Giant Hand That Lifts to the Sky. Seeing that Lynn had already memorized these rules, the expression on Johnny's face relaxed, and the solemn atmosphere on the field dissipated. At this moment, Lynn, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Mr. Johnny, wasn't it said that foreign wizards usually have to go through a probationary period before they can be granted the status of an official wizard? I personally think the probationary period is unnecessary, but it's just a formality. I still need to stay in Iida Harbor for a month as part of the routine. I also want to consult you on some arcane knowledge," Johnny said with a smile. Since the moment Lynn joined the Iida Academy, it was as if he had gained the endorsement of the Grand Wizard Hurlrum. So, Johnny didn't mind speeding up the process a bit to earn some goodwill. "Of course, no problem. I'm quite interested in alchemy myself, and I'd like to ask Mr. Johnny for guidance when the time comes," Lynn responded naturally. He was well aware that in this world, there were no freebies. Since entering the world of wizards, the special treatment he received was because he could bring benefits to others. Hurlrum anticipated that the unique knowledge Lynn possessed would make the Iida Academy famous. Others believed he was not only powerful but also extraordinarily talented, so it was in their best interest not to offend him, making him a valuable asset. Therefore, Lynn didn't mind exchanging some basic scientific knowledge for status, position, wealth, and magical knowledge. Essentially, it was a resource exchange that provided a more stable relationship than most. After the ceremony granting him official status was over, Lynn was swept away by a group of enthusiastic professors and students to celebrate. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Lynn, who was somewhat tipsy, declined Theodore's support and returned to his room alone. The moment he closed the door, his alcohol-induced haze had already faded. Clearly, being drunk was just an excuse to drink less. A true sage wouldn't easily allow themselves to fall into a state of blurred consciousness. Lynn sat cross-legged on the bed and began his daily meditation routine. His spiritual power expanded continuously, enveloping every element he could perceive, moving in a systematic manner, gradually pushing his limits. During his battle with Roral, Lynn had realized that he was a glass cannon, with high offense but low defense. He could easily kill most enemies, but he could also be taken down by a poorly protected low-level spell. To change this situation, there were essentially two options: learn alchemy or purchase alchemical items like Roral did, using items to cast higher-level protective spells during battles. However, it was costly and time-consuming, and it didn't address the root issue. The best option was to become an official wizard as soon as possible. This way, he could create spells like Mage Shield and Minor Magic Defense to protect himself comprehensively. Over the past few days, Lynn had noticed that the rate of his magic power growth was slowing down, and it would plateau in about a week. So, obtaining a source of magic had become a top priority. Applying as a professor for a certain student was one way, but it had its problems. Firstly, he had only been teaching arcane science for half a month, and now suddenly claiming that a student was ready for graduation seemed suspicious and was unlikely to be approved by the Wizard Council, especially since Lynn had only just received his official wizard status. So, this method could only serve as a last resort, best for a longer-term plan. Another option was to find a source through the black market, but he needed a reliable channel to make this work. Sometimes, even if he had the money, he couldn't spend it. Perhaps he could start with apprentices who had no hope of becoming official wizards. They were usually the most desperate. Or he could disguise himself and gather information in places with a mix of individuals. These thoughts swirled through Lynn's mind, and suddenly, the orderly elements surrounding him were disrupted, colliding and mingling in a way that could have triggered an explosion. Lynn quickly refocused his mind and began his meditation in earnest. The next morning, Lynn, who had been meditating all night, descended from his bed, feeling the abundant magical energy coursing through his body. On the nearby desk, the fairies had already placed his breakfast, consisting of a white loaf of bread, a grilled sausage, and a magical tree sap that had refreshing and awakening properties. After a simple wash-up, Lynn placed his hand over the ingredients, examining their elemental composition to ensure everything was fine. Satisfied, he began to eat at a leisurely pace. 071, how much energy reserve do I have left? Lynn asked in his mind as he ate. Energy reserve is at 25.6%. Is that all I have left? Lynn's slicing of the sausage hesitated for a moment. When he first arrived in the world of wizards, his energy reserve had reached over 50% due to the lack of battles. However, because of the need to condense magic circles and his daily practice of liquid nitrogen, frigid domain, he had consumed a significant amount of energy. In just a few days, with the wizard level evaluation and Roral's challenge, his energy reserve had decreased, leaving only half of what it originally was. Before becoming an official wizard, he wanted to be fully prepared for any battle, and the power of the smart brain was indispensable. But the process of replenishing energy was just too slow. Shaking his head, Lynn finished the last bite of the sausage and drained the magical tree sap. He then got up and left for his morning arcane science class. As he exited the professor's quarters, Lynn's face showed surprise because he had suddenly noticed that the A.K.A. Academy had acquired a new and iconic structure overnight. It stood not far from the entrance. A large number of fairies were busy with the final touches of the building. It was a pair of enormous hands crafted from pure white marble, intricately detailed from the palm lines to the fingertips. These hands, over 30 meters high, held one large and one small sphere in each of their palms, lifting them toward the sky. On the pure white marble, runes were inscribed, detailing the entire process of the free fall experiment. The name of this sculpture was Lynn's Twin Sphere Experiment. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 81, Unexpected News. Well, I feel like I've become Galileo. Just as Lynn was silently complaining in his heart, a voice sounded behind him. How do you feel, Professor Lynn? Are you satisfied? It was Tick, the alchemist from the Wizard City, smugly stroking his beard. After Lynn had slipped away under the guise of being drunk last night, the professors had convened to discuss how to commemorate the stunning experiment from this morning with a sculpture. It was one of the highest honors in the entire academy. This meant that every student who entered the A.K.A. Academy from now on would be able to admire each other's achievements upon entering the academy's gates. Tick had offered some suggestions regarding the external representation of this sculpture, along with the magic of several professors and the tireless efforts of the fairies day and night. The sculpture was completed in just half a day. It looks impressive, Lynn reluctantly said, though he found the artistic quality of the sculpture to be rather ordinary. Tick, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with the work. He didn't sense the insincerity in Lynn's words and, on the way to the mathematical science classroom, explained how to express a wizard's inner thoughts through sculpture. Lynn maintained a polite smile on his face until he entered the classroom, where he adopted a more solemn expression. After the reshuffling, the elite class had fewer students, now down to 46. No, from today, it would probably be 47. Because there was a new addition, Lydia. The halfling girl sat at the very front of the classroom, her size requiring a specially made desk and chair, making her look quite out of place. Lynn's attention immediately shifted to her upon entering the room. Facing Lynn's gaze, Lydia didn't tremble as the other students did. Instead, she eagerly raised a parchment scroll and asked, "Professor, can we start the lesson now?" Alok, Pierce, and others couldn't help but look at Lydia with a hint of pity and nostalgia in their eyes, remembering how excited they were on their first day of arcane mathematics class. Since everyone is so eager, let's start the lesson now. Lynn turned to the grey-haired witch and said, "Johnny, collect everyone's homework. I gave you a whole day, so I assume you've already calculated the data for the lookout airship, right?" Lynn said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted in cries. As members of the elite class of arcane mathematics, each of them had strong arithmetic talents. However, calculating the structure of the lookout airship was quite complicated, especially when it came to the precise measurements of the airship's gas envelope, which was elliptical in shape. Even though Lynn had previously taught them the relevant formulas and provided some data, accurately calculating it was still a challenging task. Reluctantly, they handed in their calculation papers, and Lydia was no exception. In fact, over the past half-month of constructing the airship, every time Lynn came to explain the blueprints, he also taught her various geometric formulas and theorems, so her learning progress was not lower than that of the elite class students. Lynn took the stack of parchment scrolls collected by Johnny, and as he glanced at the first one, he couldn't help but furrow his brows and asked, "Deborah, why are there only the dimensions of the gas envelope and cockpit? What about the tail wing?" "But you didn't provide the data for the airship's tail wing," the red-haired witch stood up and said weakly. "But it can be inferred, can't it?" Lynn looked at the wizard's present and explained. "The shape of the tail wing can be divided into a right-angled triangle and a square. I've provided you with a proportional flat diagram. If you pay attention, you'll notice that one of the diagonals of the cockpit is parallel to the diagonal of the airship's tail wing, and they are of the same length. Since you have the diagonals data, you can easily calculate the other values using the Pythagorean theorem." "That's not so easy," the red-haired witch said with a mournful face. Lynn was unforgiving and straightforward. "Go back and copy the relevant formula 50 times. Also, recalculate the data for me before the end of the class." The students in the audience couldn't help but shrink their necks, as they couldn't calculate the area of the tail wing either. "What is this Pythagorean theorem?" Tick turned to Alec beside him, puzzled. "It's a mathematical rule Professor discovered. For a right-angled triangle on a plane, the sum of the squares of the lengths of the two legs is equal to the square of the length of the hypotenuse." Alec, after double-checking his notebook several times to make sure he was not mistaken, said with a slightly excited expression. Having attended the award ceremony yesterday, he naturally knew that he was in the presence of a three-ring wizard and an alchemical master. Such a big shot was actually consulting him. Alec felt that this was probably the proudest moment of his life. "What does squares mean?" Tick continued to inquire, as these terms were unfamiliar to him. "Squares simply means multiplying the same two numbers." Alec was very confident, not even looking at the formulas in his notebook. He then went on to explain the formulas for the area of circles and polygons. Tick's face revealed a look of understanding. He had noticed a similar pattern when he was learning to draw magic circle patterns, but he hadn't summarized the rules for every shape like Lynn did, forming an independent discipline. Some alchemists in the Wizard City enjoyed exploring these things. It was said that some had even calculated pi to 9 decimal places, which was incredibly accurate. Alec glanced at Lynn on the platform, estimating that he hadn't gotten to his homework yet, and an audacious thought came to his mind. He looked at Tick, feeling a bit nervous, and said, "Mr. Tick, some time ago, Professor Lynn came up with an interesting game. Would you be interested?" "What game?" Tick was somewhat curious. Alec immediately got excited. He picked up a quill and casually drew a 3x6 grid on a piece of parchment, then thought for a moment and crossed out the last square. He proceeded to explain the rules of the game. Starting with 1 copper coin, do the values in the following squares have to double compared to the previous one? Tick repeated, then wondered why Alec had specifically crossed out one of the squares. "Yes, as long as you can fill in all the squares, those 10 gold coins are yours." Alec took out all his savings and then added, "But, correspondingly, any coins you put down are mine." 1 copper coin to 10 gold coins was a whopping difference of 100,000 times. Tick became increasingly interested in the game. In his mind, he quickly calculated the total when filling in the last square and exclaimed, "Interesting, truly interesting." The value in the 17th square was 65,536, which, when added up, was. In total, it's 131,071 copper coins. Alec promptly replied. Tick spent a dozen seconds or so doing a simple addition and found that it was indeed correct. He realized that A.K.A had specifically crossed out one square to prevent him from reneging due to the large amount. Tick was left feeling both amused and helpless. Since he didn't have any silver or copper coins with him, he directly took out 4 magic gold coins and placed them on the table. He was always one to honor his bets. 3 gold coins are enough. A.K.A didn't dare to ask for more and quickly pushed one back. Tick was not the first alchemical master to be tricked by him. After losing to Professor Lynn here, he immediately played this grid game with his father, Albert, when he got home. In the end, he theoretically won all the family's wealth, but he didn't get a single coin and was severely beaten. That's when he realized that being too greedy could lead to a beating. Fortunately, this alchemical master was a man of his word. A.K.A happily accepted the 3 gold coins. However, the next moment, he heard a familiar voice from the platform. A.K.A, since you're so well versed in arcane mathematics, why don't you come up and explain it to everyone? The joyful expression froze on the face of the 15 or 16-year-old boy. He shivered involuntarily, standing up with a slight tremble. Lynn looked at him kindly. You sly little guy, trying to bamboozle others with the knowledge I imparted to you. Under the amused gaze of the other students, A.K.A had no choice but to reluctantly make his way to the podium. He picked up a parchment scroll and, with his limited knowledge of arcane mathematics, stammered through his presentation. A.K.A had never felt time drag so slowly in his life. Nervous and with his mind gone blank, he struggled to remember anything. Laughter rippled through the audience below as he stumbled over his words. In the end, he was dismissed from the stage after just a little over 10 minutes. Considering Tick and Lydia's learning progress, in the following class sessions, Lynn reviewed several geometric formulas he had taught before. As the class ended, Tick also presented his gift, a thick book titled Runes and Alchemy. Although the Yaida Academy had some basic alchemical books, they couldn't compare to a gift from an alchemical master. Lynn flipped through the pages, and aside from explanations of basic alchemical runes, there were annotations at the bottom of each page. There were so many annotations, and they couldn't have been added at the last minute, it must have been a textbook used to teach a core apprentice. Even so, it was a very precious gift. It meant that he could save a lot of time on his path to learning alchemy. Lynn exchanged some polite words and then accepted the alchemical book. Tick, fresh from an arcane mathematics class and filled with questions, needed Lynn to clarify some things. However, he noticed a young halfling girl who had been loitering nearby since the end of the class and politely excused himself. Professor Lynn. Lydia immediately stepped forward, placing a bulging money pouch on the lectern, her hands on her hips, and said proudly, Yesterday, we sold 837 tickets for a total of 83 magic gold coins and 70 silver coins. The halfling girl couldn't stop talking about the bustling scene on the square yesterday afternoon, where the line for the airship extended all the way to the harbor. Everyone was eager to fly up and see the skies. In just one day, so many tickets had been sold. Lynn was also somewhat surprised. It seemed that the allure of flying was even greater than he had imagined. By the way, there's this ledger, Lydia continued, pulling out a small booklet she carried with her and handing it to Lynn. It contained a list of all the people who had purchased tickets, even detailing which batch of airships they boarded. Lynn asked his AI to record all this data and then handed the halfling girl the bag of money, which belonged to the halflings, along with the ledger. When you get back, tell Darren that he doesn't need to bring this every day. Checking it every so often is enough. The halfling girl looked puzzled because Lynn's reaction was different from what Darren and the others had predicted. Given the substantial amount of money, they assumed he would demand a daily check. Lynn didn't explain further. He had loosened the control over money somewhat intentionally. He wanted to see if these halflings would engage in any shady dealings behind the scenes. An airship was just the beginning. There would be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. For example, the wizarding world was still using very outdated papyrus and parchment scrolls for record keeping. Lynn could profit from selling paper alone. But he couldn't personally take care of these matters. He would need to hire trustworthy people. It remained to be seen whether these halflings could resist their inner greed. As they were chatting, there was suddenly a rush of urgent footsteps from outside the door. Then, the classroom door was flung open, and Darren rushed in. A day had not passed, yet this scruffy halfling looked much more haggard than before. After scanning the room, when he spotted Lynn, he looked like he had seen a savior, panic in his voice. "Professor Lynn, it's bad. Ralph. Ralph is dead." "Ralph? Who was that?" Lynn hesitated for a moment and was about to ask, but before he could, Darren, in a state of distress, grabbed his sleeve and dragged him away. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 82, Hypnotic Mist and Corrosion Spell. As Lynn arrived at the harbor's dock, a group of people had gathered in a dim alley next to the Broad Axe Tavern. Pushing his way through the crowd, he spotted a short, chubby body lying lifeless on the ground. Ralph, standing at about 1.5 meters tall, appeared robust, but his upper body was a gruesome mess, with half of his neck missing. His eyes were wide with fear, and he clutched an iron wrench tightly in his hand. "Oh, dear, poor Ralph. Who could have done such a cruel thing to him? What will happen to little Demi now if he's really gone?" A female dwarf wept, her voice choked with sadness. "Damn scoundrel! If I find out who did this, I'll smash their skull in with a hammer," another dwarf exclaimed, pounding the earthen walls with his calloused fists. Even Lydia, usually cheerful and lively, was seething with anger, clenching her fists tightly. Suddenly, Lynn furrowed his brow and crouched down, placing his hand on the fabric of Ralph's robe. With the help of his magic hand, he removed some white powder that had adhered to the body. After using basic material analysis, Lynn discovered that this substance wasn't documented in the system's database. "This is powdered withered root, typically used to assist in casting the first-tier spell Hypnotic Mist," a voice behind him spoke, and Lynn turned to see a middle-aged wizard. Dressed in a standard robe with 3 dazzling gemstones on his chest and the emblem of a silver eagle, the man introduced himself before Lynn could ask, "I am Leah, the Chief of Security in Iida Harbor." Lynn nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Hello, Chief of Security. I'd like to know why Ralph died here and if there are any other findings. I've just questioned the staff at the Broad Axe Tavern. This dwarf came early in the morning, got himself completely drunk, and then left alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, people heard fighting and cries for help in this alley. When we arrived, his body had already undergone severe corrosion, and there was no chance of rescue," Leah explained succinctly. "I believe it was likely the work of an apprentice wizard, but we can't determine the motive yet. I've already sent the security team to conduct inquiries." Lynn nodded, agreeing with Leah's assessment. If it had been a full-fledged wizard who attacked Ralph, he wouldn't have had any chance to resist. Only apprentices needed to use magical materials when casting low-tier spells. Lynn glanced down at the pale yellow powder in his hand. The attacker must have used Hypnotic Mist first. So, did they intend to capture Ralph alive? Clearly, the apprentice had underestimated the physical resilience of a dwarf. Hypnotic Mist didn't seem to have worked well, and it had even incited resistance from Ralph. With the attacker's strength, any blow from the wrench would have caused significant harm to Ralph. The final blow was likely delivered by a first-tier spell, Corrosion. Does anyone know what Ralph was up to these days? Did he have any grudges or conflicts with someone? Or did he say anything he shouldn't have? Lynn asked the group of dwarves. "Ralph has been in the workshop for most of the past half-month, crafting airships with us. He didn't go anywhere. Yesterday afternoon, he even stood in for Lydia to keep an eye on the airship. Last night, only last night, we went out for drinks to celebrate, leaving Ralph in charge of guarding the airship. We didn't want anyone sneaking in and sabotaging it," Darren said, choking on his words. "It's my fault. If I hadn't assigned him the night watch, he wouldn't have waited until early morning to go to the tavern. Darren's voice trembled, and tears the size of beans rolled down his cheeks. Lynn recalled that he had seen Ralph a few times when he visited the workshop. Ralph was one of the dwarves responsible for crafting the airship's cabin. Was this about the design plans for the airship? Lynn couldn't help but consider this possibility. Ralph's timing of death seemed too convenient. Yesterday morning, he had conducted a flight test in the square. Today, one of the core creators of the airship had died, and the attacker had initially used the non-lethal magic hypnotic mist. It seemed like an attempt to capture Ralph alive for interrogation. Though he pondered this, Lynn continued to ask if Ralph had exhibited any strange behavior recently. He also questioned a few individuals who were among the first to hear the cries for help and discover the body in the alley. He requested a detailed account of the events from start to finish. Unfortunately, after the thorough questioning, Lynn realized that they had very little to go on. The townspeople had fled when they heard the commotion in the alley, alerting the guards and the chief of security, but they hadn't dared to venture into the dangerous situation. No one had seen the attacker's face. Lynn sympathized with their reactions. Even an apprentice wizard could cause significant destruction with a fireball spell. Under such circumstances, no one would willingly approach danger. Considering this, Lynn turned to the chief of security and said, "Lord Leah, could you please keep an eye out for someone around 1.70 m to 1.75 m tall, possibly with injuries to the legs, arms, or the waist area? Injuries I can understand, but why specifically 1.70 m? Did Professor Lynn see something?" Leah asked, puzzled. "Shoe size." Lynn pointed to the ground in front of Ralph's body, giving a straightforward response. Darren, Lydia, and the others immediately looked in the direction Lynn had indicated. However, they could see nothing but confusion. Leah, on the other hand, was different. He walked directly to the spot where Lynn had stood, and through his heightened perception, he could see faint footprints in the dust. Generally, a person's height is about 7 times their foot length. Of course, what I mean is, if the assailant were a typical human. Lynn explained, for example, my height to foot length ratio fits this standard. However, if it was someone like an orc, elf, or any other unusual creature, it might not apply. At the very least, it could serve as a useful lead. As for tracking these footprints, that was pure fantasy. The entire alley had been trampled by the onlookers, and only the area near the body remained relatively clean, leaving behind a few traces. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 83, The Other Side of the World. So, that's how it is? I see. I've learned something today, Leah said. Leah looked at Lynn with a somewhat strange expression. He was highly skeptical that Lynn had been a law enforcer before coming to the land of the wizards, as he seemed even more skilled at investigating leads than Leah himself. Here are 5 magic coins. Help me deliver them to Rael's family. Lynn took out some magic coins from his pocket and handed them to Darren. Since Rael was likely attacked due to the airship, he needed to respond in some way. Otherwise, no one would be willing to help him in the future. However, the investigation itself would ultimately be in the hands of Leah, the law enforcer. Lynn didn't have his own intelligence agents, didn't know which apprentices fit the described criteria, and couldn't personally track them down one by one. Lynn now realized that, despite gaining some reputation over the past half-month, he had few resources at his disposal. Gathering information was proving to be a challenge. In light of this, Lynn had no choice but to remind Darren, Lydia, and the others to be extra cautious and never act alone. If the other party failed to take Rael away, they might make their next move. A wizard apprentice was likely just a pawn in the grand scheme. They spent the morning in the alley but couldn't find more clues, so the group dispersed. As for the body, Leah took it back to the law enforcement office, hoping to find additional clues that had been missed before. On their way back to the workshop, the moods of Lydia and her companions were quite somber. The joy they had felt from creating the airship and earning a significant number of magic coins had completely dissipated. However, they followed Lynn's instructions and drained the airship's gas bladder. Then, Lynn personally replaced the hydrogen gas inside the bladder with helium. Both gases could provide enough lift for the airship. Hydrogen was chosen initially because it was easy to obtain, but it was also highly flammable and explosive, which made it suitable for Lydia's trial in hurl room. Additionally, Lynn had another small idea. If the airship's design plans were leaked, and someone constructed another airship using the same method, it would leave a fatal vulnerability. All someone had to do was puncture the bladder and ignite it, turning the airship into a flaming ball in the sky. Lynn considered this while leaving the workshop. He was about to return to A.K.A. Academy when he spotted someone unexpected waiting outside the door. "Mr. Loud, is there something you want from me?" Lynn stopped in his tracks, looking at the person waiting at the door and inquiring. "I have some information that may be of interest to you, Lord Lynn. Would you care to listen?" Loud, hunched over, spoke with great respect. He seemed more like a noble's butler than the leader of a criminal organization. Lynn stared at Loud for a moment and said indifferently, "Let's find a quieter place to talk." He didn't choose to return to the academy because, in his eyes, it wasn't a particularly private location. "Please follow me, Lord Lynn." Loud's face showed a hint of surprise, and he eagerly led the way for Lynn. The two of them crossed the streets on the west side and the central square, emerging from a narrow alley into the southern district, which Lynn had never visited before. Lynn looked around at everything. Since he had arrived in A.K.A. Harbor, he had seen bustling and orderly scenes everywhere. However, the southern district was different. Here, there were only short buildings and dilapidated wooden shacks. Most of the people wore numb and anxious expressions. For a moment, Lynn even wondered if he had returned to the Seeka's empire. If there was anything similar to the outside world here, it was the Order. Despite the old and run-down buildings, they were still constructed according to specific patterns. "I didn't expect A.K.A. to have a place like this," Lynn said in astonishment. "What was this? The slums of the city? I think it's not just A.K.A. Harbor, places like this exist in any city on this continent," Loud said with a touch of nostalgia. "As long as those noble gentlemen continue to live their extravagant lives, these places will persist." Lynn glanced at him, feeling that there was more to Loud's words because the land of the wizards had no nobility. Loud also realized the implied meaning in his words and quickly added, "In reality, the situation here is much better than within the Seeka's empire. In A.K.A., very few people starve, and theoretically, even physically handicapped paupers can receive enough relief food to survive." "Relief food? There's such a welfare system?" Lynn was quite surprised. The entire land of the wizards was essentially a giant island, and there should be limited arable land available. With Loud's explanation, Lynn finally understood that all the farmland in the land of the wizards was magically developed. Elemental wizards even devised specialized enhancement spells to increase crop yields, so food production was double that of the outside world. Lynn, dressed in magnificent robes, looked out of place in the entire southern district. Soon, he attracted various types of gazes: envy, jealousy, or inexplicable hatred. However, as Lynn's gaze swept over them, everyone on the street became submissive and humble. One person, in particular, caught Lynn's attention. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s, blind in one eye, with an unevenly developed body larger on the right side and smaller on the left. His right hand had 5 fingers that resembled monstrous claws. Once they had walked some distance away, Lynn turned to Loud and asked, "Who was that person just now? Could it be that there were races like half-beasts on this continent? But why had he never heard of them before?" Loud hesitated for a moment and whispered, "They are what some of the noble wizards call defects." "Defects?" Lynn paused. "I've heard some noble wizards refer to them that way." Loud lowered his voice and explained, These people are products of the magical workshops, and the rumors say they are connected to a wizard skilled in shape-shifting magic. For 10 magic coins, anyone can undergo one transformation. However, the success rate is very low, and becoming a defect is already considered very lucky. Of course, the term defects was just a derogatory nickname among the wizards. In reality, creatures like this could easily slaughter ordinary people, as simple as slaughtering chickens and sheep. In the southern district, there was no shortage of individuals willing to do anything for power. Magic within the land of the wizards was everything, and if one could succeed in such a transformation, they would ascend to power comparable to an official wizard. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 84, Blood Red Thorns. This is it, Lynn. Loud led Lynn to a somewhat dilapidated mansion in the southern district. The house had clearly been abandoned for a long time, with ivy creeping up its outer walls, and the courtyard overrun with weeds. A few dead trees stood alone, rustling in the wind. Inside, however, it was bustling with activity. About 100 people crowded into the small front hall. Lynn immediately recognized these individuals as the sailors who had accompanied Loud on their journey across the sea. However, after over 2 weeks apart, they looked even worse for wear than when they had endured the rough seas. Many had disheveled clothes, pallid complexions, and visible bandages, and a few severely injured sailors lay unconscious on stretchers. "It's Lord Lynn." As soon as they spotted Lynn, the sailors rushed towards him in excitement, but Loud quickly intervened. "Calm down, all of you. I have some matters to discuss with Lord Lynn." Loud managed to redirect their enthusiasm, and then turned to Lynn. "Please follow me." They entered a reception room. Despite its outward appearance of decay, the interior had been meticulously cleaned. The tables and chairs were spotless. "Can you now tell me what you've learned?" Lynn asked as he took a seat. "Earlier today, one of my sailors stumbled upon a peculiar wizard's apprentice near the residence of Dr. Ridak," Loud began in detail. "I believe he is the one responsible for attacking the halfling named Ralph. The apprentice wore a black robe, appeared to be in his mid-30s, and stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall. His gait was unsteady, suggesting a leg injury, and there were signs of acid corrosion on the hem of his robe." Lynn pondered. Could it be that the apprentice had used the corrosion spell at close range to kill Ralph, inadvertently injuring himself in the process? It wasn't uncommon for an apprentice to make such a mistake. Furthermore, Loud continued with hesitation, he is likely a member of the Blood Red Thorns. Blood Red Thorns? Lynn furrowed his brows. If he remembered correctly, this was an unusual type of magical herb that required a large quantity of fresh blood to bloom into its most vibrant flower. But the reference here clearly meant something else. "I heard from some well-informed informants called Whistles about this. As for which wizard gave the orders, I'm not entirely sure," Loud admitted, shaking his head. "So, what exactly is this Blood Red Thorns?" Lynn leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. He found it strange that someone would want his airship blueprint, yet they hadn't approached him openly for negotiations. After a moment, he began to form a hypothesis. To him, the airship technology was not as valuable, but others might not see it that way. It was, in a sense, a strategic weapon, a hidden treasure in any alchemical workshop, symbolizing a continuous source of wealth. Normally, no one would willingly sell it. Even he, before developing the internal combustion engine, had no intention of selling airships. In response to Lynn's inquiry, Loud quickly began to explain. The leader of the Blood Red Thorns remained a mystery, but it was known to be an organization formed by a large number of disillusioned wizard apprentices. It had complex internal power dynamics and even managed to attract formal wizards. Rumors suggested deep connections with many alchemical workshops. There was a rumor that, with enough contributions, the Blood Red Thorns could make anyone a full-fledged wizard. Hearing this, Lynn couldn't help but be moved. From the information he had gathered at A.K.A. Academy in recent days, a person's magical talent greatly determined their chances of becoming a full-fledged wizard. For example, apprentices who reached the age of 30 at A.K.A. Academy and hadn't completed their studies were considered to lack magical talent, and their chances of further advancement were minuscule. Even if they completed their studies and successfully allowed their bodies to overflow with magic, the success rate of advancement after consuming the source of magic was still far from 100%. Typically, only about 40% of apprentices could successfully become full-fledged wizards. The selection process was undoubtedly challenging. The blood-red thorns claimed to have the power to turn anyone into a full-fledged wizard. If this claim was not a lie, it was likely the reason why so many had joined. However, after seeing the so-called failed products, Lynn didn't naively believe this was a normal method. Otherwise, it would have become mainstream long ago. The Magic Council had always advocated using the source of magic for advancement, at least without any side effects. Many apprentices who had consumed magical elixirs were still healthy and active, proving this point. So, do you know why they want my airship? Lynn tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. A contraption as large as his airship couldn't be kept hidden forever. Sooner or later, he would find out about it, and he had already started preparing to apply for a patent from the Alchemical Guild. Even if they managed to obtain the airship blueprint, it would be useless. Unless they had never intended to use it openly. Not long after their test flight yesterday afternoon, word had already spread about their desire to examine the blueprint. These people seemed to be in a desperate hurry for an airship for some reason. I don't know that either, only someone inside the blood-red thorns might have that information, Loud replied with a helpless shake of his head. Lynn's last question remained, so, why did you come here to tell me all this? What do you want in return? Loud's face shifted through numerous expressions, countless words almost left his lips, but he eventually sighed and answered with a bitter smile, in truth, we only want a way to survive. I recall you had about 300 people with you when we crossed the sea, Lynn asked curiously. He remembered that all these sailors were strong young men, but after just half a month, they had turned into what looked like a group of refugees. It was surprising that they had fallen so far. You might not understand, but the land of wizards is different from the outside world, Loud sighed. What we have in abundance here is people, or I should say, those of us who can't do magic, the impoverished masses. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 85, Chaos in the South District. In A.K.A. Harbor, even a novice wizard apprentice, using basic magic, could replace several, or even a dozen laborers. In desperate times, they could even serve as magic stones, an endless source of magical power. Therefore, most job positions were never in short supply. As for the official wizards, they seldom engaged in production. They either held important positions within the harbor city or conducted magical research in a workshop, making them high-ranking figures. No matter where they went, these 300 or so people were always competing for business. The reason they struggled so much was that they had not won over any support. Unfortunately, they had no influential connections. They weren't affiliated with any magical workshop or related to any wizard. But Lynn didn't. So, what could they do if they couldn't win a fight? Of course, they had to bear with it. So, over the past half-month, they had faced many hardships. They had lost some people, but they had gained a lot of valuable information. With the help of the dozens of crossbows Lynn had brought, they managed to secure a foothold in the South District. However, this wasn't a sustainable solution. Despite Lynn bringing in trustworthy followers, if they couldn't achieve a breakthrough, their relationships would inevitably strain, no matter how solid they were. Listening to Loud's grievances, Lynn finally understood the underlying rules of A.K.A. Harbor. He realized that he still hadn't learned to see the world through the lens of magic, and many things continually challenged his understanding. Furthermore, we couldn't have established ourselves in the South District without your help. Loud flattered. It seems that during this time, you guys have been acting in my name. Lynn's tone suddenly grew colder. He didn't want to unknowingly make enemies. No, of course not. It's just that many people know that we followed you through the Misty Sea and defeated the Great Whirlpool. Loud hastily shook his head, claiming it was just the result of common rumors. They dared not do such a thing. Hesitating for a moment, he raised his right hand, tentatively saying, and our cooperation hasn't stopped, right? Lynn immediately noticed a conspicuous flame-shaped mark on Loud's hand. His expression froze. He had actually forgotten about this mark, as it had no practical function, it was purely meant to intimidate and ensure obedience. However, Lynn chose not to expose it. After a moment's thought, he took out a pouch from his robe and tossed it to Loud. Here are 10 magic gold coins. Consider it payment for information and ongoing tracking expenses. Loud gladly accepted it. In the port town of the Death Sea, a mere 10 magic gold coins were nothing to him. But things were different now. After losing most of his wealth in the Death Sea, Lynn was barely making ends meet with so many followers. This money could at least alleviate some of their immediate financial woes. More importantly, this indicated a re-established cooperative relationship. Next, keep an eye on the whereabouts of that apprentice. Do you know where he's hiding now? Lynn inquired. The guy is very cautious. My people lost track of him by accident, but I believe his injuries haven't fully healed, so he'll probably go back there next time, Loud hurriedly explained. Lynn nodded. When he shows up again, have someone notify me immediately. Also, I need to know his identity and information as detailed as possible. Loud immediately agreed. During this time, he had made connections with many well-informed informants. As a mere wizard apprentice, everything was possible with money. By the way, have you stirred up trouble with anyone in the South District these days? Lynn was now concerned about the sailors of the ship gang. They seemed to have recently gone through a battle. It's Red Serpent Raylo. He's the gang leader in the South District and has undergone magical modifications. He's tough to deal with. Last time, we lost quite a few men before repelling his assault, Loud explained the situation. When he arrived at A.K.A. harbor, he had originally intended to return to his old business, engaging in commodity trade. However, he soon discovered that this area had already been claimed by several big shots. After wandering around, he had no choice but to join a lower-level gang. The reason they chose to challenge Raylo's territory was that his power was the weakest in the area, and he had no significant backing. So, you're currently facing quite a bit of trouble. Is there a way to resolve it? Lynn asked. Just your presence here today is more than enough. Loud cautiously replied. Lynn paused for a moment, then quickly understood Loud's meaning. When he entered the South District, he hadn't disguised himself in any way. Someone with ill intentions could probably have learned about it. Is my reputation already this widespread? Lynn couldn't help but be a little surprised. Now, the whole of A.K.A. knows that you're a 3-circle wizard under 20, and your talent is even greater than Master August from the Magic Star. Loud didn't spare his praise. Ever since the big battle in the harbor town, he had realized that this young wizard who had just arrived in the wizard's land wouldn't be a nobody. However, he didn't expect that his name would already be well known within half a month. There were even rumors that, aside from his hellfire that seemed capable of incinerating everything, he possessed a powerful magic that could freeze everything. In the face of Loud's praise, Lynn wasn't particularly concerned. He was well aware of his current strength. Without the assistance of the intellect network, dealing with a formal wizard would be a tough challenge. Moreover, this reputation wasn't something anyone could suppress, at least not the Bloodthorn Thorns, who dared to engage in such covert activities behind his back. As Lynn continued to inquire about information concerning the South District and the magical workshops, Loud was forthcoming and shared all the information he had gathered over the past few days. The more Lynn listened, the more astonished he became. Things like spending money on magical modifications weren't uncommon in the South District. Some magical workshops were even conducting chilling magical experiments, resulting in the unexplained disappearances of people every once in a while. Why is the order in the South District so chaotic? Don't the security forces do anything about it? Lynn asked, perplexed. For the wizard lords, as long as the main city area is in order, they can't be bothered with such things. Loud shook his head. In other words, people like them, who couldn't play much of a role, were merely tools that the wizards kept for magical research. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 86, Every Law is a Lesson in Blood. As evening fell, Lynn bid a heartfelt farewell to Lame Loud and left the Southern District. The lively and bustling central square presented itself as she exited the narrow alleyway. The wide streets were teeming with life, bustling with people, and a massive airship sailed through the city's skies, eliciting joyful laughter and playful chasing from the children. Although Ralph's death had dealt a blow to the halfling community, life continued on. This prosperity and tranquility stood in stark contrast to the chaos and decay of the Southern District. However, Lynn had neither the energy nor the capacity to concern herself with the impoverished victims of magic's ravages. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her next steps. Starting an investigation with the young wizard apprentice who had attempted to steal airship blueprints seemed like a good choice. Apart from the airship matter, Lynn was eager to make contact with an organization known as the Bloodthorn Thorns. Her interest wasn't solely in obtaining a source of magical power through this channel, but also in understanding how a wizard apprentice could advance their class, and whether there were alternative methods to become a full-fledged wizard. Perhaps her entry into the Southern District had raised suspicions, as Lynn hadn't received any messages from Lame Loud for the next few days. There were no updates from the city's law enforcement either. Lynn wasn't surprised. Based on Lame Loud's accounts and the chaos in the Southern District, the so-called law enforcement teams were likely deeply entwined with the magical workshops. If she pushed too hard, the best-case scenario would be that Lee found and eliminated the young wizard apprentice, leaving her with no answers. It was best to exercise patience for now and continue her daily life as a professor, attending classes and researching magic, all the while accumulating her magical reserves to their limits. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that Lynn prepared to do something specific. She was going to apply for teaching funds. Whether it was researching magic or establishing an information network, almost every aspect of her plans required funding. Considering that just one airship had attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives, Lynn had no intention of revealing any more groundbreaking discoveries in the near future. To amass a substantial sum quickly, she had to start with teaching funds. This time, she planned to request a whopping 100 magical gold coins. The amount was quite substantial, but what did Senj say? If you want to open a window, you first need to propose tearing the roof off. However, Lynn's plans seemed to fall apart before they even began. Philip looked at her extensive teaching proposal and shook his head with a wry smile. You're a bit late, Professor Lynn. Master Hurlram hasn't been at the academy for the past few days. How unfortunate, Lynn furrowed her brow. Do you remember the psychic apprentice you brought back? Philip asked. Dove. Lynn hadn't forgotten the incident at all. She had visited Dove in the infirmary, and the girl was still enclosed in the ice coffin. Yes, that's her. Hurlram took her with him last night. They should be on their way to the Wizard City, Philip said, somewhat uncertain. Lynn nodded, then hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Professor Philip, I had a question earlier. It seems that Master Hurlram is quite concerned about this matter. Dove was just an ordinary apprentice recruited by Korra in the Sekist Empire. In theory, she had no connection to the Grand Wizard. Perhaps it's because of Iida. Philip said, hesitating. Iida? The Academy. Lynn paused, finding it hard to see how Dove's life and the Academy could be related. No, I'm talking about Master Hurlram's daughter, Iida. She was a child with great magical talent, and she looked somewhat similar to that halfling girl. Unfortunately, she got involved with magic too early and died in a magical accident. So when he saw this psychic named Dove, I guess it brought back some memories for him, Philip explained with a hint of sadness. In fact, the requirement that students must be at least 12 years old to enter Iida Academy was related to this, aiming to prevent unnecessary magical accidents. Lynn nodded in understanding. It made sense that Hurlram would be lenient with a rambunctious halfling girl like Dove due to his own fond memories of his daughter. Since the Grand Wizard was absent, Lynn had to put her extensive teaching plan away. The professors couldn't make decisions on funding requests for hundreds of magical gold coins. By the way, Professor Philip, I heard that there are many magic workshops in the Southern District experimenting on the poor. Is that true? It doesn't seem to align with the Council's regulations. Lynn asked, referring to what she had seen and heard in the Southern District the day before. Lynn knew that relying solely on Lame Loud's testimony wouldn't be enough. She was curious about how the true ruler of this harbor city, the Grand Wizard Hurlram, viewed these activities. Surely he wasn't completely unaware of them? Even if it doesn't comply with the regulations, what does it matter? The vast majority of the poor involved in these magic experiments volunteer willingly. No one can stop them. If someone wants to gain magical power through this means, they must inevitably pay a price, Philip responded with a somewhat cold tone. Elemental magic, shape-shifting, potion-making, alchemy, the development of each field of magic was not easy. For example, the fusion of elements sometimes led to unimaginable destruction. Developing every kind of potion required a large number of test subjects. Shape-shifting magic required the dissection and study of magical creatures' structures. Even in alchemy, a slight error while drawing the magic circle could lead to catastrophic consequences. Almost every year, wizards died in magical experiments, even if they had taken precautions. However, the casualties were predominantly among apprentice assistants and the poor who participated in the experiments. In recent centuries, there had been relatively few casualties, but every regulation of the Magic Council had been written in blood. Lynn was momentarily at a loss for words. In this chaotic, otherworldly realm, it was clear that one couldn't expect the wizards to place a high value on human life. Professor Lynn, there's someone looking for you outside the academy. Should I allow him to come in? While they were talking, a small head suddenly popped out from the door, two little hands clutching the door frame, and the person asked. Seeing that familiar and adorable face, Lynn smiled and nodded, Lydia, please take him to my room. I'll be there shortly. If everything went as expected, it should be one of Lame Loud's subordinates here to deliver a message. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 87, Nar, I'm unimaginably strong now. In the afternoon, in the Southern District, on a quiet street. Nar, the apprentice, adjusted the robe on his body, his dark face smeared with a bit of mud for disguise. Unable to use transformation magic, he had to rely on such means to avoid being recognized. However, this crude disguise didn't seem to be very effective. Since he entered the Southern District, Naur keenly felt that someone had been following him. Concealing his actions with his sleeve, Naur discreetly observed his surroundings through a small copper mirror in his palm. About 30 meters behind him, a ragged beggar had been following him for 3 streets, definitely not a coincidence. Damn it! Naur cursed silently in his heart. He was well aware that his recent risky actions had likely drawn the attention of the city guards. Word had spread about the youngest and most talented Third Circle mage who had come from beyond the wizard's land, and he was now investigating Naur's whereabouts as well. Naur's face turned grim, and he quickened his pace, weaving through the complex streets of the Southern District in an attempt to shake off his pursuers. However, he soon realized that this was futile because there might be more than one person tracking him. It seems I have no choice but to deal with them. Naur's heart hardened as he made a sharp turn, eventually entering an abandoned and dilapidated building. Outside on the street, 3 sailors who had met up exchanged glances, hesitating about whether to follow him. If there were any secret passages inside the crumbling building, they didn't want to lose sight of him. Lame Loud had given strict orders before they came, do not let the target out of their sight. With that in mind, the 3 sailors clenched their teeth and left one person outside to keep watch. The other 2 cautiously entered the building. Inside the crumbling building, it was empty, with only a few broken wooden boards stacked in a corner and a table and chairs that were mostly destroyed. The walls were covered in moss, and a gust of wind brought a foul, rotting odor. But where were the people? The 2 sailors were momentarily perplexed when, suddenly, from the area above the doorway, a dim rune lit up. This was followed by a deafening explosion, and with the shockwave came a cloud of dust and rubble that instantly enveloped everything inside the crumbling building. The 2 sailors hadn't even realized what had happened before they were knocked to the ground, buried beneath beams and countless pieces of rubble. The other sailor who was waiting outside rushed in, and he was met with Naur's sinister grin and the corrosion spell. The corrosion beam was already right in front of him, with countless glistening liquid droplets descending. There was no escape, and the panicked sailor fell to the ground, watching as the acid approached closer and closer. Suddenly, a wall of ice crystals shot up, blocking all of the corrosive liquid. Naur's smile froze, and he turned his gaze toward the entrance, speaking with a malicious tone. "Friend, I advise you not to meddle further. I am Naur, an assistant of Lord Radak, and a member of the Bloodthorn. I have my ways." Lynn, with a new face, remained silent. Instead, he immediately activated Mage's Hand. Large amounts of rubble on the ground floated up, revealing the 2 sailors buried beneath them. Since they hadn't been directly hit by the explosion, both of them were still breathing, but their brains had been rattled, and they were unconscious. Seeing this, Lynn also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had arrived not a moment too soon. He immediately turned to the sailor who was still in shock from narrowly escaping death and said straightforwardly, "Get them out of here." "Thank you, wizard, my lord." The sailor didn't recognize the disguised Lynn but quickly reacted, moving closer to drag his 2 unconscious comrades to a safer distance. Naur's expression became extremely serious. He understood that he was likely in danger today. Slowly stepping back, he reached behind and discreetly retrieved a copper rod. "Magic, barrage." Lynn, who had been observing Naur's actions, quickly noticed the sudden movement. Once the sailors were at a safe distance, he raised his hand, and a dozen magic missiles materialized in the air. A formal wizard. Naur's pupils contracted. Although Lynn was only using zero-circle magic, the quantity was clearly beyond what an apprentice could control. Realizing this, Naur didn't hesitate and threw the copper rod he had in his hand. The runes on the rod lit up in succession, and it exploded violently, sending sharp iron shards raining down on Lynn like a storm. At the moment he threw the rod, Naur turned and ran, not bothering to see the outcome. He opened a hidden door in the wall and rushed inside. He understood that this move might cause some hindrance, but it wouldn't be enough to kill a formal wizard. As expected, in the next moment, the hidden door, along with the makeshift wall, was blown open by a powerful shockwave. Naur was thrown out in a sorry state. After tumbling on the ground, Naur struggled to stand and reached into his pocket, pulling out a bottle of emerald green potion. He downed it without hesitation. This was a potion he had concocted himself over the years as an assistant, using a formula he had stolen. It had some significant side effects, and he had originally planned to sell it at a high price when the opportunity arose. But now, he couldn't afford to think about that. He knew what his fate would be if he got captured. The moment he drank the potion, Naur felt a rush of heat throughout his body, as if he had been thrown into a furnace. His mouth emitted a series of agonized screams. Magic, barrage. Several magic missiles whizzed past him, hitting various parts of Naur's body. They were precise enough not to aim for vital areas but to create openings at his joints. If it were an ordinary person, receiving such an attack would have rendered them helpless long ago. However, Naur was different. Under the influence of the potion's power, his skin gradually turned emerald green, and the wounds at his joints started to heal rapidly. Naur's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared intensely at the mastermind who had pushed him to this extent. A powerful surge of anger welled up within him. The transformation caused by drinking the potion was irreversible. It meant that he would have to live with this grotesque appearance for the rest of his life. But as compensation, Naur felt every cell in his body brimming with immense magical power. He was unimaginably powerful now. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 88, Magic Transformation. The Green Giant. Lynn, who had just entered, was also startled by Null's appearance, but he quickly realized he had overreacted. Null's condition looked terrible, with his height exceeding 2 meters, a swollen right shoulder, and his chest heaving violently. Drool continuously dripped from his mouth, making him look like a grotesque monster. So, is this the result of magical transformation? Lynn immediately thought of those deformed individuals he had seen in the South City district, the so-called rejects. In his contemplation, the enraged Null had already charged directly towards him, covering several meters in just a few steps. Lynn extended his finger, and a wisp of fire manifested at his fingertip, quickly expanding into a roaring blaze, colliding with the oncoming Null. The scorching flames continued to sear Null's green skin, but he paid no attention, emitting a painful howl. He faced the fire head-on, swinging his right fist towards Lynn. Null was well aware that close combat was his only chance. Apart from the wizards well versed in transfiguration, the rest of the wizards didn't have much sturdier bodies compared to ordinary people. In the face of this powerful and heavy blow, Lynn sidestepped, avoiding it. Null's robust fist left a deep imprint on the earthen wall beside him. Compared to the witch hunters who had taken the elixir of divine grace, Null lacked both strength and speed. Most importantly, his punches were unstructured, indicating his lack of experience in close combat. However, his recovery speed was quite impressive. Lynn keenly noticed that Null's burnt skin was rapidly shedding and healing, causing Null to spiral into a frenzy. He stared at Lynn with bloodshot eyes, emitting another roar, charging like an uncontrollable tank. Seeing this situation, Lynn refrained from using magic and instead drew his long sword from his waist. At such a close range, using white phosphorus fire was too dangerous, and even the liquid nitrogen ice field couldn't ensure a quick kill. Moreover, he needed to keep Null alive. Observing Lynn's intention to fight him with a sword, Null felt that the wizard in front of him must have lost his mind in a panic. Null had already figured out that his opponent was not a transfiguration-focused wizard, or else he would have used magic to transform himself when Null got close. But what could a magic user do when faced with a close-range confrontation? Null's face revealed a triumphant, malicious grin. Perhaps he would become the first apprentice to kill a proper wizard in a head-on battle. However, Null quickly realized that things were not as he had imagined. His opponent's strength wasn't great, and his speed wasn't remarkable, but he consistently evaded attacks by a hair's breadth. Null's body seemed to actively expose itself to his opponent's blade. In a moment, deep bloodstains had been cut into his green skin. Even though these injuries healed within seconds, Null's expression began to show signs of unease. Nothing came without a cost, and his healing ability was no exception. As an apprentice wizard, the limited magic in his body was being swiftly drained. It wouldn't be long before he was completely depleted. Thinking of this, Null's attacks became increasingly frantic, which only made his vulnerabilities more evident. On the other side, Lynn immediately noticed that Null's strength, speed, and regenerative abilities were slowly weakening. It's time. Lynn's gaze focused, and he bent down to avoid Null's enormous right fist. Then, he swung his sword again, piercing accurately from the side and lodging the blade into the crevice of Null's spine. Null roared, attempting to rise and retaliate. But he quickly realized in horror that his lower body had lost all control, and he could do nothing to change his situation, his body helplessly limp on the ground. What kind of magic is this? Null was completely panicked. Soon, the ground beneath him, already ravaged and distorted, rapidly cracked and transformed into fine sand, engulfing his body. A few seconds later, it solidified once more. Null recognized these two spells, petrify to mud and mud to stone. In just a brief moment, most of Null's body had been embedded in the ground, and he was completely immobilized. This wizard, you can't kill me, otherwise, Lord Radak will not spare you, and the Crimson Thorns, you have no idea of their power. Null screamed fearfully. His answer was a sword thrust from top to bottom, piercing his shoulder. Null's sharp cries were instantly replaced by agonizing wails. Lynn withdrew his long sword, pointing it at Null's head this time and stated concisely, I ask, you answer. You scream 1 second longer, and I'll cut you one more time. Null's cries stopped at once, but he continued to watch Lynn with pain and fear, unable to speak. Lynn, Null, a student admitted to A.K.A. Academy in the 9th batch, 6 years ago, you were forced to leave because you couldn't pass the elemental and transfiguration exams. The next year, you joined the Crimson Thorns. Lynn calmly recited some of the information he had acquired from Loud, eroding Null's psychological defenses. Then, he turned to Null and continued to speak. I know a lot about you, Null, so you better not attempt to lie in front of me. Otherwise, the consequences are something you won't want to know. Now, tell me, on that morning 3 days ago, where were you, and what did you do? Lynn inquired. I was at the Broad Axe Tavern. A halfling named Realf found me and wanted to exchange airship blueprints for a bounty. Null's gaze flickered as he stuttered. Lynn's gaze turned cold instantly, and this time he thrust his sword through Null's right arm. A sharp pain immediately elicited a painful howl. It was obvious that Null was lying. Because, on the day before Realf's death, he had just conducted a flight experiment, and the Crimson Thorns wouldn't issue a reward until the afternoon or evening at the earliest. On that afternoon, the halfling was still assisting with airship control, and he was responsible for night watch. He had no time to gather such secretive information. You must think I'm a fool. Lynn glanced at the still uncooperative Null, with a touch of amusement in his voice. Do you know, where I come from, there used to be a very interesting punishment, called lynching. It involves using a knife to cut the prisoner's flesh piece by piece. But don't worry, the executioner's skills are definitely better than you might imagine. They avoid the major arteries and ensure that each piece of flesh they cut off is of consistent length and thickness. To prevent the victim from fainting too soon, they often sprinkle some salt water on the blade. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 89, The Remarkable Effects of High Heat on Hemostasis. Lynn vividly described a torturous execution method known as lynching to Null. Null listened, his forehead beating with cold sweat, as he watched the sword in Lynn's hand, which seemed to be ready to strike him down at any moment, just as Lynn's words had described. When he heard that salt would be sprinkled on the executioner's blade, Null couldn't help but shudder. He knew all too well how agonizing it was to have salt poured into wounds. It was a torment beyond words. Null even thought that, compared to the wizard before him, Lord Radak, who conducted magical experiments on the poor, seemed like an exceptionally kind-hearted person. Even the demons in hell wouldn't have thought of such a punishment. My skills can't compare to those executioners. Often, it takes less than 100 strokes to end a life. But fortunately, your regenerative abilities seem quite remarkable. I suppose you'll be a perfect practice subject, won't you? Lynn said with a hint of amusement, then reached into his robe's pocket, appearing somewhat regretful. "Unfortunately, it seems I forgot to bring a bag of salt." Null's shattered composure managed to regain some clarity. At least he could die with a bit less pain. But in the next moment, the demon spoke. "But direct tempering with fire might work as well. I've heard high heat has a miraculous effect on hemostasis." While Lynn spoke, he placed his right hand on the sword, and a burst of searing flames enveloped the silver blade, turning it cherry red. Null's body trembled uncontrollably. Just as the red-hot blade was about to descend, he couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "Wait, wait! It was me. I found Ralph voluntarily." "Ah!" He didn't even finish his sentence before the red-hot blade pierced his shoulder, slicing away a piece of flesh and skin. Null was on the verge of madness, his crimson eyes locked onto Lynn. He couldn't fathom why, even after he confessed, Lynn was still unwilling to spare him. "Too slow. Keep talking. I hope your words can keep up with my sword this time." Lynn retrieved the long sword and continued to temper it, ensuring it didn't cool down. Facing such a ruthless and unscrupulous demon who would readily slice a person into pieces, Null was completely shattered. He began to stammer and tell his story. The story began 5 days ago when he overheard a group of halflings at the Broken Axe Tavern boasting about creating a massive flying alchemical machine that required no magic and could soar into the sky. Neither he nor the other patrons believed them, as in the past, when they helped Lady Lydia make various flying machines, they would often brag, only for those machines to crash. It wasn't until Lynn conducted a breathtaking flying experiment in front of everyone that Null realized the halflings were telling the truth. So when he heard that a wizard in the Crimson Thorns was willing to pay 500 magic gold coins for the blueprints of the airship, he immediately became interested. He knew these drinking halflings would sooner or later show up in the Broken Axe Tavern. Null revealed everything, knowing that once he spilled all the information, he would be of no further use. In the end, he might still face death, but it was better than being slowly hacked into a bloody skeleton with a scalding sword. "So, you targeted Ralph, who was alone, and when your sleep-inducing mist failed, you killed him," Lynn said with a cold sneer. Null's face was filled with regret, but not for attacking Ralph. He regretted not being cautious enough and not realizing that the guild wine would affect the drowsiness effect of withering grass powder. Otherwise, his actions would have never been discovered. Lynn didn't easily believe the words of the other person. Instead, he thoroughly questioned every detail of the operation, making Null recount everything he had done in the past few days. He then dissected the information, using the searing blade to cut him whenever there was any hesitation or inconsistency. The sword's edge sliced through flesh, and the fresh blood barely had time to flow before it solidified in the scorching heat. Even the sharpest minds couldn't concoct a perfect lie under such exhilarating circumstances. By the time Lynn had finished his questioning, Null had endured a total of 17 strikes. He appeared disoriented, now in a state where he was willing to reveal everything without reservation. Sometimes, to avoid the blade, he would even preemptively respond. Looking at Null's tear-stained face and his appearance on the brink of collapse, Lynn couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. Why couldn't he have just told the truth from the beginning? Why did he force Lynn to resort to unconventional methods? Lynn wasn't particularly skilled in psychological warfare. To verify the truth, this crude method was his only option. "Is the bounty still in place?" Lynn asked again. A reward of 500 magic gold coins was bound to spark greed in many. Lynn wasn't too worried about his own safety, as he usually stayed within the Iida Academy. On the surface, he was just a third-circle wizard, so no one should dare to cause trouble. But Lydia and the other halflings were a different story. "No, the bounty has been withdrawn," Null replied, shivering with fear. "The reason?" Lynn was somewhat surprised. Hadn't their attempt to capture Ralph failed? Could it be that they had given up entirely? Lynn swung the flaming sword in his hand, and the scalding blade made Null's heart leap into his throat once again. "I don't know," I just heard. I heard that Lord Radak has obtained part of the airship's construction blueprints from elsewhere. Null hastily responded, fearing another strike. That was why he hadn't been disposed of by Lord Radak after the failed operation. Lynn's eyebrows furrowed. Are you certain? Apart from Ralph, the only halflings who had seen the blueprints were Darren and Lydia. If it weren't necessary, Lynn didn't want to suspect them. Of course, Lynn was well aware that betrayal often depended on the size of the price. 500 magic gold coins was no small sum. This was why he had intentionally used the ledger to probe those halflings earlier. I'm fairly certain. Null's expression became somewhat hesitant, but when he saw Lynn raise the sword, he spoke rapidly, No, I'm absolutely certain. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 90, The Crimson Message. Lynn's sword remained suspended in mid-air, as Nur's words weren't difficult to confirm. All Loud needed to do was to inquire about those whistles again, and they would know whether the bounty had been rescinded. In other words, it was highly likely that the inner circle of the Society of Mystical Arts had already deciphered the airship's manufacturing method. The only question was whether they had confirmed that it relied on a gas within the envelope with lower density than air to stay afloat. This might seem like an easy discovery, but the mainstream flight theory in the land of wizards relied on propulsion or the use of shape-shifting magic to mimic bird flight. Even though elemental magic practitioners had long discovered the existence of gases like hydrogen, helium, neon, and ammonia, the buoyancy provided by these gases on their own was incredibly weak. To put it into perspective, to lift a person, one would need to maintain a hydrogen gas cloud of at least 60 cubic meters around them at all times, and the magical energy required for this was incalculable. No wizard would consider flying in such a manner. Because of this, shortly after the flight experiment a few days ago, rumors began to circulate that Loud had installed some sort of alchemical device beneath the airship's chamber to continuously provide lift. However, this kind of misdirection could only last for so long. The massive envelope of the airship was too conspicuous, and it wouldn't take long for someone to suspect that it was the gas inside the envelope that was responsible for the lift. Once they obtained the blueprints, they would be able to confirm this immediately, as there were no machines in the chamber providing propulsion. Following that, with repeated experiments, they would quickly discover the gas suitable for providing lift. So, do you know what the important figure from the Crimson Thorns wants to do with the airship? Lynn turned to Nur and questioned him again. He was more concerned about the intentions of these individuals than the risk of technical leaks. If they were to cause any trouble with the airship, such as bombing an important town, it might ultimately be blamed on him. After all, everyone knew that the skyship was his exclusive alchemical creation. It's for, Nur began, but his expression suddenly contorted in excruciating pain. He opened his mouth wide, as though someone was strangling him, and then began to slam his head violently against the ground. Thud! 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 With each loud impact, Nur's previously firm forehead immediately swelled, blood oozing from the wound, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Faced with Nur's sudden frenzy, Lynn was taken aback. He reached out and held Nur's head to stop him from bashing it into the ground, but in the next moment, he realized that Nur had gone completely still. Lynn lifted Nur's cheek, finding his forehead covered in blood, his eyes wide open and his expression twisted in a grotesque manner. He checked for signs of breathing and a pulse, only to discover that Nur had already died. As Lynn looked at Nur, who had suddenly gone mad and died right in front of him, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly glanced around, but there was no sign of anyone, and he hadn't noticed any movement beforehand. Stone to mud, Lynn chanted, using magic to free Nur's half-buried body from the ground. He held his sword tightly in his right hand, ready to fend off any potential surprise attacks. However, nothing he feared came to pass. Nur's skin remained a healthy green, and the sword wounds on his body had already healed. There was no visible sign of any problems. Could it be some form of attack on the soul? Lynn suddenly thought of this because Nur's condition was somewhat similar to Dove's. They both showed no physical injuries, so it was likely a spiritual injury. The difference was that when Dove unleashed the soul shriek, Archbishop Onlook, who possessed some divine power, had counterattacked, while Nur had been attacked the moment he began discussing the airship's usage. It was possible that someone had imprinted a certain magic in his mind, which activated when he spoke about something he wasn't supposed to reveal, destroying his brain. Only wizard psychics who had a profound understanding of the soul could accomplish such a feat. Lynn immediately realized that this wizard organization called the Crimson Thorns was likely even more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. Apart from their involvement in magical modifications and the research on methods to elevate novice wizards to official status, they might also be delving into psychic magic, something that had been entirely banned in the wizarding world. What troubled Lynn even more was that when he had questioned Nur earlier, the wizard had revealed significant information about the members of the Crimson Thorns without triggering this mechanism. Yet it activated while discussing the airship. Deep in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Lynn turned to look. A fireball had already ignited in his palm, but it quickly extinguished. The newcomer was Loud, accompanied by a few of his trusted associates. Lord Lynn. Loud stared at the unfamiliar wizard before him, somewhat uncertain. It's me. Lynn nodded, not bothering to hide his identity. Loud breathed a sigh of relief, not surprised by Lynn's slightly altered appearance. Back in the harbor town, he had already seen that Lynn was a skilled shape-shifting wizard. Moreover, he'd had a memorable encounter with Lynn, who had disguised himself as Labol. Is this Nur? He doesn't quite match the description in the intel. Loud quickly noticed the greenish corpse lying next to Lynn. Nur's towering 2-meter frame had shrunk due to the depletion of magical energy, but his skin remained green, and his identity was still somewhat recognizable from his facial features. Could this be some form of torturous magic? It's the result of a transfiguration potion, likely related to the defective you mentioned earlier. Lynn interrupted Loud's speculation, using ice magic to freeze Nur, then continued, bring a few more people to take him back, but do it discreetly, so others won't see. Lynn was genuinely interested in these so-called defectives. Of course, it didn't mean he wanted to turn into a green giant himself. Instead, he planned to research how this transfiguration potion worked, how it could significantly enhance a person's physical qualities and grant them the ability to heal injuries in an extremely short amount of time. If some wizards considered individuals like Nur as defectives, there must be perfected versions of this potion. Once Loud and his team concealed Nur, it was approaching dinner time, and Lynn didn't rush into his research. Instead, he headed straight back to the dormitory in A.K.A. harbor. Upon entering his room, Lynn's steps suddenly halted, and he became highly vigilant. A scarlet-sealed envelope was leaning on the shelf of his desk. And there definitely wasn't one of these before he left. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 91, The Gathering of the Faceless. During this time, has someone entered his room? It's also possible that they used magic to manipulate those fairies to place this thing on his desk. Lynn immediately realized this, and the bright red envelope seemed to react as if it sensed something, shaking ever so slightly. Ice barrier. Without hesitation, Lynn cast a spell, summoning a sturdy wall of ice before him. His right hand rested on the doorknob, ready to make a quick escape. In Lynn's alert gaze, the crimson envelope opened on its own, hovering in the air, revealing prominent golden magical runes inside. Dear Mr. Carl, in recognition of your outstanding performance within A.K.A. Harbor, we cordially invite you to become a member of the Faceless. The Faceless are dedicated to exploring the mysteries of magic. Here, there are no rules to bind you, no distinctions of identity. All members will exchange knowledge as equals, working together to uncover the truths of the world. The next gathering will take place in 4 days at exactly 11 in the evening. We look forward to your presence. Lynn's eyes quickly scanned the long page, finally settling on the two words at the beginning of the letter, Carl. Has his true identity been exposed? The thought involuntarily crossed Lynn's mind. Carl was the name of the body he had taken over upon arriving in the harbor town. He hadn't heard that name in a long while. Although the letter appeared to be a polite invitation, the direct mention of his identity made it clear that this was no friendly offer. It carried a hint of threat. The only ones who knew about his true identity now were Johnny. No, Dove, and the clueless Cora. Lynn's first suspicion naturally fell on Johnny. Since his arrival in the harbor town, the status and identity he had gained didn't match his original body, and Johnny might have some doubts. However, his exposed identity didn't benefit Johnny in any way because it meant that the responsibility for the interrupted route would once again be placed on his shoulders. Compared to his certified status, the words of an apprentice wouldn't carry much weight. Next was Dove. Although she now appeared lifeless, a powerful psychic wizard might be able to extract key information from her mind. Hurlram had taken Dove's frozen body to find a great wizard skilled in psychic magic, so it might be related to this. However, Lynn quickly dismissed this guess. The great wizard had only left yesterday, and even if he could reach the wizard's city within a day, he wouldn't be able to send a letter back to him. Furthermore, Lynn couldn't contend with Hurlram's power. If Hurlram held something against him, there would be easier ways to manipulate him. If he guessed correctly, Dove's soul had likely been collected by the intelligence nexus, and even memory-searching magic might not yield useful results. Numerous thoughts flashed through Lynn's mind. After the initial panic, he quickly regained his composure. The other party might not have concrete evidence to confirm his identity. This letter was likely a test, or else it wouldn't have taken so long to arrive. Because, there was no evidence to prove that he was Carl. In a land where psychic magic was strictly prohibited, viewing brain memories was not something that could be used as evidence openly. After all, someone who said such things would be equivalent to confessing to being a psychic wizard and violating the strict prohibition set by the Wizards' Council. That was a significant charge. Lynn was deep in thought when the floating envelope spontaneously burst into flames, turning into scattered ashes. At the same time, a delicate-looking ring fell from it, landing in the teacup on the desk, emitting a crisp sound. Lynn activated Mage Hand to bring the ring closer to him. According to the description in the letter, all it required was to infuse it with mana to emit a specific magical frequency, transmitting a portion of sentient mana to the meeting location. No need to attend in person, and it wouldn't reveal one's true face. That was the meaning of faceless. Besides the sender, nobody else could know the identities of the members. Each member was free to discuss topics considered taboo in the wizard's land, including the forbidden psychic magic. This was somewhat like holographic projection. Lynn examined the exquisitely crafted ring. The entire ring was made of mithril, with numerous peculiar magical runes inscribed on its surface. The most eye-catching part was the red gemstone set on the ring, carved into a beautiful flower. Bloody thorns. Lynn was familiar with this peculiar flower and instantly understood who had sent the envelope and the ring. Had his recent interrogation of Null been detected? Lynn pondered silently. It was possible that the moment Null died, the person who had placed a soul restraint in his mind received a message, and afterward, they sent this letter. As for whether it was a threat, a warning, or an attempt to recruit, Lynn couldn't say. However, one thing was clear, this wizard organization known as Bloody Thorns seemed to possess a lot of information they shouldn't have. Whether it was the sudden acquisition of airship blueprints, the name Carl, prophecies, divination, contacting Cora, a magic to eavesdrop on conversations, or a spell to detect lies, Lynn considered various possibilities. His expression turned cold. He used an anti-magic stone to envelop the ring in his palm and then took down one book after another from the bookshelf. Opening a concealed compartment in the back wooden board, he carefully hid the ring inside. He had no intention of carrying such an object of unknown origin. He also had no plans to attend this so-called faceless gathering. It might well be a trap, and going there would only confirm their suspicions. There were 4 days until the next faceless gathering. This was probably the deadline they'd given him for consideration, but Lynn had no intention of playing by their rules. Dr. Radak, is it? Lynn recalled the name that Null had repeatedly mentioned during the interrogation. This Radak was most likely a key figure within Bloody Thorns, the person most likely to have placed the sole restraint in Null's mind and sent him the letter. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 92, Shape-Shifting Potion Experiment. A day later, in a clean room within the South District's headquarters of the ship gang, Lynn, who had just finished his morning lessons, held a sharp dagger and cut a piece of flesh from a once vibrant and now lifeless body, Nur. Nur's body had changed dramatically after death. The miraculous regenerative ability it once possessed was now gone, leaving it shrunken and resembling green jerky. Lynn placed the small piece of flesh in his palm and activated the novice material deconstruction art to examine the differences between Nur's cells and those of an ordinary person. To his surprise, the cells within these flesh pieces were highly unstable and disintegrated upon a slight impact. Emerald blood and tissue cells scattered and flew, only to be reassembled by the mage's hand spell and finally discarded to the side. Was it due to being subpar, or was it the result of injecting magic into the body? When experimenting with magic before, Lynn had noticed that all living creatures possessed a slight resistance to magic. Wizards, in particular, had a higher resistance. This was especially evident in battles between wizards. For example, when Raoul cast the second-tier spell, High Temperature Vaporization, theoretically, Lynn could have countered it by manipulating the high-temperature gases. However, these gases were essentially creations of the opponent's magic, so they were impervious to his influence. Lynn pondered for a long time and instinctively reached for an optical microscope to observe the state of the blood and tissue with physical means. But as he glanced around the empty room, he shook his head. Conditions were truly challenging. How could he conduct quality magical research in this state? Incubators, sterilization rooms, centrifuges, refrigerators. All of those were missing now. Thud, thud, thud. A faint knocking sound came from outside the door. Lynn refroze Nur's body and invited the visitors inside. Lord Lynn, everything you need is ready, Loud said as he led several sailors into the room, each carrying large boxes. Inside the boxes were sulfur, saltpeter, glycerin, and other similar materials. Of course, Lynn wasn't planning to create black powder this time, he was preparing some self-defense items. While he intended to confront Radak, the black physician, he had no intention of barging in directly. From the information Nur had provided, the Bloodthorn was a massive organization, with at least several third-tier wizards, a dozen or so formal wizards, and hundreds of wizard apprentices. For Lynn, who had a shallow foundation, confronting them head-on was nearly impossible. While he had developed white phosphorus fire and the liquid nitrogen ice field, his combat capabilities were not to be underestimated. Lynn was well aware that no formal wizard was easy to deal with. If Archbishop Onlook's difficulty lay in his ability to borrow power from deities, the strength of wizards lay in the various peculiar magics and alchemical items at their disposal. Lynn could imagine how many life-saving tricks those third-tier wizards, who were hopeless in becoming grand wizards and not in dire need of money, had up their sleeves. At least for Lynn, if it weren't for his tight budget, he would have equipped himself with life-saving alchemical items. Spending money to defeat the enemy was preferable to dying with unspent coin. So, a direct confrontation was the most foolish move. Lynn had no intention of revealing his true identity unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would face various overt and covert threats until the Bloodthorn was completely eradicated. In comparison, Lynn was more inclined to quietly disguise himself, slip in unnoticed, find an opportunity to be alone with Radak, the black physician, and then knock him out without raising suspicions, extracting information in the process. However, such a smooth scenario likely existed only in fantasy. To prepare for potential conflicts, Lynn decided to make some necessary arrangements. The hellfire used for destroying A.K.A. harbor or the liquid nitrogen ice field used in the battle against Raoul couldn't be used casually. Doing so would risk revealing his identity. Unless he was sure he could eliminate all witnesses. Under disguise, he would only have access to basic magic and his swordsmanship, which had become incredibly potent thanks to his enhanced cognitive abilities. This was clearly insufficient to deal with extreme situations. Thus, Lynn planned to develop a new magic as his trump card. This time, he chose corrosion magic. Corrosion magic was a rather mysterious magic. If 10 wizards cast corrosion magic simultaneously, the resulting damage might vary greatly because the power of corrosion magic depended entirely on the strength of the corrosive liquid created. Previously, Nur had used the stomach acid of a ghoul, which had strong corrosive properties on flesh but was limited in its effectiveness against those wearing protective gear, as it couldn't dissolve metal. Lynn intended to prepare aqua regia to use as the material for corrosion magic and several derivative spells. Aqua regia, also known as nitrohydrochloric acid, was created by mixing 1 part concentrated nitric acid with 3 parts concentrated hydrochloric acid. It had extremely strong corrosive properties, easily dissolving even hard metals, with only a few materials such as tantalum, iridium, and silicon being resistant to its erosion. Inspired by Raoul's high-temperature vaporization, Lynn believed that with slight modifications, he could create a unique system of corrosive magic. This would be distinct from his previous combat style, providing more versatility for various situations. In addition, Lynn planned to create something even more dangerous to ensure his escape in the event of an ambush. "Has Radak come out of his mansion today?" Lynn asked while inspecting the materials inside the boxes. "No, we've been watching him all day, and it seems that Radak rarely leaves his home," Loud responded nervously. Lynn wasn't surprised by this. "What about the person you were told to find? Any leads?" "Lord Lynn, we've found them." Loud handed over the information. Timmys, 29 years old, had been expelled from the academy last year due to a serious conflict in which he nearly killed a fellow student. It wasn't confirmed whether he was a member of the Bloodthorn, but he visited Radak, the Black Physician's mansion every evening, making him likely one of Radak's apprentices. Loud hesitated before adding, "We've heard that several homeless people in the South District have gone missing, and it seems to be connected to him." Lynn nodded. He wanted to meet Radak and gather some information. He needed a suitable, non-suspicious identity to do so. Timmy's was a perfect fit for this. He had been expelled only last year and hadn't been an apprentice to Radak for very long. They were not very familiar with each other, allowing for some flexibility in his actions. As for Nur, his role was over. Even if he had been Radak's assistant, his death would have likely reached Radak's ears. Lynn contemplated for a moment, then asked Loud and the others to leave as he began preparing the concentrated nitric acid and concentrated hydrochloric acid, hoping to quickly condense the corresponding magical spells. In the evening, Lynn appeared in the South District under the guise of Timmys, the apprentice. As for the real Timmys, he had been restrained and brought to the ship gang's headquarters as a guest. Considering that Nur had died during the interrogation, Lynn didn't press Timmys too hard. After extracting some basic information, he had Timmys ingest a large dose of powdered withered root stalks, enough to keep him asleep for several days. Now, Lynn intended to use this identity to investigate Radak, the Black Physician's background. At exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, Lynn arrived outside Radak's estate. Before coming here, he had never imagined that he would witness such grandeur in the South District. The estate was vast, surrounded by a 3-meter-high and 10-centimeter-thick iron fence, leaving only a stone path wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, extending all the way into the heart of the estate. "Timmys, why are you so late today?" Several apprentices were waiting at the entrance of the estate. Seeing Lynn, a witch in her 30s with dark hair, couldn't help but frown. Radak had no good temper. After an apprentice messed up an experiment last time and was taken away, nobody had seen him since. "I had an urgent matter today, which delayed me on the way," Lynn replied with a carefully crafted expression of fear. "I hope you'll be delayed even more next time," a sinister voice came from beside her, as a male witch with a mocking smile spoke. Lynn furrowed his brow but didn't say anything. On the contrary, the witch who spoke earlier expressed her displeasure, saying, "Brock, what do you mean by this? You know very well, don't you? Patty, one less person means one less opponent." "I'm not as hypocritical as you," the wizard named Brock sneered. Everyone present fell into silence. Every year, Lord Radak would select the most outstanding apprentice to promote them. This year, the biggest opportunity should have gone to Radak's new assistant, Nur. However, he had messed up something important, and these days, he had disappeared without a trace. Many speculated that Nur had become Radak's new experimental subject. The silence in the room didn't last long. The gates of the estate were kicked open at that very moment, and out walked a burly man, standing over 2 meters tall. "Lord Corman." The witch apprentices greeted him respectfully. "Follow me inside." Corman glanced somewhat disdainfully at the apprentices who were extremely courteous to him. Not so long ago, he had been a material dissected and studied by these people in the laboratory. But now, he had become a powerful magic user. Naturally, he didn't hold much affection for those who had once operated on him. Lynn and his group followed Corman through the long cobblestone path into the heart of the estate. The internal defenses of the estate were strict. Even at night, several patrol teams were still visible. Upon entering the castle, they were greeted by a splendid sight: a magnificent golden dome chandelier, colossal sculptures and decorations, various artworks hanging on the walls, and even the carpets were made of expensive magical beast fur, soft and comfortable to walk on. Corman didn't linger but led everyone deeper into the castle. A faint scent of blood wafted in the air. Lynn turned to look at the witch apprentices beside him, who showed no reaction. They seemed accustomed to this. Once they entered the basement, Corman finally spoke, assigning each apprentice their tasks for the day. Then, he turned to Lynn and his group. "Brock, Patty, and Timmy's, you'll be in charge of experiment number 7. The other apprentices breathed sighs of relief. Some of them even showed smirks of schadenfreude. Since Brock's group had taken on this dangerous task, the others would have a relatively easier day. "Lord Corman," Brock stammered, on the verge of pleading. The 7th laboratory held beings who had lost their sanity, and the experiment aimed to examine the reactions between different shaping elixirs. The danger was evident. However, under Corman's cold gaze, Brock was forced to swallow his words. Experiments arranged by Lord Radak always need to be completed by someone. Otherwise, you can ask who's willing to take your place. Corman remarked sardonically. Brock's face turned deathly pale. He knew that no one here would willingly take on such a dangerous task. In the end, he could only look at Lynn with resentment. If not for the conversation at the entrance, Corman wouldn't have noticed them. Throughout this, Lynn remained silent. The information he obtained from Timmy's was limited, and he had no idea how dangerous this so-called experiment truly was, or why the apprentice witches were so fearful. Under Corman's forced arrangement, Lynn, Brock, and Patty entered a chamber inside the castle. Compared to the cramped, sealed environment outside, the laboratory was quite spacious. It was filled with the strong stench of blood and the foul odors of various potions. Transparent jars on the side contained bizarre creatures, their heads split open and coated with a thick gel-like substance, making them look particularly eerie. But the most conspicuous item was the surgical table, which resembled a grim instrument of torture. It held daggers, forceps, scissors, suture needles and threads, as well as a few rusty iron chains for restraining hands and feet. After entering, Brock and Patty had their eyes fixed on several sealed iron coffins in the corner. After a long hesitation, Brock stepped forward and cautiously opened one of the iron coffins. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 93, The Seventh Magic Laboratory. As the iron lid slowly slid open, a pungent odor rushed out, revealing a peculiar-looking man inside. He lay there, completely naked, with dried and darkened skin, pale and cracked lips, and arms twisted in a grotesque manner, as if they had been forcibly broken. His body was covered in scars of various kinds, but he hadn't succumbed to death. He lay there, eyes closed, breathing steadily, as if in a deep slumber. "Come and help. He won't wake up anytime soon," Bach reluctantly said, pinching his nose. Lynn wasn't afraid and rolled up his sleeves, creating a watery film on his palms. He joined Bach in moving the experimental subject onto a table, then used iron chains to restrain the man's limbs and neck. "I'll handle the procedure, you're responsible for recording." Bach quickly assumed leadership and tossed the experimental logbook to Lynn. He then ordered Patty to fetch the magical elixir. Lynn, who was still trying to figure out the experimental process, was happy to assist. He picked up the logbook and started flipping through it. In the year 726 of the magical era, on June 21. Experiment subject, Experiment 09. Initial examination indicates kidney necrosis and gastric atrophy. Vital signs are weak. Strong reaction observed after consuming fire lizard elixir. Experiment subject, Experiment 011. Defective shapeshifter troll elixir. Resilient vital signs. Right arm swelled and burst after injecting griffin elixir. Experiment subject, Experiment 015. Uncontrollable, resulting in the death of 4 guards and 2 apprentice wizards. Lynn quickly flipped through the pages of the logbook. The records were shocking. 17 fusion experiments with shape-shifting elixirs had all ended in failure. There were generally 3 outcomes for the experimental subjects: sudden death due to violent rejection reactions, death during surgery due to weak vital signs, or gaining significantly enhanced power in a short period of time. The last outcome often resulted in accidents, leading to casualties. That's why there were so many restraints and iron chains on the experimental table, designed to subdue the subjects. Lynn realized that the subject before him was Experiment 18, created from the blood of a poison mist serpent naga, but due to errors in the fusion process, it had gone berserk, losing its sanity. Thus, it was deemed a failure and used as material for fusion experiments with shape-shifting elixirs. In other words, this elixir aimed to grant humans powers similar to magical beasts. "Timmies, what are you daydreaming about?" Bach had already taken a dagger and put on an old alchemical monocle. Seeing Lynn still engrossed in the previous experiment records, Bach couldn't help but scold him. Just at that moment, the experimental subject, bound by iron chains on its limbs and neck, suddenly opened its eyes. Its blood-red pupils exuded a strong murderous intent, and low, guttural growls emanated from its throat as it struggled to break free. However, the iron restraints and chains prevented it from escaping. Bach swallowed hard, his wrist trembling slightly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, when the subject seemed exhausted from its struggles, he finally mustered the courage to disinfect a dagger with a candle and cut open the chest of Experiment 18. At the same time, a golden bracelet on his left wrist began to emit a faint glow, and the wound, continuously bleeding, quickly coagulated. Heart's blood supply is normal, about 70% of the cells have been infected with magical energy. It's an improvement compared to before. The liver and kidneys are abnormal, showing significant swelling. Is there poison gas inside? Perhaps due to the influence of the poison mist serpent naga elixir. Bach's face was filled with nervousness, but he still had some basic professionalism. He tried to ignore the continuous struggles of the experimental subject and observed its condition through the alchemical monocle. Lynn also put on a special single-lens alchemical monocle, which resembled a microscope but had lower magnification, around 70 times. It allowed him to vaguely see the general structure of some cells. After a brief adjustment, Lynn picked up a feather pen and began recording various organ data of Experiment 18's body. The importance of documenting details was not lost on Lynn. He had already recorded everything with his smart brain. Writing a bit slower, he should be able to mimic around 80 to 90% of the process. Once he confirmed that the subject was still relatively intact, Bach took a troll elixir that Patty handed over. He forcefully grabbed the subject's head and poured about half of it down his throat. In just half a minute after taking the elixir, the subject went into a frenzy. Its body expanded, straining the iron chains to their limits. It writhed and struggled, even causing the heavy experimental table to vibrate slightly. Its previous injuries began to heal rapidly. Bach hesitated, not wanting to get closer, but he also couldn't miss this opportunity to collect data. He could only muster the courage to make an incision. However, Experiment 18 did something that no one had anticipated. It forcibly tore off its right wrist, breaking free from some of the restraints. Bach was taken aback, and before he could react, he was struck by the creature's forelimb, which was as thick as a thigh, and was sent flying. Patty was in shock, letting out a scream. Bach, enduring the pain, managed to stand up and was about to activate the alarm to summon the guards. However, before he could act, a sharp steel sword passed through the gap between the ulna and radius bones in the creature's forearm, pinning its right arm to the table. Lynn calmly and methodically used iron chains to rebind Experiment 18. After struggling for a while, the subject's body rapidly shrank, and in the midst of violent rejection reactions, it quickly fell silent. Bach and Patty both heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't until Lynn confirmed that this defective specimen had already died that Bach dared to approach once more and complete the dissection work that he had failed to accomplish earlier. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Similar to Nur, after the subject's death, the flesh inside its body had shriveled and lost its vitality. It felt like fragile foam that could crumble with a touch, and its various organs were rapidly deteriorating. Lynn meticulously recorded all these observed details. Then, together with Bach and Patty, they placed the deceased subject back into the iron coffin. Bach looked at the remaining iron coffins with a sense of unease. He turned to his two companions and said, "It's your turn now, Patty, Timmy's." The witch vigorously shook her head and didn't dare to get close. "In that case, I'll do it." Lynn stepped forward on his own and opened the second coffin. He had watched for quite some time and remembered the process. He should be able to handle it without making mistakes. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 94, Experimenting with Rebellion. With Lynn leading the way, Bach and Johnny managed to suppress their inner fears and quickly placed the second experimental subject on the operating table. They added more iron chains to secure it. Lynn looked disdainfully at the equipment at hand, not even a decent surgical knife. He had no choice but to use a sharp knife for flame sterilization. Witch Dove took over Lynn's work and was somewhat surprised when she examined the notes on the plan. The records were incredibly detailed, documenting the changes in the subject's various organs at every time interval after consuming the magical potion. It was accurate down to the second. But didn't Timmy's just rush through it without checking the magic hourglass? Could these data be fabricated? While Johnny hesitated, Lynn had already started dissecting. Bach, on the other hand, was responsible for controlling the bleeding and assisting, and he couldn't help but worry that Lynn might mess things up. Dissecting a live defective subject was no easy task. These irrational monsters not only imposed psychological pressure but also made the dissection much more challenging due to their constant struggling. However, Lynn's knife was even steadier than Bach had imagined. The experimental subject, which was still roaring uncontrollably in front of him, seemed not to exist at all. Did he really have no fear when facing these monsters? Bach couldn't understand, and what annoyed him more was that since Lynn took over, there hadn't been any unexpected incidents. The dissection process went very smoothly, and the experimental subjects didn't even survive the initial fusion stage after consuming the magical potion. The previous incident with the first experimental subject seemed like a mere accident. This made Bok somewhat regretful. He should have let Lynn take over from the beginning. Lynn was unaware of Bok's thoughts, and he didn't have the luxury to care. He was fully immersed in the experiment, and there was no mid-shift change as he directly took over the remaining dissections. Facing these irrational and transformed experimental subjects, Lynn didn't feel much compassion. It was only right to send them to the afterlife as soon as possible. When the fourth experimental subject fell on the operating table due to a severe adverse reaction, Lynn finally made a discovery. The magical potion seemed to contain some unknown magical materials, which made it easily absorbed by the human digestive system, quickly entering the bloodstream, reaching the heart, and causing it to work so rapidly. As a result, the heart was the first organ to be infected and transformed by magic, and it would then pump energy-rich blood throughout the body for further alteration. What puzzled Lynn was, why didn't they use their own magic for transformation, especially when the adverse reactions were so severe? It didn't make sense. Lynn quickly realized the answer. This was related to the field of shape-shifting magic, a branch of magical studies. Wizards who specialized in shape-shifting magic had extraordinary close combat abilities, and the best among them could even transform into powerful magical beasts. It seemed that this magical potion was developed based on the principles of shape-shifting magic. The goal of creating a perfect specimen was to give the person who consumed it the power equivalent to a formally trained shape-shifting wizard, but there was a difference: they were using an external force. Lynn thought to himself as he dissected the fifth experimental subject. This one appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, much less robust than the previous ones, almost frail. What surprised him the most was that the magical infusion in this subject was very low, only about 30%. Experimental subject number 22, did it consume the fire lizard magical potion before? Unfortunately, it didn't have much effect, so it became a discard. Lynn picked up the experiment log, looked at it, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said to Dove. "Dove, get me a bottle of Fire Lion magical potion." "Timmy's, what are you planning to do?" Bok frowned and asked. "I've made some discoveries, and I'm preparing to experiment with a different magical potion," Lynn explained casually. In their previous experiments, they had been using troll magical potions. This was because a previous apprentice had found that trolls, as creatures, had strong regenerative abilities. The magic cell activity they created was high, and they specialized in enhancing the physical body. In theory, they had the least conflict with other transformation potions, and they were most likely to fuse with the rest. But Lynn didn't think so. Because the magical alterations created by troll magical potions were highly active, they might actually exacerbate magical rejection reactions. The condition of the null who had only consumed this kind of magical potion was enough to prove this. Bok was very dissatisfied with Lynn's reckless move. What if something went wrong? It would be a problem for all three of them. Lynn naturally paid no attention to Bok's opinion. He wasn't here for research but to catch the attention of Black Physician Radak. Following the routine would take too long. Under someone's repeated urging, Dove hesitated for a moment before bringing the Fire Lion magical potion as requested. Lynn took it and directly chugged the entire bottle, leaving Bok on the sidelines feeling a bit anxious. Under the violence of this magical potion, the fifth experimental subject showed a reaction in just a few seconds. Its body kept shaking, and its skin turned bright red in a short time. "It's increasing, the magical energy infiltration of the cells is actually increasing." Bok saw a scene through his alchemical goggles that astonished him. The power brought by the Fire Lion magical potion was rapidly spreading throughout the subject's body, even devouring the remnants of the Fire Lizard magical potion's power. As expected, Lynn wasn't surprised by this. In previous experiments, he had already noticed that the powers brought by different transformation potions, aside from mutually repelling each other, also had the potential to consume one another. The key point was that the fifth experimental subject originally had a very low degree of magical infiltration. In other words, the power of the fire lion magical potion added later could easily devour the former as nourishment. Although this went against the main purpose of Laboratory 7, which was to attempt the fusion of different types of transformation potions to create magic wielders with two different magical talents, there was still a chance of creating a magic wielder who could perfectly fuse with the fire lion magical potion. Bach also noticed this point, and with an expression of shock, the experimental subject's body suddenly ignited with scorching flames. It burned the iron chains that bound its body bright red, and its body expanded to the point where it directly broke the red-hot iron chains apart. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 95, Embrace Your Imperfections. Deterred by the menacing flames, the group had already retreated to the side, and Patty was screaming. Magic transformation! This is magic transformation! The once slightly lean youth had completely transformed into a creature with a lion-like head, a back covered in bone spurs, limbs resembling beast claws, dark red skin, and eyes that gleamed with a fiery red light. The only chain binding his body was the one on his right leg. It's all your fault, Temis. It's all because of you. Boke exclaimed in panic. Lynn raised his hand and pressed the nearby alarm bell. A piercing alarm immediately echoed throughout the room, and the tightly closed laboratory doors swung open. Several armored guards rushed in, with Coleman leading the way. Upon seeing the half-human, half-beast creature on the examination table, Coleman couldn't help but curse. Damn, another defective product rebellion. Coleman then gave a stern glare at Lynn and the others, but he was not unfamiliar with this situation. While the monster was still bound by iron chains, the guards quickly drew the crossbows from their waists. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows piercing the air filled the room. The arrows made of magic wood burst upon hitting the experimental subject's body, creating bloody holes all over. However, this kind of attack didn't seem to have much effect. Instead, it drove the creature into a frenzy. The chain binding its right leg snapped, and the half-human, half-beast monster dragged the heavy examination table toward the crowd. Everyone, get out of the way. Coleman's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even he didn't dare to face this head-on. He could only watch as the massive examination table crashed into the crowd. Several guards who couldn't dodge in time were knocked down and trapped under the table, their fates uncertain. Then the half-human, half-beast creature charged forward. Its footsteps were incredibly heavy, and each step made the sound of shattering floor tiles continuous. Embrace your imperfections. Coleman was also ignited with anger. He swung his massive axe blade and clashed with the beastly claws. Bang! The tremendous collision force caused Coleman to retreat 3 or 4 steps in succession. Losing in a test of strength to a defective product made Coleman's face hard to look at. Without waiting for the half-beast to charge again, he took the initiative to step forward. His powerful right arm swung in a circle, and the axe blade, which cut through a graceful arc, struck the half-beast's shoulder. Shing! The sound of the blade tearing through flesh was clearly audible as it sank in. Crimson blood splattered onto Coleman's face. However, just as he was about to pull out the axe blade, he realized that it was stuck in the creature's muscles and bones. The half-beast displayed a pained expression on its face, but its left claw firmly held Coleman's body. Then a burst of scorching flames suddenly surged from its body and engulfed Coleman. Natural magic? How is this possible? Coleman's face was filled with astonishment. Natural magic was something that could only be mastered by a magic user who could perfectly merge with a certain bloodline, just like him. But no matter how surprised he was, he couldn't change the current situation. The searing high temperatures quickly approached. Cursed, damned! Coleman cursed, quickly releasing the axe blade from his right hand and kicking the half-human, half-beast creature. He barely avoided the assault of the flames. However, Having lost his handy weapon and needing to guard against the occasional bursts of flames, Coleman instantly found himself at a disadvantage. Not far away, some guards hesitated, holding crossbows but not daring to attack. Someone recklessly wielded a heavy sword, trying to help, but the half-beast creature slapped him away. Seeing the guard's gruesome fate, Boke and Patty immediately abandoned their thoughts of assisting. They were both afraid of harming Coleman and feared that the monster would redirect its fury toward them. Roar! The half-beast creature roared to the heavens, then suddenly opened its mouth, gathering a scorching flame within. Coleman, cornered and unable to escape, faced the oncoming flames. At that moment, 3 magic missiles whooshed through the air, striking the creature's head and knocking its aim off. The fiery column barely missed Coleman, hitting the wall and leaving a deep dent. The one who launched the attack was none other than Lynn. He understood that this situation could escalate, but the valuable magic user like Coleman couldn't die, or they would certainly face punishment. The disturbed half-beast creature turned its gaze toward Lynn, but before it could act, it felt the ground beneath it soften. Its body sank abruptly. Passing by the Reaper by a hair's breadth, Coleman was filled with a bit of ferocity. He swiftly approached, brandishing a dagger. His movements were rapid and agile. In the blink of an eye, he reached the creature's side and thrust the dagger into its back. The half-beast creature immediately cried out in pain. Its strong right arm slapped Coleman to the ground, but just as it prepared to continue the pursuit, annoying magic missiles flew at it again and struck its somewhat deformed right leg. Coleman didn't miss this opportunity either. Rolling forward, he charged at the creature once more. With a sharp dagger, he left a deep scar in the creature's abdomen, causing blood to flow. Under Lynn's continuous interference, Coleman quickly regained control of the situation. Guard after guard from the castle arrived, and with the combined efforts of the 3 magic users, the half-human, half-beast monster was soon subdued. Coleman, covered in wounds, spat and gave the lion-like head of the experimental subject a fierce kick. Then, he looked toward Lynn and the others. However, before he could speak to reprimand them, a gloomy voice resounded. "Can someone tell me what in the world is going on?" As the words fell, a man dressed in a black robe, with a gaunt face and a group of apprentices, walked in from outside. His eye sockets were hollow, and his dry skin made him appear skeletal. Despite standing there, he emitted no aura or visible signs of life. His eyes were filled with an eerie stillness, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon seeing his arrival, Coleman's body trembled imperceptibly. It seemed like he was filled with fear. "Lord Ridak!" Everyone on the scene, including Coleman, respectfully lowered their heads and greeted the man. The newcomer was none other than the ruler of this castle, Lord Ridak Blackstone. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 96, Let's get started, I want to see your abilities. Ladak surveyed the chaotic scene inside the laboratory, then looked at the heavily injured Coleman and the several dead guards. His gaze finally settled on the half-beast lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. It was Timmy's. It was all Timmy's doing. Bok cried out as he rushed to Ladak's side, shouting loudly, afraid of being held responsible. Ladak paid no attention to Bok's ranting. Instead, he walked straight to the strange half-human, half-beast creature, reached out, and carefully examined its head. After about a minute, he coldly inquired, "Who is Timmy's?" Lynn immediately stepped forward. "I am Timmy's. I report to you, Lord Ladak, as Boke said, I was the one in charge of this experiment." Seeing Lynn's confession, Bok and Patty both breathed a sigh of relief. They were most worried that the blame would be placed on them. Bok even revealed Lynn's unauthorized use of the Fire Lion elixir. The apprentices in the room all looked at Lynn with pity. Making unauthorized changes to the experiment and causing such chaos was a significant offense. However, Ladak's reaction was not what they had expected. He spoke in a calm tone, "Where is the experiment report?" "Here, Lord Ladakh. Lynn stepped forward and handed over the experiment records. He knew he had made the right bet. Ladakh didn't care at all about the out-of-control experiment, the damage it had caused, or the deaths of the guards. As long as results were produced, none of that mattered. Ladakh reached out to take the report. On the pale, withered index finger of his right hand, there was a ring, the token used for identity verification by the faceless. Lynn quickly averted his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor. While Ladakh reviewed the experiment records, Lynn explained, Lord Ladakh, through the experiment, I discovered that the modified troll elixir has high activity and could potentially worsen magical energy repulsion reactions. That's why I adjusted it to use the Fire Lion elixir. As Lynn spoke, Ladakh continued to flip through the experiment report. After he finished reading, he looked at the group of apprentices present and asked, who proposed using the troll elixir for the experiment? It was me, Lord Ladakh. A middle-aged, stout apprentice, trembling and pale, stepped forward. So, because of your mistake, 17 valuable experimental subjects were wasted. Ladakh's tone was icy. The stout apprentice turned even paler, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He already had a sense of what punishment he would face. He panicked, seemingly losing his wits, and attempted to flee through the open window. However, Coleman reacted faster. His injuries didn't hinder his actions, and he swiftly rushed to grab the stout apprentice by the collar. He forcefully pulled him back, slammed him against the wall, and delivered a powerful punch. Thud! The muffled impact sound and the screams rang out one after another. Accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking, the overweight apprentice was battered by Coleman, his face swollen and blood streaming. Ah! 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 I was wrong, Lord Ladakh. Have mercy! The stout apprentice lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Bach and the others were frightened, watching as Coleman brutally beat his fellow apprentice into unconsciousness. A few guards quickly surrounded him and tied him up. Ladakh watched all of this in silence. Finally, he turned to Lynn and asked, You did well this time, Timmies. Is there anything you want? I want to become your assistant, Lord Ladakh. Lynn spoke without hesitation. He had no concerns that Ladakh would suspect him. After all, since Nur's death, every apprentice in the room had been vying for this position, trying to gain Ladakh's favor and secure a promotion. Ladakh didn't provide a direct answer but said, Coleman, send some people to clean up this place and lock the test subject in the dungeon. As for you, Timmies, come with me. The apprentices in the room had now realized that the recent experiment's turmoil was not just an accident. They looked at Lynn, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Bach was utterly dumbfounded. He had implicated himself to escape blame, only to watch Lynn bask in Ladakh's favor. He was filled with regret. Amidst the various gazes, Lynn followed Ladakh deeper into the castle. They stopped in front of a high wall in the basement. Ladakh raised his staff and lightly touched the wall. Ripples spread, and a door suddenly appeared on the otherwise empty wall. The massive door automatically swung open, revealing a spacious underground chamber, even more extensive than the castle's front hall. The decorations and furnishings had an ancient, weathered look, radiating a sense of age. In the center stood a colossal statue, about 2 meters in height, with a silver-gray hue, masterfully and intricately crafted, resembling a lifelike figure. As they entered, torches around the chamber lit up one by one, illuminating the dim underground space. Lynn now noticed that on both sides of the chamber were numerous coffins, each containing a body. The sheer number made him wonder if he had stumbled upon a morgue. This sight put his guard up to the maximum, and Lynn began to wonder if Ladakh had already uncovered his true identity. Should he make a move? Lynn was torn between two difficult choices. It was just him and Ladakh in the chamber, a perfect opportunity, but the countless bodies in the room made him feel uneasy. Let's get started, show me your abilities, Ladakh suddenly spoke. Lynn instinctively started to conjure white phosphorus flames to strike Ladakh. Then he realized Ladakh was referring to the small, child-sized body on the examination table nearby. Realizing his mistake, Lynn quickly adjusted his mindset and picked up a nearby dagger, walking to the examination table. This area was much brighter than the rest of the chamber, with a palm-sized sapphire embedded in the ceiling providing illumination for the entire examination table. After clearly seeing the body's features, Lynn's expression subtly changed. He realized that the person lying before him was Ralph, who had been attacked a few days ago and taken to the security office by Leah and others. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 97, The Death of Ladakh. Ladakh saw that Lynn remained motionless, thinking that faced with this bloody and mangled corpse, he didn't know where to begin. So, he spoke up, offering some advice. Let's start with the organs, cut away the useless rotten flesh. Lynn finally snapped back to reality and began dissecting Ralph's body with a blank expression. The skin was ice cold to the touch, with some frozen crystals still clinging to it, likely due to previous preservation in ice. It explained how the body had remained well preserved until now. Ladakh closely watched Lynn's every move with the knife, offering occasional reminders and instructing him to remove certain organs that wouldn't preserve well, placing them in a greenish liquid. Lynn vaguely realized that what he was doing might be more than just dissecting a corpse. The dissection in the secret chamber continued until 5 in the morning. Lynn had to stay vigilant to guard against the possibility of Ladakh turning hostile. It was only when they finally left Ladakh's estate that he could relax. The experiments with shape-shifting elixirs, the faceless one, Ralph. Lynn contemplated everything he had seen in the mansion. He could confirm that Dr. Dark Ladakh was indeed associated with the Faceless Ones and likely a core member of the Bloodthorn as Ladakh had suspected. However, Lynn didn't rush into action. Despite the soundproofing in the secret room and its secrecy, something about the situation didn't sit right with him. The only good news was that he had smoothly assumed the role of Ladakh's assistant, which would provide him with convenience in his future actions. Over the next 2 days, Lynn continued his daytime duties as a professor of arcane mathematics. In the evenings, he acted as Ladakh's assistant under the guise of Timmy's, gathering more information. The remaining time was spent delving into shape-shifting magic at the library. On the 3rd day, Lynn finally made up his mind. He realized he couldn't wait any longer because tomorrow would be the day of the Faceless Ones gathering. At night, inside Ladakh's castle, Lynn, as usual, made his way to the secret chamber deep within the castle. However, there was a change in the secret chamber today, the most noticeable being the addition of a short, chubby figure. It was the apprentice who had been beaten because of the elixir incident. He was now bound above an alchemical array with snot and tears streaming down his face. When he saw Lynn, he cried out desperately. "Please, please, Timmys, help me, plead for mercy. I can't die like this. Do you remember? I was the one who recommended you to become Lord Ladakh's apprentice." The chubby wizard's apprentice begged with tears, but when he realized that Lynn wasn't paying any attention to him, he resorted to bitter curses, his words growing more venomous. If not for Lynn, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Lynn merely gave him a cold glance and shifted his attention to Ladakh. Over the past few days, he had noticed that, unless necessary, this black doctor hardly ever left his underground fortress. "Feed it to him." Ladakh took out a bottle of green elixir and handed it to Lynn. Then, he began engraving the remaining alchemical runes. Lynn glanced at the alchemical array beneath his feet, memorized it in silence, and then firmly grasped the chubby apprentice's neck and forced the elixir down his throat. In just a few seconds, the elixir's effects began to manifest. The grotesque, twisted expression on the apprentice's face gradually softened, and he even cracked a faint smile before slipping into a deep slumber. Seeing this eerie sight, Lynn couldn't help but feel a chill. He quickly stepped out of the alchemical array's range. Meanwhile, Leydek had just completed the last rune and, with an ominous smile, chanted a complicated incantation. The chubby apprentice's body quickly floated into the air, mouth gaping, his body trembling continuously. Then, a faint, translucent, and watery blue figure gradually emerged. No, Lynn soon realized it wasn't light, it was a translucent, ethereal figure that undulated like water. This is a soul? Lynn was witnessing a scene he had never encountered before. He immediately understood why Leydek had constructed such a secretive laboratory. If the previous experiments with shape-shifting elixirs had been pushing the boundaries, this exploration of spirit magic was outright forbidden in the realm of wizards. The azure spiritual form floated in the center of the alchemical array, casting a gaze filled with hatred and resentment toward them. It let out a strange, piercing screech and charged at them. The moment the screech pierced the air, Lynn felt his brain being struck by something. He had experienced this feeling before. It was similar to when Dove had used the soul shriek. But this time, the effect seemed much weaker. Lynn only felt a slight influence and quickly took a few steps back. He wasn't sure how to deal with a spiritual entity. Leydek remained steady and unperturbed. The alchemical array on the ground suddenly lit up. The charging spirit seemed to hit an invisible barrier, unable to leave the array no matter how its ethereal form surged. Lynn also noticed that this strange spirit was becoming more ethereal. Leydek didn't delay for long. The apprentice's spirit was incredibly weak, and once it left the body, it wouldn't be long before it dissipated completely. With a raised hand, the resentful spirit was tightly bound by a mysterious force, forcing it into the half-man's corpse on the experimental table. About 10 seconds later, Ralph's body suddenly opened its eyes, stood up from the table, and slowly moved its neck. It looked around and finally fixed its gaze on Lynn and Leydek not far from the table. Then, Ralph showed an expression of anger, opened its mouth as if it wanted to say something, but all that came out were a series of unpleasant screams. Its body was completely out of control, stumbling and falling to the ground after a few steps. Worthless. Leydek looked dissatisfied as he watched the half-man who couldn't even walk properly, despite the tremendous effort put into this experiment. The only use now was to transform him into a ghoul. Leydek once again activated his spirit manipulation magic. Ralph suddenly shivered and then, like a puppet on strings, moved by itself to the side. Finally, it lay in an iron coffin within the secret chamber. You should have seen it, Timmies, Leydek finally turned to Lynn and said with a sly smile. I can give you another chance to choose. Are you ready to become my assistant? Of course, Lord Leydek. Lynn lowered his head, fully aware that the so-called choice was no choice at all. Seeing such forbidden spirit experiments, it was either comply or die. Very well, come over. Leydek was quite pleased with Lynn's understanding of the situation and spoke with a deep voice. Lynn walked forward slowly and soon stood in front of Leydek. Leydek reached out his hand, as he needed to place another seal in Lynn's mind to prevent any betrayal. At that moment, a sense of impending danger suddenly surged in Lynn's heart. However, by the time he realized that something was amiss, it was too late. Lynn simultaneously raised his hand, and scorching flames surged from his palm, instantly engulfing Leydek's body. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire chamber. Leydek's body turned into a blazing torch, the intense white phosphorus fire devouring his flesh. Faced with a peculiar spirit mage, Lynn didn't even consider leaving him alive. He went all out from the start, continuously increasing the power of the white phosphorus flames. Leydek's agonizing screams lasted for a full minute, and then he collapsed to the ground, his body almost completely charred. Is he dead? Only now did Lynn stop casting his spell and look at Leydek, who was completely lifeless. However, he remained on high alert. The chamber was dead silent. Not a sound could be heard, and several seconds later, within the tightly sealed chamber, an angry shout suddenly erupted. You are not Timmies. Who are you? Lynn's heart sank to the bottom. The worst-case scenario he had anticipated had occurred. From the moment he had seen Ladek a few days ago, he had sensed that something was amiss. That was why he had delayed taking action. But he hadn't expected that this was also a controlled undead creature. Lynn's silence seemed to anger Ladek, and 3 of the closed coffins on either side of the chamber suddenly opened. 3 tall and strong figures dressed in black robes emerged from the coffins. They maintained their original appearances, but their pupils had turned grey, their skin had a bluish hue, and they exuded a sense of brutality and malevolence. Multiple, pyroburst technique. 2 of the figures cast a spell as soon as they were revived, and several cruel fireballs appeared in the air and shot towards Lynn. The last figure transformed into a fierce bear and lunged at Lynn. Lynn took a step back, and dozens of magic missiles materialized around him. They clashed with the incoming fireballs, causing violent explosions that echoed through the chamber. The rest of the magic missiles, hidden by the smoke, rushed towards the other 2 figures behind him. Minor, magic barrier. 2 wizards in black robes immediately cast protective spells. Several magical barriers formed in front of them. However, the remaining magic missiles were all enhanced, exploding in mid-air, with numerous drops of orange-yellow liquid raining down. This was a high-level second circle magic high-temperature steam kill. The difference was that the interior of these magic missiles contained not chlorine but a more corrosive substance, aqua regia. Numerous raindrops fell on their robes and exposed skin, but the long-deceased wizards were oblivious to the corrosive liquid eating away at their bodies, revealing stark white bones underneath. As they moved, they looked like a puddle of mud collapsing to the ground. At the same time, the ferocious bear had reached Lynn's front. Its sharp claws swiped viciously at his face. Another step closer, and it would have torn off his head. Lynn took another step back, narrowly avoiding the attack. His right hand had already gripped the short sword concealed in his sleeve. Cellular transmutation. Lynn used the techniques of the transmutation school for the first time. A surge of magical power entered his right arm. Just as the bear's attack was about to conclude, the sharp blade was drawn from its sheath, slicing through its massive neck, nearly severing half its head. Blood sprayed, staining the ground red. The bear let out a final roar before its colossal body crashed to the ground. Lynn's right hand trembled, and the short burst of magical power took a toll on his body. Though it granted him extraordinary strength for a short time, it was also a considerable strain on his body. However, a quick victory was the only choice because 5 coffins had been opened. In light of Lynn's formidable melee capabilities displayed earlier, none of the adversaries opted for close combat this time. Instead, they all unleashed their sorcery. Faced with several attackers, Lynn's response was to create more and stronger white phosphorus flames. In this moment, most of the magical power within him was depleted, and the energy reserves in his intellect decreased by 5%. He then condensed the surging inferno into a magical arm, encompassing all the explosive spells, ice arrows, and even the rows of coffins behind him. With this one strike, a large part of the chamber turned into a sea of flames. Lynn didn't intend to engage in an endless back and forth. Before the remaining coffins could open, several white phosphorus fireballs reappeared in the void and shot in all directions, ready to obliterate all the coffins around him. Invisible magical barriers rose from all sides, blocking some of the incoming fireballs. Lynn also noticed that the unoccupied experiment table had erected a sturdy barrier. It was a third circle protective spell, Magic Ward. Prioritizing the protection of this particular area made Lynn wonder if there was something crucial here. Vague thoughts about previous experiments surfaced in his mind. What kind of fire is this? At the same time, Ladek's voice echoed once more, but this time, it no longer held anger, rather a tinge of panic. Most of the fireballs were blocked by the magical barriers, but the flames did not extinguish. They adhered to the barriers, even showing signs of expansion. The remaining coffins in the chamber finally ceased to open. Ladek concentrated all his power in one place. The enormous silver statue erected in the chamber, an impervious golem, began moving. It swung a long sword and a massive shield towards Lynn. Faced with such a colossal adversary, Lynn knew that both flames and ice were unlikely to be effective. His response remained the same: magic barrage. Dozens of magic missiles rained down like a deluge of arrows, continuously striking the golem's body, but it was like waves breaking against a rocky shore, unable to make even the slightest dent. Just as the golem's sword descended, Lynn's finger moved slightly, altering the trajectory of one magic missile. It accurately pierced through the void left by the incineration caused by white phosphorus fire, heading directly for the palm-sized azure gem above the experiment table. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 98, No Chapter. Chapter 99, The Source of Magic. Stop! Lynn cried out. Radak was in a complete panic. He immediately retracted all his power, causing the enormous magic construct to come to a halt. Following this, a sharp sound wave reverberated continuously within the sealed laboratory. The nearby magical missiles, just inches away, were also affected by some intense force and soon exploded with a resounding bang. However, there was no joy in Radak because, after the magical shell had shattered, a searing white phosphorus flame burst forth from within. It quickly reached the azure gemstone. What was once a sharp, magical sound known as the soul's scream turned into a painful wail. The remaining dozen or so coffins in the secret chamber began to shake violently. Lynn had already conjured a fireball in his hand. Accompanied by the sound of the shattering gemstone, a transparent vengeful spirit materialized in the chamber. Its visage was grotesque and contorted, bearing countless pain and resentment. Perhaps due to the shattering of its containment, the spirit had suffered severe damage, and its ethereal form was even less substantial than the previous wizard's apprentice. The surrounding air acted like sharp knives, relentlessly draining the meager power Radak had left. The wailing and screams continued for more than half a minute before abruptly stopping. The ephemeral spirit quickly dissipated before Lynn's eyes. Finally, Lynn was free from the influence of the soul's scream. He understood that he was right. Since all those under control were ghouls, Radak must have stored their souls elsewhere. Something similar to a lich's phylactery. His chosen target was the azure gemstone used as a light source. It must be said that Radak had a morbid sense of humor, using his own soul for illumination. If it weren't for the fact that he had noticed the gem's strong magical response during his earlier experiments, he might never have thought of this use for it. Under Lynn's control, the blazing white phosphorus fire within the secret chamber gradually died down. All that remained was a ruin. Over 100 coffins had been incinerated, with the only intact ones being the silver golem and the pile of magic books on the bookshelf behind the experiment table. Biological Materials and Ethereal Substances, Comprehensive Guide to Ethereal Magic, Advanced Alchemical Studies. Lynn glanced at the books on the shelf. Besides numerous volumes on ethereal and alchemical magic, there were also many research notes. However, he had no time to flip through them or even tidy up the chaotic chamber. Lynn used a shape-shifting spell to take on Radak's appearance and opened the secret chamber's door to exit. The castle was now in chaos, but Lynn wasn't surprised given the circumstances. He didn't want any interruptions while dealing with Radak, so, taking advantage of his assistant status, he had made some preparations in the places where the failed experiments were being held. Calculating the time, it should have already taken effect. However, the castle's guards were more formidable than he had imagined. When Lynn arrived in the main hall, several of the rebellious failed experiments had already been subdued. Lord Radak. Experiment subjects number 12, 27, and 32 suddenly broke free from their cells. We are still counting the casualties and haven't determined the cause yet. Seeing Lynn's figure, Coleman and the others immediately knelt down, trembling, and made their report. This time, the uprising of the experimental subjects was utterly inexplicable, and no one could be blamed for it. Everyone was deeply concerned that Radak would unleash his wrath upon them. Lynn cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Coleman and spoke with a tone that seemed to contain suppressed anger. It was Themis. He's a spy sent by the Nordland Magic Workshop to steal a crucial research achievement. Although Lynn didn't explicitly mention what would happen to Themis, everyone could guess that his fate must have been quite gruesome. I knew Themis had to be up to something. Bach exclaimed, filled with excitement. Ever since Themis had become a preparatory assistant thanks to his last research success, Bach had been nursing a grudge. He believed that he had put in a lot of effort into that experiment, but all the credit had been stolen by Themis. Now that he heard of Themis's misfortune, a twisted sense of satisfaction surged within Bach. But when Bach caught Lynn's gaze, his excited expression immediately faded. He suddenly realized that it was this very lord who had personally approved Themis as an assistant. Fortunately, Lynn didn't pay any heed to his thoughts. Instead, he turned to Coleman and spoke once again. Coleman, you continue your investigation. No one is to be spared. I want to see how many rats are still lurking within this castle. I understand, Lord Radak, Coleman quickly replied. Hearing this, the apprentices all had a change in their expressions, and there was a subtle air of suspicion in their gazes towards one another. This was precisely what Lynn intended to achieve, to make everyone in the castle become mutually watchful and distrustful. This way, even if he exhibited some unusual behavior, no one would suddenly lose their minds and start suspecting if the Lord Radak before them was genuine. Following this, Lynn began to arrange for the debris to be cleaned up and the losses to be tallied. Since Radak had wielded significant authority, Lynn found that he could command things with hardly any obstacles, as no one dared to question his orders. In other words, as long as his identity remained undiscovered, he could have free rein over everything in the magic workshop. After handling the affairs within the castle, Lynn wasted no time and returned to the secret chamber to sort through Radak's belongings, especially the research notes. Among them, the knowledge of magic was the greatest treasure. Ragon Blossom, Soul Soothe Herb, Banshee's Sharp Claws, Magic Elderwood Roots, coupled with Ethereal Essence. Lynn sat at the cold experiment table, perusing a research note in his hand. It contained the formula for the source of magic. If the shape-shifting elixirs enhanced a wizard's physical abilities, then the source of magic was meant to elevate mental strength. This was the very essence of a wizard's ability to cast spells. In fact, obtaining the other materials was not too difficult, they could be purchased with magic coins. The real challenge lay in acquiring ethereal essence. Ethereal essence was found within the minds of powerful magical creatures. It was, however, exceedingly rare, and harvesting it was not a straightforward task. For instance, slaying a fire lion would yield enough ethereal essence to create only one vial of the source of magic. This substance also existed within the minds of wizard apprentices and even full-fledged wizards. Ignoring the full-fledged wizards for now, according to Radak's speculation, it was sufficient to gather ethereal essence from the minds of 3 wizard apprentices to assemble one batch of the raw material. This method had a higher probability of success for advancing. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 100, Unearthing the Foundation of Magic. No wonder the wizarding realm guarded the formula for the source of magic so fiercely. If it were to be disclosed, it would probably lead to a witch hunt. Those apprentice wizards who lacked talent and were eager to advance would do anything to get their hands on it. So, this is the meaning of Bloodthorn, isn't it? Lynn immediately felt that the name was quite apt, just like the properties of this potion. Every official wizard who advanced within the Bloodthorn was nurtured by the blood of their companions. As he pondered this, Lynn turned his attention to the remaining notes. Radak's research was mostly related to psychic magic. For example, it covered how to use alchemical arrays to extract a person's soul, create revenants, and make containers for souls. The reason Radak delved into these psychic magic experiments was simple: he lacked the natural talent to advance to the level of a grand wizard. Thus, he resorted to some dark and unorthodox methods. Redak's true goal was probably to place his own soul into a more talented body. However, this was clearly not an easy task, as the records of dozens of experiments in the notes all ended in failure. At this point, Lynn felt a bit embarrassed. Strictly speaking, he seemed to have accomplished these things when he crossed over, but he didn't even know the reasons himself. Regardless, the top priority was to raise his wizard rank. Lynn soon set aside his plans to explore psychic magic. Now that he knew the manufacturing process for the source of magic, he naturally wanted to break through to become an official wizard as soon as possible. This way, he would eliminate his last weakness. Throughout the entire night, Lynn was absorbed in the creation of magical potions. Thankfully, Redak's estate had a substantial stock of magical ingredients. He could simply instruct a few apprentices to fetch any materials he needed. The only problem was Lynn's limited knowledge of potion making. Although he had the recipes in hand, he had to slowly experiment with each potion's properties, handling, and brewing time. In just one night, he wasted the equivalent of over 100 magical gold coins worth of materials. Lynn was surprisingly okay with this. After all, he wasn't using his own resources. Potions made by his own hands would surely be more reliable than consuming ones made by others. He continued to work until the early hours. The old cauldron was now filled with a chaotic-colored liquid. The potion required about 3 days of brewing. When the color became completely transparent, he could add the most crucial component, a portion of the source of magic. With the opportunity to break through so close, Lynn forced himself to remain calm and began preparing the second potion. Before he could consume it, he would need someone to be a guinea pig. Just in case Redak had tampered with the recipe or done something else suspicious. Lynn didn't want to be caught in a trap. While Lynn was brewing his potion, the entire wizarding realm was set ablaze by the latest issue of the Magic Daily. Unearthing the foundation of magic, the law of free fall, a roar from the Society of Mystical Arts, the magic theories of the wizarding realm are outdated, from sails and the sea surface, our continent might be a sphere, the dual sphere experiment of skyward airships, unveiling the astonishing oversight of Master Yod. As a professional journalist, Roll knew how to grab attention. The extra copies of the newspaper were quickly snatched up, and it soon found its way to the desks of every wizard. This is simply absurd. In a grand magical workshop, Grand Wizard Raphael burst into laughter after reading the headlines of the Magic Daily. He couldn't believe that a three-ring wizard from the outside would claim to overturn the foundations of magic and question the outdated magical theories. It was nothing short of ignorance. But was that person mad? How could they publicly publish such ludicrous statements? Raphael felt some doubt, but he patiently continued reading, and his expression shifted from disdain and mockery to skepticism, until he saw the star map on the page. His entire demeanor changed instantly. Perfect. It was simply perfect. As an architect with OCD, Raphael firmly believed that the truths of the world must be highly systematic and aesthetically pleasing. The star charts produced by the astrologers, while showing the orbits of nearby celestial bodies in a beautiful way, became chaotic when dealing with more distant stars. They could only be described as disorderly, and even featured bizarre phenomena of sudden jumps in their trajectories. So, almost instantly, Raphael was convinced that the star map in the Magic Daily was correct. Crash! Just as he was thinking this, 2 loud impacts suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by the sound of cracked tiles. Raphael, who was quite displeased, folded up the newspaper, opened the door, and saw 2 half-meter diameter spheres hitting the ground below the distant tower. Following that, a commotion rose from the top of the tower. It's true, they both fell at the same time. Nonsense, I saw it very clearly, the small one was 1/10 of a second slower. One male wizard, craning his neck, spoke confidently. He had been using far-seeing magic to watch, and he saw it very clearly. But it says here that it's due to the influence of air resistance. Master Yod's theory is actually correct. But why aren't feathers and paper the same then? It's said that Master Hurlram has already conducted experiments. As long as you remove the air, everything will fall simultaneously. A group of apprentices gathered on the tower, discussing the experiments described in the Magic Daily. Many of them had flushed faces and were constantly arguing, on the verge of fighting right then and there. Raphael, upon seeing the two falling spheres, understood that these apprentices were verifying the law of free fall. Even though the height and weight obviously didn't match, the results were evidently the same. Grand Wizard Raphael, is our continent really round? A nearby male wizard, responsible for recording the experiments, asked in confusion. Since the law of free fall had been confirmed, did that mean the so-called theory of a spherical world was also true? Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community.